Douluo, what's wrong with me being in a relationship in the spirit hall? This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 26 I am not his biological sister. Things in the Xiao Soul Arena came to an end. Shrek Academy returned home lonely. Xiao Wu was injured. Tang San lost his mind. Tang Yue lost his soul. Yu Xiaogang asked Ning Rongrong and Oscar what happened. Ning Rongrong was too lazy. It was difficult for Oscar to speak. So in the end, Master Jade had no choice but to ask his apprentice to reveal his scars. Zhu Xiuqing left with Jin Renyu and had no intention of returning to Shrek. Jin Renyu moved out of the college dormitory in order to take care of Zhu Xiuqing. Guangling saw that there was an unusual feeling between Jin Renyu and Zhu Xiuqing. Before returning to the enshrinement hall, I went to find Jin Ringsu, told Jin Ringsu about the Xiao Great Soul Fighting Arena, and entrusted Jin Ringsu to investigate Jin Renyu's life experience. Jin Ringsu responded, and immediately asked Snake Lance Douluo to take care of the matter. As for Zhu Xiuqing, she used her status as Prince King to let people directly enter the school. However, Zhu Xiuqing's level is not yet 30. In the same class as Jin Renyu and the others, but Guangling repeatedly asked Jin Ringsu to write a letter, saying that Zhu Xiuqing was the adopted sister of Prince King and entered Jin Renyu's class. After all, Zhu Xiuqing was about to break through to just one level away from breaking through. It won't take long either. Meng Shenji in the academic affairs office was deeply moved. How could Prince King have a righteous sister every now and then, and every one of them had to go to Xiao class Sahi? But this is okay. There is no need for special training, and he doesn't need to work overtime every day to accompany him, otherwise, he would be too busy every day on the other side. Guangling returned to the enshrinement hall and deliberately concealed the relationship between Jin Renyu and Tang San. He only reported Jin Renyu's recent situation and Jin Renyu's performance in the Xiao Great Soul Fighting Arena. With Jin Renyu staying under Jin Ringsu's nose, Jin Daoliu felt more at ease than anyone else. Since he chose to let her go out for training, Jin Daoliu didn't want to interfere too much. He told Guangling to send someone to protect Jin Ren secretly. He himself chose to retreat during this period. After receiving Jin Daoliu's order, Guangling generously sent a few contras to guard Jin Renyu. Thinking that Jin Renyu would have a holiday in a month, he set off for the far north, without know what to do. Xiao Royal Academy. During the day after day, month after month of special training, Jin Renyu has gotten used to the daily workload, and Ming Shenji also regards overtime work as a beautiful thing in life. After the quality is strengthened, it will not take a long time to complete the task. For this reason, Ming Shenji feels very comfortable, and sometimes turns a blind eye to let Jin Renyu cheat or something. As time passed, the two of them became good friends inexplicably. Neither Du Guiyan nor Zhu Xiuqing could figure out why, but both of them could not help but admire Jin Renyu from the bottom of their hearts and give Jin Renyu a thumbs up. At night, the autumn dew was already heavy, and the cool breeze penetrated into the room through the unclosed windows. Jin Renyu sat in front of the desk. She turned on the desk lamp, held up her face, and roughly browsed through the books brought to her by Xiaoguan. Books. This is a book called Soul Master's Training Manual, written by Yu Xiaogang. As soon as she opened it, Jin Renyu saw a few eye-catching characters. There are no useless martial spirits, only useless soul masters. As soon as she saw these words, she couldn't help closing the book and throwing it aside. A few days ago, she sent a letter to Elder Yu Guan, asking him to help find some useful books for her to read. Yu Guan also understood and immediately went to the library of Wuhan Hall, but she was not very lucky that day. Well, he met Bibi Dong in the library. Bibi Dong heard that Yu Guan wanted to choose some books for a distant relative of his to read, and immediately recommended this Soul Master's Training Manual. Yu Guan actually started. He had no idea of choosing this book, but Bibi Dong handed it over, so he had no choice but to pack it up and send it to Jin Renyu. Except for this book, Jin Renyu has read all the others carefully, especially Encyclopedia of Soul Beasts. The 5-year Netherflower Emperor to be killed in the goodness test is recorded in the encyclopedia. They are generally hidden in the depths of the Sunset Forest, but because ordinary Netherflower Emperors have the ability to be invisible, so such spirit beasts are extremely rare. Hard to find. Jin Renyu felt a headache when she thought that the time for the kindness test was almost over. Her soul power has grown rapidly in the past few days, and she is about to surpass Yu Feng in winning the Grand Soul Fighting Arena. However, Yu Feng knew that he could not win compared to Jin Renyu, so he surrendered without any regrets. As an official member of the team, he saw such a powerful girl for the first time and immediately became Jin Renyu's biggest fan, buying snacks for Jin Renyu every day. Of course, Yu Shai and Hang paid for the snacks. After all, his family was not that rich. Yu, are you still reading? Zhu Huqing walked out of the bathroom and immediately saw Jin Renyu sitting at the desk with his back to her. It's getting late now, let's take a shower and go to bed. She glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening. She was wrapped in a white bath towel and a pink hair drying cap on her head. Her fair skin looked particularly attractive under the soft light. Her wet face was filled with moisture, as if freshly peeled eggs, white and tender skin, delicate and small facial features, perfect from every angle. It's still early, I'm going to watch it for a while. Jin Renyu turned her head. Suddenly dumbstruck, she raised her eyebrows, her eyes shone brightly, and she was staring intently at Zhu Huqing, who had a perfect S-curve figure in front of her. She swallowed, thinking that if she was a man, she would definitely marry Zhu Huqing. Back home being stared at by Jin Renyu, Zhu Huqing was also a little embarrassed. Her eyes dodged, and a blush appeared on her face. Jin Renyu knew she had lost her composure. She hurriedly withdrew her somewhat perverted gaze, coughed slightly to relieve her embarrassment and said, your figure is so good, I'm so envious of you. Envious? Zhu Huqing's dark eyes moved up and down, left and right. She subconsciously raised her eyes to look at Jin Renyu's somewhat flat figure, and then looked down at her bulging mountain peaks. She didn't know what she thought of, and her cheeks suddenly turned red. The person was immediately mute. The atmosphere between the two was awkward and ambiguous. At this moment, Jin Renyu suddenly understood why everyone likes to live with beautiful women with good figures. This kind of happiness is not ordinary, but now was not the time to feast her eyes. She opened the cabinet in front of her, took out a towel and threw it to Zhu Huqing and said, your dry head is wet, change it quickly. Oh, Zhu Huqing took the towel and regained consciousness, her face still a little rosy after drying her hair. She sat next to Jin Renyu. She sat obediently, pursed her lips, and seemed to want to ask something. Jin Renyu noticed the eyes of the people next to her, and couldn't help but turn to look at Zhu Huqing. What's wrong? She asked. Zhu Huqing blinked in a panic, and Jin Renyu was interested in her hesitant appearance. If you have any questions, just ask, as long as I can answer, I will tell you, Jin Renyu said with a smile. Zhu Huqing's eyes flickered slightly. She was still a little hesitant. She bit her lips lightly. Her eyes contained countless complex emotions. Do you hate third brother so much? You even changed your surname. Hate, last name? The deep smile on Jin Renyu's face made Zhu Huqing unable to see what she meant for a while. I personally hate him very much. There is no doubt that as for the surname, I am not his biological sister, so there is no need to follow his surname. Isn't she her biological sister? Zhu Huqing was a little surprised. This was the first time she knew about this matter. When she had a good relationship with Jin Renyu, she didn't go out of her way to find out more about it until Jin Renyu disappeared and reappeared with Xiao Wu. There was a conflict, and she started to care about it. No wonder Tang San has been wavering. It turns out that Yue and Xiao Wu are both his sisters. Of course it's not my own sister. Jin Renyu looked away, and said with a smile, if it's my own sister, if he dares to leave me in the Star Dou Forest, his father will have to beat him to death. His dad. Seeing that Jin Renyu didn't look sad at all, Zhu Huqing was relieved. As long as Jin Renyu didn't have any nostalgia for Tang San, he wouldn't be hurt. As for that kind of brother, even if he gave it to her Zhu Huqing for free, she wouldn't want him. Jin Renyu seemed to think of something when she mentioned Tang Hao, and she was silent for a while recently. She always felt like she was being targeted by someone. Could it be Tang Hammer? I beg for votes every day. Vote for me. There will be drops in the afternoon or evening. End of this chapter. Chapter 27. Du Gubo is a big injustice. No matter who it is, Jin Renyu will find him out one day sooner or later. If you dare to stare at her, be careful that she returns to Wuhan Hall to complain. After a peaceful night's sleep, Zhu Huqing prepared breakfast for Jin Renyu when she got up in the morning, and the two of them ate breakfast while on their way, and arrived at Xiandao Imperial Academy in a short while. I went out early today, and happened to meet Du Guyan and Yi Lingling, who were living outside for the past few days. Sister Yanzi, Sister Lingling. Jin Renyu waved her hand and greeted her warmly. She passed through the crowd and took Zhu Huqing's hand and ran towards Du Guyan. Du Guyan turned around and also welcomed Jin Renyu with open arms. Morning, Yu. Jin Renai plunged into Du Yuyan's embrace. The two hugged each other. Jin Renai rubbed against Du Yuyan's clothes habitually. Du Yuyan was about 10 centimeters taller than her. The two embraced. Jin Renai was also on Du Yuyan's shoulders. Early, Sister Yanzi, Jin Renai said enthusiastically. Seeing this, Yi Lingling and Zhu Zhuking looked at each other with helplessness on their faces. I don't know why. Jin Renai likes Du Yuyan very much, and likes to be with Du Yuyan all day long, and Du Yuyan is not annoyed this day. Every time she patiently coaxes Jin Renai, the feelings of sister and sister. On the contrary, Zhu Zhuking was very envious. It would be great if she could also have such a sister. Envious eyes showed, and Yi Lingling at the side couldn't help stretching out her hand to pull her when the warm palm temperature came. Zhu Zhuking was slightly stunned, and looked at Yi Lingling subconsciously. Yi Lingling smiled slightly, and Zhu Zhuking's heart warmed. Precious enough, Yi Lingling was born in a wealthy family, and the Jiuxin begonia Wuhan is indeed the only one in the world, but its shortcomings are also extremely obvious. Not only does it only have one soul skill for a lifetime, but it is also passed down in a single line as an auxiliary soul master. The owner of Jiuxin begonia can only rely on others, otherwise no matter how special the spirit is, he will still be unable to gain a foothold alone. For example, they now have the support of the royal family behind them. By the way, Yu, I have good news for you today. On the way to the classroom, Du Yuyan and Jin Renai were walking side by side. She held Jin Renai's arm and whispered in her ear, "You don't really want to see my grandpa? I called him here today." Really? Jin Renai, who was already happy, became even happier when she heard the news. Her eyes widened slightly, her brows were beaming with joy, and the smile on her face couldn't stop. "I love you so much, Sister Yanzi." Boom! As soon as the words fell, Jin Renai left a mouthful on Du Yuyan's face. Du Yuyan frowned with a smile. She stretched out her hand and tapped Jin Renai's forehead, feeling a little helpless. You. For a moment, she didn't know what to say, shaking his head and smiling. Du Yuyan didn't think much about it. He just thought that Jin Renai was still a child and wanted to compare himself with his grandfather just a few days ago. Jin Renai suddenly mentioned her grandfather, and asked Du Yuyan, Guangling or her grandfather, which one looks better? Du Yuyan thought about it carefully, and said that Guangling is better. If you don't believe me, you want to see Du Yubo. But Du Yuyan has no choice but to say that Du Yubo is more beautiful. But now Jin Renai is even more reluctant, saying that you have to see Du Yubo's youth. Du Yuyan, she also became more and more helpless, and finally, under Jin Renai's hard work, she repaired a book and sent it to Xiandao Palace. After Du Yubo received Du Yuyan's letter, he went straight to Xiandao Imperial Academy without delay. No, the grandpa and grandson met yesterday. Du Yuyan explained his intention and bragged about Jin Renai. Du Yubo was quite interested, so he agreed to pick up Du Yuyan from school today and meet Jin Renai. By the way, the day's class is coming to an end soon. Jin Renai will not need additional training from today. Meng Shenji is in a good mood, and specially throws a bag of melon seeds to Jin Renai. Jin Renai takes it to thank, and happily follows Du Yuyan. See Du Yubo. After school time, students rush to the school gate in groups. At this time of the day, the school gate is the busiest time. Grandfather. As soon as she walked out of the school gate, Du Yuyan saw the particularly conspicuous green-clothed monster in the crowd at a glance. She waved at the green-clothed monster, with a smile on her face, and turned her head. Yu, the person in the green armor is my grandpa. His name is Du Yubo. Oh, Jin Renai looked in the direction Du Yuyan was pointing at, and saw a man wearing a dark green armor with a slender figure, who looked like a javelin, with dark green beard and hair, and a pair of emerald eyes. She was shining brightly, her cheeks were sunken, and her green hair was messy at this time. He was smiling at Du Yuyan, and he didn't look so scary. Du Yuyan led Jin Renai to Du Yubo's body. Grandpa, hey. Grandpa's precious granddaughter. Du Yubo laughed and hugged Du Yuyan. Now Du Yuyan is the only relative left of him. He dotes on this granddaughter very much. Even if Du Yuyan reaches out to pull her beard, he always faces it with a smile, just like a granddaughter slave. Oh, Grandpa, there are so many people here. Let me down. There was a large crowd, and Du Yuyan would feel embarrassed even when she was older. She was wearing a skirt, so she still had to pay attention to her own image, so she couldn't help but patted Du Yubo on the shoulder. Ha 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 ha. Du Yubo looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. Under Du Yuyan's complaints, he still put him down. Only then did he look at Jin Renai, who was following Du Yuyan. Jin Renai bowed and said, "Hello, Senior N." Du Yubo responded, standing with his hands behind his back. His smiling face disappeared, and at this moment he felt serious. Are you the owner of the Nine-Petal Fairy Lotus spirit that Yan'an mentioned? Yes, Jinru nodded. At this time, she still didn't know how Du Guyan introduced her in front of Du Gubo. Junior, I wanted to introduce myself, but Du Gubo interrupted her with a wave of his hand. I already know your basic situation. Your name is Jinru, right? Yes. Jinru was a little confused, and couldn't help but sneak a glance at Du Guyan. Du Guyan cast a reassuring look at her, looked at Du Gubo with a smile on his face. Du Gubo coughed lightly, and also changed his attitude towards Jinru. That? You girl, I heard that you were looking for a 5-year-old Netherflower Emperor, right? Yes, Jinru nodded repeatedly, but she didn't expect that Du Guyan was so efficient. She found someone for her within a few days of talking to Du Guyan. Sure enough, instead of trying to show off in front of this poisonous old man, it would be better to get through to his precious granddaughter directly. Save trouble. Du Gubo nodded to show that he understood, and he asked a little puzzled, but little girl, you are only over 30 levels, why are you looking for a 5-year-old soul beast? This, Jinru hesitated for a while. She couldn't say that this was her divine test. Seeing this, Du Guyan immediately uttered a voice to save the siege. Oh, Grandpa, why are you bothering so much? If someone is looking for a reason, you must have someone else. Did you promise me not to ask too many questions? Okay, I don't want to ask more questions. It's not okay if I don't ask more questions. Du Gubo felt a little resentful. Why did his precious granddaughter turn her elbows outward when it came to this UIU girl? When Du Guyan came to the rescue, Jinru gave her a thankful look. The former smiled slightly. If Du Gubo hadn't been here, the latter would have gone up to kiss Du Guyan. Okay, I'll leave this matter to me. I'll pick you up when you're on vacation. Then I'll take you to find that damn thing. But one thing is, you can't mess around. A 10-year-old girl, just a mere 10-year-old girl. Soul Master, why do you have to find a 5-year-old soul beast to play with? Du Gubo exhorted and muttered. If it wasn't for Du Guyan's mysterious nature, he definitely wouldn't suddenly be interested in a 10-year-old kid, although no matter who heard about it, everyone would gossip about it. I know, Grandpa, thank you. Du Guyan ran to Jinru's side and took Jinru's arm. I have been abandoned. His complexion darkened, and he wanted to say something, but Du Guyan didn't give him this chance. She pulled Jinru and turned around, waved her hand and said, Grandpa, thank you for your hard work. I'll go with you first, go shopping. After saying this, the man walked forward without waiting for Du Gubo to reply. Seeing the backs of the two leaving, Du Gubo's face darkened. Did he just run errands? The setting belongs to me, Xiao Wu. I followed a game. Speaking of which, the new SP goddess Ning Rongrong in Soul Master Duel is really beautiful, and the auxiliary buffs are super strong. By the way, I recently read a Douluo fanfic that was quite funny. If you are bored, you can also read it. The book is called, Help, After Soul Penetrating Douluo, I Became a Preserved Egg. End of this chapter. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 28 Gurong, Shenzhen, you don't want to be a human trafficker, do you? Although he was ignored by Du Guyan, Du Gubo didn't say anything. He was silent for a while, and made countless self-comforting constructions in his heart, only thinking that his granddaughter could only be pampered by himself. After seeing his old heart, he quickly caught up with Du Guyan and Jinru on the way. Du Gubo noticed that someone seemed to be following the two little girls in the dark. Thinking that he had not offended anyone recently, it was unlikely that he was following Du Guyan. For this reason, he set his sights on Jinru. He was not sure about Jinru's identity, but he could enter the Xiandao royal family. College, it should be the eldest lady of some family. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but call Du Guyan and said, Yan'an, slow down, Grandpa has something to ask you and this girl. Huh? What's the matter, Grandpa? Du Guyan stopped, and Jinru at the side followed, and the two looked at Du Gubo with doubts on their faces. Du Gubo asked, have you two caused any trouble recently? Stir up trouble? Du Guyan and Jinru looked at each other. No, they both replied in unison. How can people who stay in the academy all day have time to cause trouble? Jinru didn't quite understand why Du Gubo asked this question. She glanced at Du Guyan, and Du Yan said that she didn't understand. "Grandpa, why did you ask this all of a sudden?" she asked, seeing that the two people's reactions didn't look like they were lying. Douluo gave up the idea of causing trouble for them. "It's nothing, I just care about you." Since it wasn't causing trouble, then he wouldn't try to find out the people behind the scenes only. He thought for a while and then asked, "By the way, Yu Yatao, where are you from?" "Birthplace," Jin Renai asked. "Ah, Sacred Soul Village," Jin Renai replied. In fact, she was not sure, but the memory of this body did start from the Holy Soul Village, so subconsciously, she assumed that she was born in the Holy Soul Village. Holy Soul Village, where is that? Douluo frowned slightly. Obviously, he didn't know this village existed. Jin Renai explained, "It was a small, poor and relatively backward village." His tone was full of disgust. "A small, poor and backward village." After hearing this, Douluo suddenly imagined a scenario in his mind in which the real and fake daughter returned to the family and then engaged in intrigue. A girl with Jin Renai's temperament is simply not someone who could be raised in a small, poor, and relatively backward village. The elegance of all her actions and behaviors even exceeds those of those who grew up in aristocratic families. Children, to say that her background was not good, Douluo didn't quite believe it. "Grandpa, what exactly do you want to ask?" As Douluo's granddaughter, Du Yan also sensed that something was wrong with her grandpa. She frowned slightly, seeming a little angry. Douluo shook his head and immediately regained consciousness. He coughed lightly. With a sound, he said, "The old man just wants to ask who is the identity of the girl this month." "Want to know her identity?" Jin Renai and Du Yan looked at each other, and Du Yan said with some disdain, "Just ask, why are you beating around the bush? Hey, don't worry about whether Grandpa can turn the corner or not, that's all." "Oh," Du Yan responded lightly, and she said, "Xiao Wu is the adopted sister of Prince King." "Oh, Prince King's adopted sister," Douluo calmly said. He muttered a few words. Suddenly, as if he remembered something, the air was quiet for a few seconds. He paused. Whose stepsister?" Knowing that Douluo would have such an expression, Du Yan had long been accustomed to it, and she said again, "She is the adopted sister of Prince King, Zhu King's adopted sister." After hearing this, Douluo frowned. He glanced at Jin Renai and then at Du Yan. After confirming that he heard correctly, he suddenly said to Jin Renai in a serious and sincere voice, "Yu Yatao, you this sworn brother may not be what you see on the surface. People in the royal family are never pure-hearted. You." When the words came to his lips, Douluo suddenly couldn't say them. His expression was a bit complicated. Although Zhu King was indeed not a good person, he might be pretty good to Jin Renai. If he said bad things about Zhu King in front of Jin Renai, isn't it a little bad? Looking at Douluo's expression, Jin Renai guessed what he was going to say. She was silent, and didn't want to take the initiative to talk. Douluo thought for a long time. Since Jin Renai was Zhu King's adopted sister, it is normal for someone to follow her secretly. As for the bad words he wanted to say, he finally swallowed them down honestly to avoid unwarranted accusations. Conflict is difficult. After walking around with the two little girls for a while, Douluo received an invitation from Prince Zuzing temporarily. He originally wanted to refuse and spend the rest of the day with Du Yan, but Du Yan saw that he had something to do, so he asked him to do it without being sensible. Originally, Douluo planned to use Du Yan as an excuse to refuse this invitation, but who knew that his granddaughter was so filial and considerate? The royal family could hear it clearly. Even if he didn't want to follow, he could only follow after Douluo left. Du Yan and Jin Renai relaxed a lot. However, Jin Renai kept feeling that someone was following her. When she turned around, she saw no one. Seeing this, Du Yan couldn't help but feel a little strange. "You, what are you looking at?" Turning back with Jin Renai, Du Yan only looked down on the bustling crowd. "Is there anyone in the crowd?" Du Yan thought, "I always feel that someone is following us." Jin Renai said her thoughts. No matter who it is, she must find him out today. Someone follow. Du Yan frowned slightly, but she didn't feel anything at all. Although both of them are soul masters, because of Jin Renai's spiritual test, she is far more sensitive than ordinary people. She can easily feel what Du Yan can't feel. "No one," Du Yan said. "Are you too sensitive?" She cared. "No, I can clearly feel that someone is following us," Jin Renai denied. Her eyes blinked slightly. Since Du Yan couldn't perceive the person following them at all, it meant that the soul power level of the stalker was at least soul sage or higher. Otherwise Du Yan wouldn't have been following them for so long, and Du Yan didn't notice it at all. Seeing that Jin Renai was so sure, Du Yan decided to believe her. "Do you need me to do anything?" She asked whether it's an enemy or a friend. It will always be decided on some matters. Jinru nodded, and she leaned into Du Yuan's ear and said, "You do this, I do that, and then you do this." I just to lure them out. Listening to Jinru's plan, Du Yuan always felt a little unreliable. She frowned slightly and said, "It's not safe for you. If you feel really uncomfortable, let's go back to the academy. Teacher Qin Ming and the others are still in the academy. They will protect you." "No," Jinru flatly refused. "I just want to find them out today. They have been following me for a long time. I am monitored by them every day, which makes me feel very uncomfortable." But Du Yuan still wanted to speak out to persuade her, but seeing that Jinru was so determined, she could only swallow her words. According to Jinru's plan, the two parted ways. Jinru walked north, and Du Yuan walked south. After a while, on the busy street, the smaller Jinru suddenly squatted down. For a long time, they both no one got up. Seeing this, the two contras who were protecting Jinru in the dark rushed out to look at the place where Jinru disappeared. Rely on this to determine the position of Jinru. She disappeared. "What should I do?" one of the men in black asked aloud. This is their second young lady, who was specially asked by the Hall of Enshrinement to protect her as Soul Douluo. The two of them actually lost a soul master. If this matter is reported back, the two brothers must not make others laugh. The other man in black frowned. It was obvious that Jinru had discovered their existence and deliberately avoided them. "We can just wait outside the academy. The second lady will always return to the academy." I don't know where the flaws were exposed. It was only a few days before the two of them were discovered by Jinru, which is really strange. "Okay." The two looked at each other and nodded before disappearing into the crowd. On the other hand, after Jinru got rid of those two tails, she felt much better. Originally, she was going to catch a turtle in a urn, but she didn't know that those two people didn't follow at all, so that her plan fell through, and now she can only wander outside. Xiandao City is very big, especially at night, when the streets are extremely lively. Jinru shuttles through the crowd. Her figure is relatively petite, but she is extraordinarily flexible. She dodges left and right in the bustling crowd, going to this vendor to look at the products, and then to that vendor to look at the jewelry, humming a ditty and strolling around the street, not to mention how enjoyable it is. And at this moment, an unserious male voice suddenly entered Jinru's ears along with the noise of the crowd. "Zia Ojian. This one is good. Buy this one. Thanks, he will definitely like it, really. Look how good this is. It looks extravagant on your hand. Oh. Take a look. Take a look. It looks so good in my hands, let alone in Fengzi's. Let's just buy this little sword. You pay for it, and I'll treat you." The chattering male voice washed Jinru's ears like a surging river. If she guessed correctly, the person speaking should be the Bon Douluo of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Gurong, and the one he calls Little Sword is another guardian Douluo of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Shenzhen, titled Sword Douluo. Looking in the direction from which the sound came, what caught the eye was a smiling man in a black robe. His figure was not that muscular, but his entire body was surprisingly large. His voice was a bit hoarse, just like the wind blowing leaves, but holding the bracelet and calling Little Sword in his mouth. He seemed a little childish. "This is Bon Douluo." Gurong. Beside Gurong was a man in a blue robe, with long silver hair, a simple appearance, and a delicate face like a baby. His expression was very indifferent, and his eyes seemed to be unable to see anything around him. Standing there without opening his mouth, he looked colder than Guangling with the ice attribute. Seeing that Shenzhen ignored him, Gurong lost interest. He took off the bracelet and gave it to Shenzhen, and said angrily, "It's hard to come out to go shopping, but it's better for you to put on a show and pay for it, like fate. Uncles, this bracelet is so beautiful, can you give it to me?" Before Gurong could finish her words, a cute voice came into her and Shenzhen's ears. Perhaps because of his natural preference for female dolls, Shenzhen's indifferent eyes seemed slightly humane when he looked at Jinru. He was holding the bracelet that Gurong had just forced on him. He looked down and felt that it didn't look very good, so he said, "This bracelet is of average quality and not suitable for children to wear. Please change it." A person who picked out the bracelet said angrily, "It's not so good, it's obviously very good. Children have better eyes than you. She just can't read." "But you really can't read." Shenzhen glanced at Gurong, and said expressionlessly, "Gurong, well, now even children know that he can't look at bracelets." The relationship between Bon Douluo and Sword Douluo is also rather delicate. Looking at the two of them, Jinru always thinks of Yuguan and Ghost. The endings of these four people in the original book are so disturbing. Satisfactory, especially Swordbone Douluo, who died casually without leaving any bones when she first watched TV. Jinru sighed repeatedly. Instead of relying on the royal family, the Kibao glazed sect might as well unite with the Wuhan Palace and conquer the country together, wouldn't it? As a scheming fox, Jinru didn't believe that Ning Fengzi couldn't see the situation clearly. She could only say that everything was destined, and if you embarked on this road, you were destined to never return. Little girl, are you alone? While Jinru was thinking, Chen Xin had already felt out the aura on her body. As a titled Douluo, his intuition told him that the little girl in front of him was definitely not simple. She had a comfortable aura on her body, and this aura appeared on a little girl who didn't seem to be as old as Ning Rongrong. This made Chen Xin feel strange, but it was also because of this that he was so dissatisfied with the girl in front of him. Dwarf Waxgourd became interested. Yeah, I'm alone. Jinru nodded obediently and replied, her characteristic is cuteness, and now she has not lost her baby fat, so she naturally looks much more pleasing than others. Are you a soul master? Chen Xin knelt down and asked softly. He has always been straightforward, but he doesn't beat around the bush. He can ask whatever he wants. Yes, I am. Jinru answered truthfully, wondering if Sword Douluo wanted to kidnap her away. Right. After getting Jinru's affirmative answer, Chen Xin was silent for a while. Seeing this, Gurong at the side felt that Chen Xin's behavior was a bit abnormal. Could it be that he wanted to abduct this cute little girl? End of this chapter. Chapter 29. Second Miss. How much money is Wooly sending? Chen Xin, don't you want to be a human trafficker? As a bad friend, Gurong also expressed his inner thoughts unabashedly. After so many years, he has never seen Chen Xin take the initiative to talk to a child, although he also thinks that this child is very good looking. It's cute and eye-catching. If you can't speak, you can shut up. Chen Xin's eyes were sharp. He glanced at Gurong. Gurong subconsciously closed his mouth, pouted, not afraid of him. I'm asking a friendly question. You're fine. Don't you even understand what I'm saying? Chen Xin was speechless. He is talking nonsense. Don't take it to heart. Instead, he looked at Jinru, afraid that what Gurong said would frighten the child, so he did not forget to explain. Of course Jinru knew that Gurong was talking nonsense. She had read the fanfic of this pair of happy enemies. It's okay, I know. You look like good people, and you are definitely not a human trafficker. She smiled sweetly, with the clear stupidity of a college student in her eyes. Then you're so weird. Gurong had never seen such an easy-to-deceive little girl. Gurong couldn't help but complain, but complaints were complaints. He and Chen Xin were not real human traffickers, and they would never treat a person like this. A little girl whom neither of them knew was abducted as a granddaughter after all. They also have little princesses to serve them. Chen Xin shook his head. He stretched out his hand to drive Gurong away, and motioned him not to say something that would be easily misunderstood, but Gurong shrugged, seeming indifferent anyway. It's not that he wants to abduct children. Chen Xin was speechless, seeing the two people talking in the air like Yuguan and Gui Mei. Jinru couldn't help but sigh in her heart. They are indeed good friends, but in fact, the two of them were not having a conversation. It was just Gurong's unilateral chatter. Chen Xin listened quietly, feeling very speechless. If it weren't for the fact that he was outside, he would definitely have a good fight with this old bone to save him from looking for a fight when his bones are itchy. Uncles, if you have nothing to do, I'll leave first. It's late. Jinru has no plans to reach out to the Kibao glazed sect yet, and the meeting today is just to pave the way for the future. As for Ning Rongrong, she felt that that kind of little witch would not necessarily stay in a shabby academy if she had a choice. What's more, Zhu Huqing had left, and she and Xiao Wu were the only two girls in the academy. Wu was stuck with Tang San all day long, and she was all alone. She couldn't say that she really went to play with the boys. Right, that's really too tied to the queue. Hearing this, Chen Xin didn't bother with Gurong anymore. He stood up, touched Jinru's head and said softly, little girl, since you are a soul master, can you show me your soul master? What is your martial spirit? Chen Xin could always find some familiar feelings in Jinru's body. The aura on her body seemed familiar to him, but he was not sure until he got the accurate answer. Want to see her woo him? Jinru would not give it. No, uncle, my grandpa told me to keep a low profile outside. I can't just show my martial arts to others, and I can't just use my martial arts to fight with people. So I'm sorry, uncle, I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you. Jinru said it seriously. as if Jin Daoliu had really said this to her. In that case, forget it. Chen Zin was convinced of this, and he was not an unreasonable person. No matter what reason Jin Renai used to reject him, he would not ask further. By the way, kid, where do you live? Do you want to shall we send it off? It's dark now, and I'm afraid it's not safe for you to be alone. Perhaps because of Jin Renai's words that he thought they were good people, Chen Zin automatically assumed himself to be a good person, even though he was indeed a good person. I'm a student of Xiandao Imperial Academy. If you guys really want to send me off, please do so. Jin Renai was very happy to earn 2 bodyguards for nothing. It just so happens that if someone follows her later, she can borrow a knife to kill someone. She still doesn't believe that these 2 bodyguards are even worse than her. Haha, of course I would. Looking at Jin Renai's small, exquisite and lovable face, Chen Zin laughed subconsciously. He stretched out his hand towards Jin Renai. Renyu suddenly remembered Guangling, who brought her back to Wuhan Hall a few months ago. Speaking of which, she hadn't seen him for a while. Yeah, thank you uncle. Jin Renai nodded obediently. She extended her hand to Chen Zin, and was led by Chen Zin. Gurong was on the other side of her. Originally he wanted to hold the little girl, but the little girl was always looking around and making small movements, so he had no choice but to give up this idea in front of the gate of Xiandao Royal Academy. Du Guyan had been waiting for Jin Renai for more than a while. From a distance, she saw 2 men with a little girl between them. The 2 men were too unfamiliar, so Du Guyan rushed over immediately. Called Jin Renai, Yue, Sister Yanzi. After letting go of Chen Zin's hand, Jin Renai threw herself into Du Guyan's arms. Du Guyan glanced at Chen Zin and Gurong warily, and asked in Jin Renai's ear, who are they? Did your plan succeed? How are they? Are you injured? I'm fine, Miss Yanzi. Jin Renai comforted the nervous Du Guyan. She broke away from Du Guyan's embrace, looked at Cheng Xingyuring and introduced, these 2 uncles are good people I met on the road. They were afraid that I would be in danger, so they sent me back along the way. Jin Renai is not usually like this, although she looks cute, but what she said is a bit stupid. The clever Du Guyan understood her meaning immediately, and after a short silence, she bowed to Chen Zin and Gurong to thank her. Thank you 2 seniors for sending me off. You're welcome. My little sister looks young. You should pay more attention in the future. Otherwise, if you really meet a bad person next time, it will be hard to predict. Gurong Su helped Du Guyan, who can be in the Xiandao Royal Academy. Children who study are either nobles or descendants of meritorious people. It seems that this little girl's life experience is really unusual. Looking at Chen Zin, Gurong rolled his eyes. Chen Zin understood. Ever since he knew that Jin Renai was going to Xiandao Imperial Academy, he had planned to ask Ning Fengzi to investigate this child, but now there is more important. The matter needs to be resolved in the dark. The 2 contras were noticed by Chen Zin and Gurong. They looked at each other. They didn't know where the second lady brought back the 2 titled Douluo. Did your family send someone to protect you, in order not to hit the wrong person? Gurong specifically asked Du Guyan and Jin Renai. Du Guyan shook his head and said no. Jin Renai immediately shook his head and said no. This time, she was determined to give the person who was following her a good beating, whether it was Tang Zuzi or someone else with ulterior motives. Okay, in short, as long as they are not from Wuhan Palace, she doesn't care. Then I understand. Gurong nodded. It seems that someone is eyeing these 2 children. Oh no, it's an older friend and a child. He and Chen Zin looked at each other. Gurong knew that it was best for him to take action on this matter. After all, he could come and go without a trace, and there would be no big noise. Realizing that they had been discovered, the 2 contras planned to reveal their identities in front of Jin Renai, but before they could say anything, a huge pressure appeared behind them. The pressure came and they were pressed, and knelt on the ground directly. Gurong did not intend to give them a chance to speak, and punched each of them. Unexpectedly, the 2 contras did not fight back, and Gurong simply beat them until their noses were bruised and their faces were swollen, then tied him up and pulled him in front of Jin Renai. Little girl, it seems that you have provoked someone recently. There are actually 2 powerful Soul Douluo people following you. Gurong hadn't finished speaking when the 2 big grievances who had been beaten into pigs' heads suddenly spoke. Second miss, how much money should Wooly send? There will be another chapter later. Yu's character design is in the commentary of the last sentence of chapter 28. Xia Oxiang Reddit refuse all writing guidance. I don't scold people, but don't come to scold me. End of this chapter. Chapter 30. The Little Witch's Awakening. The 2 contras spoke incoherently. Jin Renai twitched her lips slightly after looking at the outfits of the two brothers. She also recognized them as people from Wuhandian at a glance. However, since they are people sent by Wuhan Palace, why are they being so sneaky? Moreover, Jin Douluo and Guangling did not tell her that they sent people over, so she will definitely have no choice but to beat him to death with a stick. Otherwise, what happens? If she doesn't save herself when someone is targeting her, then she's simply waiting to die. Ugh. Sighing lightly, after Jin Renai and Gu Rong explained clearly that they were from their own family, Gu Rong untied them, and after such a big oolong, Jin Renai could only talk to these two Contra seniors. Sorry to pass this up. The two Contras couldn't stand Jin Renai's apology. They belonged to the Hall of Enshrinement, and Jin Renai is their little master. Now that the matter is clarified, Jin Renai also understands that today's oolong has something to do with Guangling. Jin Douluo asked him to send someone to protect Jin Renai in secret. Fortunately, he remembered the word secretly very well. He must not let these two grievances go to see Jin Renai, so that they could only sneak around protect. I was worried that Jin Renai would treat them as enemies, but now it's over. The worry has come true, and the beating was in vain, and I can only go back to recuperate for a few days. And the priests in the Hall of Worship will not know otherwise. The two of them really wouldn't be able to hang out in Wuhandian, or they might be labeled as shameful by their colleagues. Bolt Q, holding the pig's head on their head, the two Contras saluted Jin Renai and left the Xiandao Royal Academy. Chen Xin looked at Jin Renai for a long time. His heart was not as big as Gu Rong's. When Gu Rong dragged him over just now, he discovered that the two Soul Douluo were from Wuhan Palace, and they called Jin Renai for the second lady. That is enough to prove that Jin Renai was from the Spirit Hall. But when did Wuhandian have a second lady? He only knew that there was a young master and a saint in Wuhan Hall. Where did the second lady come from? Could it be the illegitimate daughter of the current pope? Or is it the illegitimate daughter of the previous pope? No, it has been many years since the last pope. Where did such a small illegitimate daughter come from? Is that the current pope Ebidong's? Not right. If she was really the pope's illegitimate daughter, why didn't she go to Wuhan Academy, and why did she come to Xiandao Royal Academy? Thinking about it left and right, I felt that something was wrong. Chen Xin felt that he didn't want to. He never cared about such things. Why did he suddenly care about it today? Uncles, thank you for sending me back. I'm going in, so I won't send you off. Holding Du Yuyan's hand, Jin Renai just wanted to escape from this place where she died quickly. She didn't want to be caught by Chen Zinger and to question her life experience. Considering the IQ of the two of them, even if they don't think of the two Contras now who it is, I guess I will remember it later. There is nothing wrong with revealing one's vest in front of them, but now there is Du Yuyan beside him. Du Yuyan knows that she is the adopted sister of Prince King. If he learns that she is also the second lady of Wuhan Palace, things will become complicated. Du Yubo is currently supporting the fourth Prince Zubeng. He has always suspected Zhu King. If Jin Renai comes to assist at this time, it is estimated that Jin Ringsu will want to kill her in order not to cause trouble for Jin Ringsu. Jin Renai decided to avoid this topic first. As for the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, I believe she will see these two titled Douluo again in the near future. Jin Renai left in despair. Chen Xin didn't say anything. Gu Rong was by his side. Watching Jin Renai's leaving back, he couldn't help but think of Ning Rongrong, who had run away from home for a long time. With his elbow poking Chen's heart, Gu Rong suggested, Xiao Jian, let's take a sneak look at Rongrong baby. I haven't seen Rongrong for a long time, and I don't know if she has been bullied or not, and if she is doing well. As he spoke, Gu Rong sighed, his eyes full of longing. If it weren't for Ning Fengzi not letting him go to Ning Rongrong, he would have planned to slip away a few days ago. Xiao Jian, as long as you don't tell me, and I don't tell you, it's impossible for Fengzi to know that we went to find baby Rongrong. Gu Rong urged. It's wrong that he can't carry it alone, and bring the old man Chen Xin with him. Even if Ning Fengzi gets angry, Chen Xin will still be there to support him. He is, at most, an accomplice. Chen Xin was silent for a while. It is true that he hadn't seen Ning Rongrong for a long time. Now that he had time, it was not impossible to take a sneak look at Rongrong. Let's go, he said. Okay, Gu Rong replied, and the two just disappeared into the night. Shrek Academy. Zhu Ziuking left, and Ning Rongrong lost another companion. Xiao Wu has been with Tang San for the past few days. Except going back to the dormitory to sleep at night, Tang San almost spends the rest of the time. Finally, Ning Rongrong took a day off. Rong originally wanted to ask Xiao Wu to go shopping, but Xiao Wu said that she would go to the Seoul Arena with Tang San, so she turned her down. No, After being alone for a day, Ning Rongrong sat in the grass, only feeling that Shrek Academy is really too dramatic. First Tang San abandoned Tang Yue for Xiao Wu, and then Zhu Ziuqing dumped Tang Yue. Now the well-behaved 7 Shrek monsters have become 6 monsters, and as for Tang Yue, she met new friends at Xiandao Imperial Academy. Not only are those people protecting her, but her strength has also improved by leaps and bounds. It would be wrong to say that it is not dramatic if it wasn't because she spent too much time here and suffered so much grievance. She didn't want to leave like this from the bottom of her heart. Maybe she would go with Zhu Ziuqing. That day the sky is full of stars, the night wind blows lightly, and in the quiet night, only the sound of insects and rustling leaves can be heard. Ning Rongrong looked at the sky and suddenly didn't understand why she wanted to join this shabby academy. Not only was the food and accommodation in this shabby academy bad, there were also several annoying people who said bad things to her and lectured her for no reason. She managed to find a friend here, but after not being together for a long time, she followed others away. Although Xiao Wu can be regarded as her friend, but Xiao Wu really likes Tang San so much. If it wasn't because Tang San said Xiao Wu was just his sister, she would think that the relationship between these two people is not that simple. As for Tang Yue, Ning Rongrong felt that she had done nothing wrong when Tang San left her behind. It's normal that she doesn't want to recognize Tang San now. That's just, how did she level up? Is there a secret? Okay, no, she has to go find Yu. In case Yu has a quick solution, maybe she can ask for it. So she doesn't have to be afraid to speak up because her level is lower than Dime Yube's. As a small assistant, Ning Rongrong is well aware of her status. She is no longer as naive as before. Her background is very good, and the sect does have 2 titled Douluo, but those are not her own strengths. Zhongnan is not her safe haven for the rest of her life, and it is impossible for the 2 major titled Douluo to protect her all the time. What she should think about is how to have the ability to protect herself, instead of blindly hiding behind others and being the one to be protected. People. End of this chapter. Chapter 31. Ning Rongrong made a plan, but before she started to implement it, she noticed the 2 titled Douluo who were secretly watching her in the dark. She puffed up her cheeks and called them out the moment she saw Chenzin and Gurong. The little witch's depression of the past few days broke out in an instant, her nose sore, and she rushed towards Chenzin. Chenzin hugged Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong's body trembled and her sobs sounded. It was at this moment that he and Gurong realized that their little baby was not happy here. He frowned slightly. Gurong went to find the dean of the academy without saying a word, but it was Ning Rongrong who stretched out his hand to hold Gurong, thus avoiding a verbal dispute. Gurong was a little annoyed. What is there to learn in a small broken Shrek academy? Rongrong, Grandpa will take you home. We don't have anything in the Cabello glazed tile school. Grandpa will do whatever you want, and then it's no good. Let's go to Xiandao Royal Academy, Wuhan Academy. It's better than staying in this poor place. When they saw that the learning environment of Shrek Academy was just a shabby small courtyard, Gurong and Chenzin actually doubted the teaching level of this academy. In addition, Ning Rongrong's behavior was really abnormal, so they completely distrusted this academy. No good feelings. As the eldest lady of the Cabello glazed sect, Ning Rongrong has many choices, but she can't escape from the battlefield. At the very least, she has to graduate from Shrek Academy. She shook her head. Ning Rongrong adjusted her state and said, Bones Grandpa, I just miss you so much. Don't worry, my life here is not too bad. I have worked hard for so long and I don't want to just give up. I must graduate here. The words Flender and Dime Yue said echoed in her ears, and Ning Rongrong's face showed an unusual firmness. She was once broken by words, and she also sent a message to let them take a good look at it. She's not a big talker. Now that this oath has not been fulfilled, she will never give up on it, and it is absolutely impossible for her to leave a trace of criticism for the title of Miss Cabello Glazed Tile School. Seeing Ning Rongrong being so determined, Chenzin and Gurong suddenly felt that the little princess they had held in their hands had become much more sensible. The 2 of them looked at each other and felt a little relieved. Okay, since the little princess has made her decision, we will not interfere. But Rongrong, if someone dares to bully you for no reason, you must tell Grandpa. If Grandpa doesn't kill him, he will also skin him. Chenzin stroked Ning Rongrong's head lovingly. He had always doted on Ning Fengzi, his only daughter. Although Ning Rongrong was sometimes a bit unruly, she was not bad in nature. Chenzin actually had the temperament of the little witch. Worried that she will be wronged outside, as the saying goes, if people don't offend me, I won't offend others. Rongrong, whoever offends you for no reason, you, Grandpa Bones, will be the first to beat someone into a pig's head. Gurong felt happy and distressed in her heart. Ning Fengzi said that he wanted to temper Ning Rongrong, so he did not let them interfere. But tempering is tempering, and Ning Rongrong cannot be bullied outside for nothing. In this way, Ning Rongrong must keep it in mind. Ning Rongrong naturally understood what Gurong meant. She was not a fool. So many things had happened during this period. And she also had a rough plan for the future. After complying with Chen Xin and Gurong's instructions, Gurong, after asking some daily questions, Ning Rongrong said that there were not many people in the college, and even fewer girls. After hearing this, Gurong was afraid that Ning Rongrong would be taken advantage of by the pigs outside, so she also told Ning Rongrong with sincerity that she deserved more in the future. Okay, don't fall in love at this time. Ning Rongrong was ashamed. She didn't want to fall in love right now. She didn't mention that except for Tang San, she didn't like anyone else here, but Tang San's emotional circle was really messy. She stopped interfering terrible. After chatting with Ning Rongrong for a while, Ning Rongrong asked Gurong to help find Jin Rinau. Then, 3 minutes before Xiao Wu came back, Chen Xin and Gurong realized that they had stayed too long. After confirming the other person's thoughts, he said goodbye to Ning Rongrong and disappeared into the night. Half a month later, Xiandao Great Soul Fighting Arena. The list of members of the new Emperor fighting team has been officially determined, led by teacher Qin Ming. Yu Xianheng is the captain, Du Yuyan is the vice captain, and the official members are Jin Rinau, Oslo, Shimo and Yi Lingling. Yu Feng is a substitute member. Once any special circumstances happen, he will make up the team of Xiandao. Great Soul Arena has fought many battles before. Due to the change of official members, Jin Rinau and the whole team are not getting along well enough, so Qin Ming specially took a few games for them. Team battles have been going on for the past few days in the lounge. Qin Ming watched the wonderful battle on the big screen. He wrote down Jin Rinau's shortcomings and advantages in the record book. Because Jin Rinau's personal strength is the best in the team, he planned to let Jin Rinau played a certain team role as a soul master who combines control and strong attack. Jin Rinau is the trump card of the whole team. Qin Ming only learned about the 10,000-year soul ring and the soul bone attached to it a few days ago. Originally Jin Rinau didn't plan to tell this person who was barely considered her senior brother, but because he was the leading teacher, the teacher had the right to know the student's soul skills and soul bones, and she also planned to use them in battle, so she simply exposed to Qin Ming. Qin Ming planned many competitions for Jin Rinau. During this period, Jin Rinau's number of wins increased to 28. And her soul skill level also increased from level 32 to level 35. Of course, this level of soul power was not raised by a competition, but a sea of spiritual consciousness bestowed by the God of kindness. In this sea of consciousness, Jin Rinau's cultivation speed was 3 times faster than usual. According to the words of the system, that is, Jin Rinau's body contains a very deep soul power, and with the help of kind divine power, her soul power began to be released slowly. So the level of her soul power increased extremely quickly. Sister Yu is still amazing. Yu Feng became Jin Rinau's crazy fan in the lounge. A team battle came to an end. The newly configured Royal Dao team won without a doubt. Even in this battle, Jin Rinau didn't even use her third soul skill at the same time. Shrek's Yu Xiaogang and Flanders also watched the game. Yu Xiaogang had heard Tang San talk about the situation of Jin Rinau before. For this reason, Yu Xiaogang compared with Flanders. He didn't seem so surprised anymore. Are you really going to let the little monsters fight them? Flanders adjusted his glasses, always feeling that this situation was a bit tricky. A few days ago, the person in charge of the Great Soul Fighting Arena approached them and wanted them to have a team competition between Team Shrek and Team Royal Fighter, and he was willing to pay a high reward at first. Flander, who was jealous of the money, wanted to directly agree, but Yu Xiaogang felt that he had to understand the opponent's strength first, so he neither agreed nor refused, and has been watching the battle of the Royal Fighter team for the past few days. Contest, you can fight. Yu Xiaogang was silent for a long time, and then he said out loud, although the Huangdao team is powerful, this is also a good experience for Xiao San and the others. I have obtained the basic information of the members of the Huangdao team. I think the little monsters have a chance of winning, but, Flander frowned, his face a bit ugly. That girl's Huking has gone somewhere, our team is missing someone, then get a substitute, Yu Xiaogang said. The whole team can't give up this experience just because Zhu's Huking is alone. Flander was a little depressed. Where did their Shrek Academy get a substitute? There are only 7 people in total. Could it be possible that he can change into another person? And even if we find a substitute now, he may not be better than Zhu Xiuqing. Why do we have to play this leapfrog game? He didn't say he was going to beat anyone who is greedy for money, but this one who is not greedy for money was more active than him, which is outrageous. Flender wanted to persuade him, but seeing how determined Yu Xiaogang was and that he decided after careful consideration, he didn't know how to explain his intention to persuade. But just when Flender was in a dilemma, Zhu Xiuqing, wearing a black tights, suddenly appeared behind them. "Dean, Master," the familiar girl's cold voice came, and both Yu Xiaogang and Flanders turned their heads and looked behind them. "Xiuqing?" Flender was a little surprised, his brows relaxed. He didn't expect Zhu Xiuqing to come back by himself at this time, but Yu Xiaogang was not as surprised as him. He looked at Zhu Xiuqing, frowned slightly, scolded and asked, "Xiuqing, where have you been during this time? Everyone is training. What about you? I heard that you follow Tang Yue. Oh, did she take you to Xiandao Royal Academy?" Questions came one after another, but there was not a single word of concern. In the lively venue, Zhu Xiuqing's whole body looked extraordinarily cold. Her face was cold. She looked at Yu Xiaogang expressionlessly and said, "It has nothing to do with you, Master. This is my in addition. During this period of time, my training has been successfully completed, and my level has already reached level. I will participate in team battles and graduate smoothly. Don't worry, I will not be a deserter." A few days ago, Jin Renai discussed with Zhu Xiuqing about letting her return to Shrek Academy. After all, Zhu Xiuqing officially enrolled in Shrek, and he would not get a good reputation if he gave up halfway. What's more, Jin Renai will graduate from Xiandao Royal Academy in a short time, and the two of them won't get along for too long. So why not go back to Shrek? Finish Shrek studies. By the way, if you can also kidnap Ning Rongrong, so that Ning Rongrong will not have to suffer from Xiao Wu and Tang San's irritating relationship in the academy. Zhu Xiuqing thought about it, and agreed with Jin Renai's decision. Since she didn't have level at the beginning, she hadn't gone through formal enrollment procedures at Xiandao Royal Academy, so there's nothing wrong with returning to Shrek now. After seeing each other for half a month, Zhu Xiuqing's demeanor became even colder. Neither Yu Xiaogang nor Flender expected her to speak like this. Immediately, Flender frowned and prepared to teach her a lesson. Zhu Xiuqing seemed to have expected that Flender would make a sound, and she spoke before Flender. "Principal, I did something wrong when I disappeared without saying hello a while ago, but in the past half a month, I haven't missed any training. My level has increased, which is only beneficial to the entire team, and has no disadvantages. If you think it is a bad thing for me to disappear for half a month and increase my level, you can also punish me, and I have no complaints," Flanders said. His eyes were a bit complicated. He pointed at Zhu Xiuqing, but he couldn't answer what the latter said. Zhu Xiuqing's attitude of admitting mistakes is normal, but what she said is true. The purpose of their training is to increase their spirit power level, not to mention that the so-called training during this period is actually a spirit fighting competition. Zhu Xiuqing's number of wins was not low, even one win higher than Ma Hongjin's. Logically speaking, she was still training, but not under their noses. Sigh, "It's been half a month since I've seen him, and he's become sharp-tongued." Flanders sighed lightly and said nothing. As long as the little monster can come back, nothing else is a big deal. Although Yu Xiaogang was also dissatisfied with Zhu Xiuqing's attitude, he didn't care too much because he had to play games in the past few days. "You just broke through, so you must not have obtained the soul ring yet?" Zhu Xiuqing was at level 29 before, and now he is. He must have just broken through. As their teacher, Yu Xiaogang has already planned for Zhu Xiuqing what kind of soul beast the third soul ring should be obtained from. Time is running out. Before the team battle started, he had to settle Zhu Xiuqing's soul ring. Yu Xiaogang was planning in his mind, but Zhu Xiuqing said, "I have already obtained my third soul ring. With Jin Renai and the others here, it was just the third soul ring. Even without a teacher to lead the team, they could easily solve it." On the day Zhu Xiuqing broke through, Yu Xianheng and his team took her to find the third soul ring. Relying on Jin Renai's memory of the original book, she found the most suitable soul beast for Zhu Xiuqing. Of course, Zhu Xiuqing's ability to break through to level was inseparable from Jin Renai's. "Have you already obtained it?" Yu Xiaogang was a little surprised. In just half a month, this girl not only broke through level, but also obtained the third soul ring? After receiving Zhu Xiuqing's affirmative answer, Yu Xiaogang couldn't help but fell into deep thought. "Tang Yue, oh Tang Yue, what have you done? At this time on the soul stage today, Jinrinai wore a red V-neck top, with a black ribbon tied around her waist, and a metal chain placed on top of the ribbon. Reflecting the silver light under the red dress, a black pleated skirt barely covered her thighs, showing off her beautiful legs, but she was not tall, but her figure was extremely marked by this suit. The red sleeves cover the shoulders down to the knees, and further down, there are small black hollow trumpet sleeves. Between the two different types of sleeves, a silver ribbon is connected one after another. The long brown curly hair hangs behind the shoulders. There are two braids dragging in front of her shoulders at the back, and the light blue hair at the end is particularly eye-catching. Her facial features are not particularly stunning, with big eyes and different pupils. There is still an indelible childishness on her face, which looks like a baby. She looks very cute even though she is fat. After the team battle is over, the individual battle is ushered in. Jinrinai lacked combat experience, so Qin Ming specially reported her a few more 1v1 matches. One is to familiarize Jinrinai with fighting, and the other is to see Jinrinai use upper limit as her teacher. Qin Ming still doesn't understand Jinrinai well enough. For this reason, Jinrinai can only work harder. Liu Yan, level 35 attack spirit master, martial spirit, lone wolf. In front of Jinrinai, a young man with short black hair released his soul power and opened his soul ring. Behind him appeared the shadow of a ghostly werewolf. His face transformed into a wolf, and his hands and face also became wolf-like. There are 3 spirit rings, one set inside the other, namely, yellow, yellow, and purple. It has become common to wear top-notch soul rings, and Jinrinai didn't care. She released her soul power, and a white lotus with red core appeared in her hand. The lotus was in full bloom, and a golden thread flew out from the core. Her right wrist was wrapped with gold thread, and 3 soul rings glowing pale pink appeared on her body. Yellow, yellow, black. Although Jinrinai's soul ring configuration is already known to everyone, Liu Yan, who is opposite her, couldn't help showing envious eyes when he saw the Wanian soul ring. Jinrinai, a level 35 control systems Han Hunzen, Wuhan, Nine-Petal Immortal Lotus, but envy is envy. Liu Yan doesn't think he can't beat Jinrinai. He is a beast martial soul, and he is also a soul master of the attack type. If he is a soul master of the plant type martial soul, isn't that easy to catch? Humph. He snorted softly. Jinrinai, take the move. Liu Yan jumped up and directly attacked Jinrinai. The first soul skill, Wolf Claw. The wolf-like claws exuding a mysterious light attacked Jinrinai, and Jinrinai turned sideways, dodging Liu Yan's first soul skill directly. She took off the petals. Second soul skill, Butterfly Dance. Blue and white butterfly wings grew from behind. The first soul skill, Thousand Absolute Ice Edge. The 2 petals were picked off almost at the same time, and 3 icy blue prisms appeared in her palm. Compared with before, the light pink on the surface of the prisms was more obvious. At the same time, the pink aura of Jinrinai's right eye was also more obvious. It was much heavier before, as if he had expected that Jinrinai would use these 2 soul skills at the same time. Liu Yan hummed with a half smile, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and the faint aura from his body suddenly spread across the entire soul fighting stage. The third soul skill, Wolf Transformation. The second soul skill, Instant Flash. Regarding the update, generally 4,000 plus, sometimes 1 chapter is 2,000, and sometimes 2 chapters. Sometimes a chapter costs more than 4,000, just 1 more chapter. The update time is not fixed, and there is no manuscript saved for the time being, but it will be updated on the day it is put on the shelf, and the number of words is to be determined. I love my new cover so much, it's so beautiful. Regarding who will confess first to you and Guangling, it has not been decided yet, so they replied in unison. In addition, this is a long story, and it is expected to write more than 1 million, so the development is not so fast, but I will try not to write nonsense. Remember to vote, okay? Every character has a certain degree of OCC, I am the master of my writing, they are all group favorites. UIU. Some people's endings will also be changed, so please look forward to it. End of this chapter. Chapter 32 Frost Sword. The treacherous and invisible sound of the wind rang in Jinrinai's ears, and in just a moment, Liu Yan in front of him disappeared in place in the air. Jinrinai did not find Liu Yan's exact location, but at this moment, Liu Yan suddenly appeared behind her. The first soul skill, Wolf Claw. Liu Yan's third soul ability has a power-enhancing buff. With a blessing of the third soul ability, the power of his first soul ability can be tripled. Jinrinai didn't notice it for a while, and the wings behind him were attacked by Liu Yan. A heavy blow from Wolf's Claw. Well, Jinra Niu snorted, and she frowned slightly. Even the relatively hard wings of the bright butterfly were not very able to withstand Liu Tian's strength and blows. She quickly flew to the ground, removed the tail stalks of her wings, merged with the ice prism, and transformed into a slender soft whip. She was careless just now. She didn't expect that Liu Tian, as a sole master of the attack system, could have such a fast speed. Moreover, he also has the flash skill. I've been waiting for you to do this for a long time. Liu Tian watched Jinra Niu's many battles with a fusion soul skill. Except for some troublesome soul masters who could use this fusion soul skill, other soul masters basically had no use for it. Being able to get Jinra Niu's affirmation, Liu Tian suddenly became excited. He concentrated his soul power on his fist, with a smile on his face, his secluded eyes fixed on Jinra Niu, and after a while, he rushed towards Jinra Niu again. Jinra Niu threw out the soft whip. Liu Tian dodged quickly. His speed seemed to be really like a wolf, fast and unpredictable. Jinra Niu frowned slightly. It seemed that she really met her opponent this time. Kinming, what exactly do you want to see? Don't be distracted, Sister Yue. After a while, Liu Tian had already come to Jinra Niu, and the punch he gathered was aimed at Jinra Niu's abdomen. Jinra Niu's eyes narrowed, hastily stepped back. She waved the soft whip, and the soft whip wrapped around Liu Tian's fist. Liu Tian didn't panic at all, smiled softly, only to see him stretch out his other hand to hold the soft whip, and slammed at Jinra Niu, pulled over from the other side. Jinra Niu's pupils opened slightly, and immediately activated a paralyzing toxin on the soft whip. Unfortunately, this paralyzing toxin didn't seem to have any effect on Liu Tian. Liu Tian's wolf-like state has extremely strong resistance. Seeing this, Jinra Niu had no choice but to let go of the soft whip, and her whole body was thrown flying out. The second soul skill was activated, and the butterfly wings appeared again, so she was not allowed to come out. What happened? Jinra Niu's brows furrowed more and more tightly. This was the first time she had encountered such a difficult opponent. Judging from the current situation, her attacks have no effect on Liu Tian, not to mention that her soul power has been exhausted in the last game. Now, if she does not use the external soul bone or the third soul skill, she will only. She was afraid that she would lose this time. Tisk. Jinra Niu was slightly unhappy. The external soul bone and the third soul skill were what she wanted to use against Tang San and the others. If she used them at this time, wouldn't it make them more defensive? Thinking of this, Jinra Niu couldn't help wondering if this Kinming was a spy, who would want to let all the cards in their family's holes be blown out? Outrageous! It's outrageous. With resentment, Jinra Niu decided to find a way to deal with Liu Tian first. Liu Tian's martial spirit is a beast martial spirit, the same as the blind Douluo, but the path he takes seems to be different from a normal beast martial spirit. This can be seen from the soul skills. As long as you are a soul master, you must have shortcomings and weaknesses. Liu Tian's strength lies in his wolf transformation skills, and generally skills like this will not last for a long time without the support of strong soul power. For example, her soul fusion skill, Silver Frost. Jinra Niu flew to the ground, and took off the tail stalks of her wings again. She fused with the ice prism, and a silver longsword appeared in her hand. She frowned and inserted the longsword into the fighting spirit platform, and the fighting spirit platform was covered with frost. The surrounding air instantly condensed. Seeing this, Liu Tian became more and more excited. He did not avoid the oncoming frost. He had seen Jinra Niu use this move as early as the battle between Jinra Niu and Xiao Wu. Unexpectedly, he could experience it personally today. In the wolf state, he doesn't have to be afraid of any negative status. His wolf fur will block all debuffs for him, including frost that can freeze people. There was a large area of frost, and the protection mechanism on the soul fighting stage was activated. Once again, Jinra Niu triggered the mechanism. Uzaya Gang stood in the spectator seats on the second floor. He looked at Jinra Niu's hands in a little shock. The silver sword, this is the ice attribute. Attribute martial souls are not common, not to mention that the Nine-Petal Fairy Lotus itself does not actually have any attributes. Is it because the soul rings she absorbed were dropped by attribute soul beasts? Here, is this little monster really Tang Yue? Flender was also stunned. He adjusted his glasses, and couldn't believe that the girl in front of him was Tang Yue, who was only half a level back then. How good would it be if such a monster belonged to Shrek? Silver Frost is Jinra Niu's new name for this sword. Since Ice Prism can only summon 3 now, she can only transform into 3 weapons. A soft whip is named Green Vine, And a silver sword is named Yinchuang. The last ice bow was named Bingai. As for why it was named this way, Jin Renai happened to think of it, so she used it. The cold air of the Yinchuang sword was pressing on Liu Dian, and the frost also covered the entire soul fighting field in a short time. Jin Renai took the opportunity to pursue the first soul skill, Kaianja Binglen. 2 ice edges shot out. Liu Dian, who was covered in frost, could not escape at all. His feet seemed to be welded to the soul fighting platform. Even though his hands could move in an instant, his feet could not. Jin Renai's 2 ice edges happened to hit Liu Dian's calf. Liu Dian knew that he could not avoid it, so he stretched out his hand to hold the 2 ice edges forcibly. At the critical moment, Jin Renai found the right opportunity and pulled out of Yinchuang. A sword broke through the air and struck Liu Dian. Rub! There was no way for Liu Dian to avoid it. A strong white light suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. He subconsciously stretched out his hand to block the light, but saw Jin Renai in red clothes slashing at him with a silver sword in his hand. This blow will always be remembered in my heart. Boom! A huge momentum resounded on the soul fighting stage. In the dust and mist, Liu Dian reached out to catch Jin Renai's frost sword. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, his wolf form faded, and a few lines oozed from his smooth and plump forehead. Warm blood. At this time he was panting heavily, but his face still maintained a happy smile. Jin Renai looked at him with a little surprise in his eyes. Among soul masters of the same level, there has never been one can forcibly receive her frost sword with bare hands. Even though she is not at the peak of strength now, the power of frost sword can be compared to her 3rd soul skill. If it is not for a soul master with extremely high defense power, it is impossible next, and according to the brain circuit of a normal soul master, there is no reason to forcibly receive her sword. With Liu Dian's strength, he can use the soul skill to offset the impact at the moment the sword strikes, but instead of doing this, he chose to accept it forcefully. What kind of pervert is this Liu Dian? End of this chapter. Chapter 33. The title Douluo like a silly roe deer. The dust of the battle had settled. Even if Liu Dian didn't fall, he couldn't move. The host announced that Jin Renai had won, and the protective barrier disappeared. Liu Dian's teammates came up to catch him, and the auxiliary soul master immediately gave him heat treated, and this thrilling battle frightened his teammates. Jin Renai only took a second look at Liu Dian, and then went to the waiting room, and the audience, Chen Xin Gurong, wearing white and black robes, witnessed all this before. Ning Rongrong asked them to find Jin Renai, and they sent people out to investigate without saying a word. However, there was too little information that could be found. Apart from knowing that the person was at Xiandao Royal Academy, they did not check anything else come out. They also found out that Jin Renai had a match in the soul fighting field, so the two of them came together. I don't know if I didn't come, but I found out that the person Ning Rongrong was looking for was the little girl they sent back to Xiandao Imperial Academy together from the beginning. Chen Xin felt that this little girl was unusual, and that was why he was interested in her. Now after watching this battle, he confirmed what he was thinking. Frost sword is really eye-catching. This kid definitely has the talent to practice swords. Old man Jian, don't you think you have a crush on this kid? Gurong has already accurately sensed Chen Xin's admiring eyes. Although he also admires this child, the identity of this child is now it's not clear yet. How can you move the mind of accepting disciples? No, she has a talent for practicing swords. I will go to her personally later and ask her what she thinks. As a sword fanatic, Chen Xin doesn't care about Sankey 21. After finally meeting a junior who is talented in swordsmanship, of course he wants to pick this young man out and train him well, and the last time they met, he roughly guessed Jin Renai's identity. Kibao Glazed Sect and Wuhan Palace have always been on the same page, and there is no enmity between the two parties. Even if Jin Renai becomes his disciple, there will not be any big trouble. Of course, this is based on Jin Renai's willingness. Down Gurong's mind hadn't turned around yet. He felt that the old man Jian must have lost his mind. That's why he said such unbelievable words. I'm talking about Jian. Don't you care who she is? You know, our 7 treasures glazed tile sex eyeliner is all over the world. Even if the people who mobilized the sect went to investigate this little girl, they didn't find out why. Isn't this enough to prove that her identity is not simple? A person with a not simple identity, we should think about it more, or if something embarrassing happens, it will be bad. Hearing Gurong's persuasive words, Chen Xin turned her head and glanced at him. Old bones, didn't you really realize that the 2 contras who followed that girl were from the spirit hall? What? People from Wuhandian? Gurong thought for a while. I really didn't find out. Those two contras didn't fight back when you found them and beat them up. The clothes they were wearing had the badges of Wuhan Palace. What's more, they called that girl second miss. That girl is not from Wuhan Palace. People, where else can they be from? Chen Xin analyzed. It's just that when Wuhan Palace got a second lady, I really don't know. Gurong was silent after hearing this. Not only did you not know, he didn't know either, but since the person belongs to Wuhan Palace, it doesn't matter. Wuhan Palace and their Kibao glazed sect have no grudges. Even if Chen Xin accepts their second young lady as a disciple, it is not a big deal. At most, Wuhan Palace and Kibao glazed sect. It's just that the Kibao glazed sect has a certain subtle relationship backstage. Jin Renai dragged her exhausted body back to the Huangdao team's lounge. Yu Feng held the little daisies that Yu Shai and Heng bought for Jin Renai and waited for Jin Renai at the door for a long time. When he saw Jin Renai's figure in the distance, he couldn't wait to send the flowers to Jin Renai. When the person approached, he handed the flowers to Jin Renai, and said with a smile, "Sister Yue, you are so handsome. Frost's sword pierced into my heart. I can't fall for you, then I thank you." Jin Renai took the little daisy, a bit perfunctory. It's not been a day or two since Yu Feng flattered her. If she didn't know that Yu Feng only had pure friendship in his heart, she would have doubted whether this guy liked her. "Oh Sister Yue, you must be tired. Come on, come on. The captain has prepared an iced bayberry and lychee drink for you." Welcoming Jin Renai into the lounge, Yu Feng showed his hospitality again. In fact, Yu Shai and Heng asked him to buy these things. The reason why he liked Jin Renai so much was mainly because Yu Shai and Heng valued Jin Renai, and Yu Shai and Heng always gave him money. Going to buy things for Jin Renai, after going back and forth, he got a lot of oil and water from it, and with this oil and water alone, he could live comfortably for a month. "Yu, how do you feel?" Du Yuan sat beside Jin Renai. She took Jin Renai's hand, showing concern. Jin Renai had already consumed some soul power during the team battle, and she almost exhausted her soul power when she was able to use Frost's sword just now. At this time, Jin Renai was already exhausted, if not because Yu Feng was playing in her ear all the time. It is estimated that she could fall asleep directly. Jin Renai shook her head. "I'm fine, just a little sleepy." The first time she almost ran out of soul power, Jin Renai suddenly thought of adding an auxiliary soul master who could help restore soul power to the team. Although Yilingling's 9-heart begonia has a strong healing ability, it can't restore the soul power of the soul master. In this regard, it is slightly inferior to the 7 treasures glazed tower and Oscar's food type soul master. Ugh. With a sigh, Jin Renai decided to find a quiet environment to sleep. She didn't want to fight in a team battle with her panda eyes. "I'm going to rest first. Sister Yanzi, Sister Lingling, Brother Xian Heng, and Teacher Qin Ming, see you tomorrow." After saying that, Jin Renai got up and left. Qin Ming didn't stop her, but told her to rest well and adjust her condition. Jin Renai gave him a big surprise today. Although he knew that Jin Renai could use fusion soul skills, he didn't expect that this fusion soul skills could transform into different weapons. It seems that this girl has a bright future. On the way back to the hotel, Jin Renai met the 2 seniors, Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo. Without any surprise, she was a little sleepy today, so she didn't recognize the title Douluo, who was wearing the same clothes as the 2 silly road ears. It was Gurong who called out before she turned around and looked at the 2 sneaky old men. "Senior, Jin." Renai saluted, feeling weak. Seeing this, Chen Xin couldn't help but take out the treasure he had treasured for many years from the soul guide. "Eat this, you will feel much better." End of this chapter. Chapter 34. It was an herb with light blue light. Jin Renai raised her eyes and glanced at Chen Xin. Chen Xin said, "Don't worry, I won't harm you. I'm looking for you today mainly because I have something to discuss with you." Thinking that Chen Xin is not the kind of person who harms others casually, Jin Renai didn't think too much about it. As long as someone can get him out of this strange state, she is willing to accept it. After receiving the herbal medicine from Chen Xin, she found a quiet place and immediately meditated to absorb it. As for Chen Xin and Gurong, they stood aside to prevent anyone from disturbing Jin Renai. Gurong looked at Chen Xin, and thought to himself that the disciples have not been confiscated yet, and he has contributed the herbal medicine that he has treasured for many years. If he accepts the disciples, he will not be allowed to go to heaven. Isn't it just playing swordsmanship? Why did you get involved in recruiting disciples? Gurong complained in her heart, not knowing what she was dissatisfied with. It took nearly half an hour to absorb the herbs and integrate them into his body. Only then did Jin Renai feel that he was really alive. She opened her eyes and stood up, and immediately bowed and thanked him. After saving a day of rest, she could do other things. Chen Xin helped her up politely, but also straight to the point. Little girl, I want to ask your opinion on something. Ask her opinion? Jin Renai blinked and said, Senior, please tell me, do you like learning swordsmanship? Chen Xin asked. Fencing. Jin Renai thought for a moment, asking this question without any reason. Could he want to accept her as his disciple? Could it be that Chen Xin saw her frosty sword in the spirit fighting arena just now? Jin Renai raised her eyebrows slightly. In fact, she was not very good at using swords. This Hanchuan sword was a skill she had made up in her mind by splicing scenes from countless novels she had read, but if she could really learn swordsmanship, it wouldn't be bad for her. What's more, the sword Douluo in front of her was still the strongest among the strongest, so being his disciple was not a loss. Jin Renai waited in her heart, and finally nodded against her will and replied, Yes, I like it. Okay, then are you willing to worship me as a teacher? After getting the answer he wanted, Chen Xin didn't beat around the bush. He went straight to the point. The two seemed more determined than the other, but in fact, someone said no to what he didn't want to say. Phew, I am willing. Jin Renai nodded ignorantly. In Gurong's eyes, this little girl is a very easy to deceive existence. She can abduct people with just a few words. She is really not afraid that they are bad people. Chen Xin exempted Jin Renai from the apprenticeship process. He introduced himself to Jin Renai, and Jin Renai also introduced himself, but did not mention where he was from. After becoming Jin Renai's master, Chen Xin couldn't help but want to confirm his suspicions. He looked at Jin Renai and asked, Xiao Wu, are you from Wuhan Palace? Yes, Jin Renai nodded. She didn't want to hide it from Chen Xin. Anyway, she was going to become a grasshopper on a rope. The two had been together for a long time, even if they didn't talk about it now. How long will it take to know her life experience? Instead of being unable to explain it clearly, it is better to reveal herself now. I am the second lady of the Wuhan Temple, and the great priest is my grandfather, Jin Renai said truthfully. After Chen Xin and Gurong listened, their expressions suddenly became serious. The granddaughter of a great worshipper, Jin Daoliu's granddaughter, is she really the Pope's illegitimate daughter? The great enshrinement of the Wuhan Hall, a 99-level peerless Douluo, known as the strongest in the sky? For Yu Chengxin, the most important thing was the death of his father Chen Jianjun. Back then, seeing Chen Xin's serious and complicated expression, Jin Renai suddenly remembered something. Oops, she forgot that Chen Xin's father was Jin Daoliu. I also forgot that the original Jianzong was crusaded by a certain priest. Finished, she seems to have poked someone's scar. It turns out she's his granddaughter, Chen Xin said calmly. Jin Renai couldn't see anything on his expressionless face when Chen saw the death of Jun. He specifically asked Chen Xin not to take revenge, and Chen Xin naturally remembered it in his heart. His father pursued the way of swords all his life, and in the end, in order not to leave any regrets in his life, he chose to fight against a 99-level peerless Douluo. In the Battle of Jin Daoliu, of course, the result was that Chen Jianjun lost to Jin Daoliu, and finally died in the battle. Before Chen Jianjun, Chen Xin's grandfather was a well-deserved swordsman. Unfortunately, he was defeated in the battle with Tang Chen, the originator of Haoshan, and finally faded out of the Soul Master world and was never heard from again. In fact, every patriarch of the Chen family is a genius, but they were born in an era when gods fought, and there were 3 peerless Douluo on top, and several great priests of the same level on the bottom. However, they still look too bleak. Master, why do you look a little unhappy? The older generation's affairs are settled by the older generation. Jin Renai didn't want those things to be brought on her. Lovely properties. Chen Xin lowered her eyes and glanced at the little apprentice she had just taken in, and had to say, maybe children really have the effect of healing people's hearts. Under Jin Renai's smile, Chen Xin chose not to think about it, although she said, he has long since let go of these old things. I'm not unhappy, I just thought of some past events. Chen Xin smiled and explained, oh, well, I thought you regretted it, Jin Renai said mischievously. She didn't want to lose this master who had earned it for nothing. After hearing this, Chen Xin laughed. He raised his other hand and rubbed Jin Renai's head and said comfortingly, don't worry, I won't regret what I promised, Master. What's more, Master took you in first. As long as you don't, if you regret it, Master will never abandon you. Yeah, I'll remember that. If you dare to abandon me as a little apprentice, Master, I will. Jin Renai deliberately drew out her voice, and she hummed twice. Her small eyes seemed to be warning Chen Xin, as long as he does, she will do so. Ha 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 ha. Chen Xin was also amused by the little girl's behavior, and Gurong was not absent. He couldn't help but complain, "You little melon, the old giant Tao is a titled Douluo, you little soul, what can you do to him?" Of course, Jinrenai raised her little face and hummed, "When I get to know the master, I will naturally have the master's leverage. If the master is not afraid of death, you can give it a try. Anyway, I have nothing to lose, let alone Senior Bone Douluo. The how does not necessarily have to be solved by force, other methods can also be used, such as social death, which is sometimes more embarrassing than losing a fight." "Huh? Social death? What does that mean?" Gurong raised his eyebrows and asked. Jinrenai was mysterious. "You will know when the time comes, tch, you little girl." Gurong smiled unconsciously. He shook his head, thinking that this child is really a weird girl. After successfully recruiting a disciple, Chen Xin originally planned to bring Jinrenai back to the Kibao Glazed sect. However, since Jinrenai had a competition to play recently, the learning of swordsmanship had to be postponed for a while, and Chen Xin didn't care. He told Jinrenai some things and left his token with her. When Jinrenai settled her affairs, it would not be too late to go to the Seven Treasures Glazed sect to find him. By the way, he also asked Jinrenai's age. When they learned that Jinrenai was 10 years old, he and Gurong were still a little surprised. After all, Jinrenai, who had been eating poorly all the year round, could not improve her body within a few months. The current state is much better than when she first arrived at the worship hall, but to Baoning Rongrong, she looks much shorter and thinner. For this reason, Chen Xin couldn't help but feel that the old guy Jin Daoliu had abused Jinrenai. Looking at Jinrenai with distressed eyes, Chen Xin has already figured out how to support her little apprentice. Saying goodbye to Chengsen Guren, Jinrenai walked all the way to the hotel, thinking that the time limit for the test of kindness was running out, and the time for the special rewards given by the system would soon be over, so she had to act quickly. Just thinking about it, at this moment, a strange voice suddenly sounded, "You girl, end of this chapter." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 35. Master, I can only sorry for you. Jinrenai raised her eyes, and there were people coming and going on a bustling street, and what caught her eyes was a conspicuous group of people who were always green and flustered. "Senior Douluo," she cried out subconsciously. "Hey, little girl," Douluo responded with a smile on his face. It is not difficult to see that he is in a particularly good mood today. "I heard from Yanayan that you are going to play a team game in a few days. It just so happens that I have good news for you." "Tell you what, the soul beast you were looking for, I found it in the Sunset Forest." Speaking of the 5-year-old Nether Flower King, Douluo sighed with emotion. "I said, you little girl, why are you looking for that thing?" "That thing, my son has the invisibility skill, which makes me easy to find. I haven't slept for days and nights." As he said that, he felt that he was a big grudge. After hearing this, Jinrenai thought for a moment. "Thank you for your hard work, Senior, but Senior, wouldn't the Netherworld Flower Emperor be able to run away? If you found where it is this time, will it still be there next time?" Good question. Douluo really didn't expect this at the time. Realizing that his previous search might be in vain, Douluo immediately stopped wanting to do it. "Yu Yatao, what do you want to do with that 5-year-old soul beast?" he asked with a frown, feeling as if his granddaughter was looking for something to do for him. Jinrenai was silent for a while. She pursed her lips, thinking about how to deceive Douluo. "Senior Douluo, do you want to hear the truth?" she asked. "Of course," Douluo said. "Well, that's good." Jinrenai nodded heavily. She looked serious, and said solemnly, "Actually, this 5-year-old soul beast is a training task given to me by my master. I have to complete the task before I can return to my master. That's why I asked Sister Yanzi to ask you for help." "Master? Which master would give his 5th-level apprentice the task of killing a year-old soul beast?" Douluo frowned slightly, and couldn't help wondering if Jinrenai had been deceived. "Who is your master and why do you do such things?" he asks. "My master is Sword Douluo, Chen Xin," Jinrenai answered without blushing, as if it was really Chen Xin who issued her this not-so-human task. "Sword Douluo? Dust Heart." Douluo's face froze, and his facial features froze immediately. He was stunned for a long time, until Jinrenai called him again, and he slowly regained his senses. However, his first reaction was not to say that Chen Xin was wrong, but to ask Jinrenai with a serious face, "Little girl, are you really sure that your master is Jiandao Chen Xin?" and not some fake. Of course, Jin Renai confirmed, my master is Kendo Chengsen, and I still have the token he gave me. With that said, Jin Renai took out a token that was still warm from her pocket. Master, I can only feel sorry for you, she thought silently in her heart. Douluo took the token from Jin Renai's hand and weighed it carefully. If he read correctly, this was indeed Kendo Chengsen's personal token. After all, he was the only one in the entire Douluo Continent who had this thing. After returning the token to Jin Renai, Douluo's face was a little complicated. It turns out that this girl's master with a bright brain and a trick is actually Kendo Chengsen. Tut tisk tisk, he sighed a little, but he didn't speak ill of Chenzin in front of Jin Renai. Little girl, if you said you didn't complete the task, he won't let you go back, right? Yeah, yes. Jin Renai nodded. She was sure that Douluo would not go to Chenzin to confirm it, and with Chenzin as a backer, old man Du would naturally be more interested in her. As far as she was concerned, there was no harm in this, but, Alice, I can only sacrifice the cheap master. Although Douluo wondered why Butong Chengsen would give such a task, Jin Renai's identity was not simple. Douluyan became good friends with her, which brought many benefits. He had been a drug addict all his life, had few friends, and was even left behind. Such a good reputation. If Douluyan can have a backer like Jin Renai, this will not be a bad thing for Douluo. He always has a hunch that his Yan'an needs someone to protect him, but this person does not. It must be him. After a moment of silence, Douluo said, well, if I do this favor for you, it will be regarded as fulfilling Yan'an's wish and also as making a friend. How about that? Make friends. It's good to make friends. Once you make friends, you can go to the ice and fire eyes to gather fairy grass openly. Jin Renai was very happy. Yes, senior, as long as you are willing, I will definitely be willing. Well, girl, since I said I want to help you, I will definitely help you to the end. Look, when you go to the Sunset Forest with me, I will help you beat that guy. Douluo was a little enthusiastic, and Jin Renai was immediately speechless. Her first test of kindness required her to complete the task alone. If Douluo came in and interfered, she would be a ghost if she didn't fail the first test directly. In order to make Douluo ignore this matter, Jin Renai could only use the cheap master to block the knife. Senior Douluo, my master told me to complete it alone and not let others help. Otherwise, even if the mission fails, I will still not be able to return. Come to him. Know that old man Chenzin really has a big brain, right? Douluo said unhappily. You, a little soul master, go to single-handedly challenge a 5-year-old soul beast. Isn't that just a way of looking for death? After living for so many years, he had never heard of any soul master who could kill a 5-year-old soul beast alone. A soul master single-handedly challenges a 10,000-year-old soul beast, let alone one that is tens of thousands of years old. It is almost useless in committing suicide. What on earth is that guy Chenzin thinking? Brain pumping. Seeing the change in Douluo's face, Jin Renai suddenly sympathized with her cheap master. However, these things can be explained later. The most urgent task is to deceive Douluo first. Jin Renai blinked her eyes and said innocently and ignorantly, no, Senior Douluo, my master certainly has his reasons for saying this, and I am not an ordinary soul lord. I am very powerful. Very powerful? How powerful? Douluo crossed his arms and suddenly felt that this child was very interesting. Her master cheated her so much, and she still spoke for her master. It seemed that the relationship between master and apprentice was not shallow. On the street, pedestrians came and went. Jin Renai signaled Douluo to squat down. She wanted to tell him secretly. Douluo understood, grabbed Jin Renai and flew to the roof. Okay, girl, now you can speak freely. Jin Renai twisted her mouth. She didn't know what to say for a moment. Simple and rude. He really deserves to be a poisonous old man. I have a trump card. She raised her head and said, what's the trump card? Douluo asked. My third soul ring is a 10,000-year soul ring. What? Douluo looked at Jin Renai, frowned, completely disbelieving. Girl, do you know what you are talking about? Your third soul ring is a 10,000-year soul ring? How is it possible? The upper limit of the third soul ring is only 1,000 years. How could you absorb the 10,000-year spirit ring? Alice, Senior Douluo, seeing is believing. You will know just by looking at it. Jin Renai released her soul power, and a soul ring appeared. The third black ring was beating in front of Douluo. Looking at the soul ring, he suddenly fell into deep thought. It turned out that what Douluyan told him was true, but he took the facts as a joke. But, girl, based on this, It is still impossible for you to kill the 10,000-year soul beast alone, Douluo said honestly. Jinryu nodded in agreement. So, I still have an external soul bone. I recommend this book. End of this chapter. Chapter 36. Attached Spirit Bone. Douluo's pupils opened slightly, and he looked at Jinryu as if he was watching a ghost. Girl, are you really only 10 years old? Really? No kidding? Jinryu nodded slightly. She explained, my external soul bones were obtained when I obtained the third ring. They are Ice attribute wings. Okay, needless to say, the old man probably knows why the old man Tangsan asked you to kill the 5-year-old soul beast alone. Don't worry, the matter of finding the soul beast is on the old man. Having said so much, Douluo discovered that the clown turned out to be himself. While lamenting Jinryu's perversion, he also envied Tangsan for having such a talented and lucky apprentice. How great would it be if he could also have such an apprentice? Then I'll leave it to you, senior, Jinryu responded. In fact, she wanted to go to the Ice and Fire Eyes in the next few days. Otherwise, when the competition is over, Tang San would have to go to the Immortal Palace. Damn it, for the sake of safety, she couldn't wait. Senior, why don't you take me with you in the next 2 days? Jinryu suggested. After the competition is over, I'm afraid that Sister Yanzi will go shopping with Senior, and it will be a bit troublesome for both Senior and Sister Yanzi. No, after thinking about it, I'll do it these days. Recently, Douluo thought for a while. There will be a team battle in the next few days. If Yu Yatao leaves at this time, will he be unable to catch up with the game? Seemingly sensing Douluo's worries, Jinryu said firmly with a small face, don't worry, Senior, I have my own plan and will not delay the game. With the flying skills attached to the soul bone, it doesn't take long for Jinryu to go from Xiandao City to Sunset Forest. Her purpose is just to collect the fairy grass, and she can't stay for long. For this reason, there is enough time, and she won't if there is any conflict. At most, it is just missing a few 1v1 games. Seeing Jinryu being so determined, Douluo didn't say anything and rushed to the Sunset Forest as fast as he could. It wasn't impossible for him to do it. At worst, he could summon the martial spirit Avidar to glide at a very fast speed. It would take him 2 or 3 days to get there. After making a plan, Douluo and Jinryu ran towards the setting sun forest one after the other in Xiandao City. Douluo can't activate the spirit Avidar at will, and he doesn't have a spirit bone attached to him, so he can only run with his legs. Fortunately, the title Douluo's ability to run errands is very strong. Even in the face of an opponent with the ability to fly Jinryu, Douluo did not fall behind too much. After leaving Xiandao City, the two of them rode on the Jade Phosphorus Snake King together. When Douluo asked her to get up, Jinryu was actually a little hesitant. After all, this thing had no baffle and no mounting position. It would not be good if someone was accidentally thrown out. Although there are huge safety risks, Jinryu has no other choice now. If Guangling Douluo is here, she can still ride the bird. Now, in order to prevent herself from being as tired as the only option is to ride a snake. The Jade Phosphorus Snake King travels very fast. Under the control of Douluo, it also tries to avoid stones and branches. However, it will be somewhat bumpy when crossing the forest. Jinryu has been suffering from bumps while squatting on her butt. Ever since she experienced after riding the snake this time, she felt that having a carriage was really a blessing. Sunset Forest Center Eyes of Ice and Fire. This is a volcano and an iceberg. The outer edge of the mountain is guarded by blue scales and 7 flowers. The unique spring eye has twin eyes, and the 2 instruments are mutually restraining. There are countless kinds of herbs around. Jinryu jumped off the snake, and was also shocked by the magnificent scene in front of her. She opened her eyes wide and looked at the magnificence in front of her, thinking that the feeling of this personal experience is really different from what she saw on TV. The Jade Phosphorus Snake Emperor disappeared, and Douluo also used a lot of soul power. Seeing that Jinryu was about to walk directly into the Eyes of Ice and Fire, he quickly grabbed Jinryu's back collar with his hands and said, the green scale 7 Jew flower is very poisonous. Girl, stay with me and don't mess around. Run. Suddenly being pulled, Jinryu pouted, I know, senior, let go, let go. Douluo was much taller than Jinryu. He picked up Jinryu. No matter how hard Jinryu struggled, his short hands couldn't reach him. Ho ha, Douluo laughed heartlessly. For the first time, he felt that teasing children was so interesting. Douluo lost his father and mother when he was young. He was afraid that she would be unhappy, so he rarely teased her, and he had never experienced this kind of fun. Now in Jinrinai, when he realized it, he also accomplished one thing: letting go of Jinrinai. Douluo clapped his hands, immediately changed his face and said seriously, "Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Little girl, I have warned you, don't run around, you will die here by then. I won't collect your body, at most I will bury you quietly, tch. Don't worry, senior, I won't die, and you don't need to be responsible if I die." After being carried around like a chicken for so long, Jinrinai's temper also came up at this moment. Unexpectedly, he rolled his eyes. Douluo shook his head, but he was still happy in his heart. When Jinrinai wasn't paying attention, he took her hand and entered the ice and fire eyes. Jinrinai raised her eyes to look at Douluo, and hummed softly. This stinky old man said he didn't care, but his body was quite honest. "You stay here for a while. I'll go find that soul beast for you. Use the signal as a guide. If I send it, just rush over. Remember, try to fly instead of running. After all, you, the soul master, will be in vain if you are stopped by other soul beasts on the way." After leaving these words, Douluo Jin warned Jinrinai not to touch the things in Binghuo Liangai's eyes. It was only after Jinrinai nodded in agreement that he stood up and left here with a leap, and just 2 minutes after Douluo left, Jinrinai began to look for the star anise ice grass and fiery apricot giant Oshu in the ice and fire eyes. That's right, she is a rebel. The ice and fire Liangai is the dragon vein. It is said that the Water Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King among the 9 Dragon Kings fell at the same time and fell into the setting sun forest, which formed this natural treasure. According to the original novel, the springs of the ice and fire eyes were rich in fairy grass. So Jinrinai walked in one direction until she saw the red and blue springs. She stopped and observed the flowers and plants around them. There is a large pale pink flower on the bank where the ice and fire spring meets. The flower is huge and the stamens are lavender, like purple diamonds, inlaid there. It has no leaves and a stem 3 feet long, with a diameter of a full foot. Each petal is as crystal clear as crystal, and it also emits a faint fragrance. Fragrant Kilo Immortal Grade. Baidu Encyclopedia explained that Yaoxiang Kilo Xianpin is the nemesis of all poisons. It has the effect of neutralizing all toxins, but it cannot detoxify itself within the scope of its aroma. Any poison has no effect, and it belongs to the best anti-poison herb. Squeeze it. With a smile on her face, Jinrinai flew to the intersection of the springs without saying a word and picked off the Yaoxiang Kilo Immortal. After picking Yaoxiang Kilo, Jinrinai flew to the side of Hanji Yiquan. It is said that the octagonal black ice grass grows in the center of Hanji Yiquan, in an octagonal shape, with dots shining like ice crystals in the center. Stamen under the obvious appearance, Jinrinai also saw the fairy grass swaying in the breeze at a glance. Star anise ice grass is an extremely cold fairy grass. As long as you get within 10 meters of it, you will feel the extremely cold air, and it is a rare cold poison fairy. If it is kept close for a long time, the cold poison will attack the heart, and there is no cure. Jinrinai used her soul power to urge the flame in her hand, and she approached the star anise ice grass. Perhaps under the blessing of the flame, she didn't feel that the cold air from this fairy grass made her feel any discomfort. On the contrary, the cold air neutralized the flames in her hands, giving her a very comfortable feeling. The mystic star anise grass shook slightly, and it leaned towards Jinrinai's direction, as if the flame in Jinrinai's hand was attracting it, making it lean towards Jinrinai. Involuntarily Jinrinai looked at the flame in her hand with some confusion. What was going on? Why was her magic weapon still sensitive to the fairy grass? She frowned slightly. According to her many years of experience in reading novels, this situation was definitely not right. There was definitely something hidden in it. But regardless of whether there was a secret or not, now was not the time to think about it. She followed the instructions of the star anise ice grass and reached out to pick the fairy grass. Then, she sat on the ground and meditated, and began to absorb the fairy grass that resonated with her. Grass, maybe there really was something to do with it. She didn't feel any discomfort while absorbing it, but halfway through, a light blue aura suddenly emitted from the corner of her closed right eye, and the side of her cheek was covered with a layer of frost. Snow. This layer of frost and snow did not last long. When Jinrinai completely absorbed the star anise ice grass, the layer of frost and snow disappeared under the frost and snow. Jinrinai's face became more delicate and smooth, and her overall complexion also improved a lot. She opened her eyes slightly, and the pale pink color of the pupil of her right eye became more and more obvious, and there was even a hint of mixed with a hint of blue. After absorbing the mystic star anise grass, Jinranyu stood up on the ground. Subconsciously looked at the palm of her hand, and summoned the flame in her hand again. At this time, the flames that appeared in front of her were very different from before. This is a flame in the shape of a 9-petal lotus. It shines with dazzling red. In the center of the flame, a light blue flower core is even more eye-catching. Jinranyu opened her lips slightly, but she didn't expect that absorbing the star anise ice grass would cause changes in the flames, and the star anise ice grass not only changed the color and shape of the flame, but also changed the temperature. Originally, Jinranyu felt that the flame was a bit hot, and every time she used it, she would stick her light feather brand ice sticker on her palm, but now, she felt that the flame was a bit cold. After staring at the flames for a while, a light flashed in Jinranyu's mind that, if I absorb Agni Fire Xingjiaoshu again, will the flame change again? With this in mind, she put away the magic weapon in her hand and flew towards the hot spring again. The fiery apricot grows delicately and sparsely in the center of the blazing Yanquan. It is fiery red in color and is the opposite of the star anise ice grass. It is a highly poisonous fairy with top fire poison, perhaps because the star anise ice grass had changed Jinranyu's physique. A chill suddenly spread around her when she got close to Lihuo Xingjiaoshu. Lihuo Xingjiaoshu has a strong fire poison. Jinranyu didn't want to just reach out and touch it. She was afraid of burning her hands. After thinking about it, should I chop it off with a silver frost sword? Jinranyu didn't know whether the fairy grass could be cut down with ordinary weapons, but if the flames that had just evolved were added, it might be possible. Integrating soul skills to show silver frost. Jinranyu drank lightly, and a silver sword appeared in her hand. Holding the hilt of the sword, she used her soul power to activate the flames. After a while, the frost sword body was covered in red flames. The flames danced enchantingly, as if saying don't worry to Jinranyu. Jinranyu felt a little strange, but she didn't think much about it. She cut down the fiery apricot Jiaoshu with one sword, and the frost sword in her hand disappeared quickly. Fiery apricots flowed in the air. Jinranyu frowned slightly and opened her eyes slightly. She looked at the chopped fairy grass in disbelief. An ordinary weapon can really kill an immortal. Pursing her lips, Jinranyu didn't delay. She sat on the floor and began to absorb the fiery apricot floating in the air. An hour later, Jinranyu perfectly absorbed the fairy grass. She stood up and felt two forces impacting her body, and those two forces seemed to be wrapped in something. Apart from the fact that she could actually feel the force, there is no other feeling. Although it was a little strange, Jinranyu still didn't pay much attention to it. She subconsciously summoned the flame in her hand. Sure enough, the flame changed its color again. It changed from red to half red and half blue, and the flower core in the middle turned purple. The two colors complement each other, which is very similar to the two-color spring water in the spring of Binghuo Liangayan. Is it related? Jinranyu murmured. She thought about it, but couldn't figure it out at this time. Douluo hadn't sent a signal yet, and Jinranyu couldn't figure out why this was happening. So she simply started to pick up a lot of fairy grass, picking everyone she could, and throwing them all into the soul guide. However, in order to prevent Douluo from finding out that she had picked up his fairy grass, Jinranyu decided to keep a low profile. She had already prepared some substitute herbs to cover her. Take out the herbs that are about the same size from the guide and plant them in the soil, so that Douluo will not be able to see the bald eyes of Binghuo Liangai. After doing all this, Jinranyu clapped her hands. She put her hips on her hips and looked at the bright patch of herbs in front of her. She couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction. Yes, it's so lush. The poisonous old man must not be able to see that she pulled out the fairy product. Chirp! Suddenly a firework flashed in the sky. Jinranyu raised her head. That was Douluo's signal. The fireworks were just a smiling face, just Douluo's smiling face. Although she really wanted to complain about this poisonous old man, Jinranyu swallowed those words in her stomach for the sake of picking up so many jelly grasses from him. After all, it is not easy for the poisonous old man to take advantage of him. Later she will tell him how to detoxify. End of this chapter. Chapter 37. Ice Crystal Phoenix. Opening the outer soul bone, the ice blue phoenix wings appeared behind Jinranyu. She flew into the sky, and the frost fluttered in the air. After a while, almost all the ordinary herbs inserted by Jinranyu were covered by this. The cold air that came down was all frozen and withered. Jinranyu was silent for a while and twisted her mouth. What's going on? With a helpless sigh, she had no choice but to fly down to take out the herbs and arrange them neatly again. This time, She was smarter. She bestowed a blanket of red on the herbs, then spread her wings and flew straight to the place where Douluo sent the signal after absorbing 2 immortal grasses just now. Jinrunayu's physique is much better than before. Although her external soul bone has not changed much, her magic weapon has been greatly improved. She has not yet tested the power of the changed magic weapon, so she can use the 5-year-old Nether Flower King as a test subject in today's battle. Jinrunayu can't guarantee that she can defeat this 5-year-old soul beast. Her soul power level has not been improved after absorbing the celestial grass. Now she is still only level 35. A level 35 soul master singled out the 5-year Nether Flower Emperor, no doubt hitting a stone with an egg, but what Jinrunayu thought was that it doesn't matter if she can't defeat this time. At worst, she will fight again in 100 years. Anyway, there is still a period of time for the test of kindness. Time, at best, is just giving up the extra rewards given by the system. Well, not bad. A cold breath descended from the sky, and a girl in red with phoenix wings on her back appeared in front of Douluo. The girl's appearance and temperament were a bit different from the Jinrunayu I saw just now. If it wasn't for seeing her holding the frost sword in her hand, Douluo would have suspected that the person in front of him was not the same person as Jinrunayu. Senior, Jinrunayu looked back at Douluo, and Douluo's eyes tightened. It's over there, in a secluded environment, in a wide forest clearing. A looming huge dark red flower is lying on the ground. The dark red flower is tightly closed with buds, and there are countless petals. On the outermost circle, golden patterns suddenly appear. White the slender strips are engraved on the gold pattern, one gold and one white against the dark red, which makes Jinrunayu's eyes unavoidably uncomfortable. The 5-year Nether Flower Emperor will emit a charming smell when sleeping, and before the smell is emitted, its petals will change. Jinrunayu slightly frowned, took out 2 gas masks from the soul guide, one throw it to Douluo, and put it on by himself. What is this? Douluo asked. Gas mask, Jinrunayu explained. Gas mask? Douluo looked at this strange-looking mask curiously. Is this the one that can protect against gas? He looked at Jinrunayu in disbelief. You'll know if you can wear it? Jinrunayu didn't want to explain so much. She spent a lot of effort to get this thing from the system. If it wasn't because it happened to happen today, she wouldn't take it. Come out, Douluo. I was skeptical, but put it on anyway. The 5-year Nether Flower Emperor would close its buds tightly while sleeping. In this case, its defense ability is extremely strong. If it is not woken up, Jinrunayu will not be able to find its weakness. However, it's better to wait for it to release its charm energy. Otherwise, once it releases it in a large area, I'm afraid that all the soul beasts within 100 meters of it will be recruited. The characteristics of the Nether Flower Emperor are invisibility and charm, and its attack power is actually not very strong, and its body is relatively large, although it looks much better than the piranha we met before. The Nether Flower Emperor, also known as the Bion Flower Emperor, is actually a Bion flower that grows in the depths of the Sunset Forest. It stands to reason that the Bion flower should grow in places with abundant water resources, such as riversides, but this Bion flower is different from others. It is born with a strong ability to survive. The petals on the outside can not only protect itself from harm, but also emit an offensive smell, and this smell can control both soul masters and soul beasts. According to the Encyclopedia of Soul Beasts, it is explained that the Nether Flower Emperor will only accept soul masters who are very close to him, otherwise it would rather choose to explode itself than be killed when it cannot fight. Just because it is only destined a soul beast that exploded with soul bones. The red light on the chest suddenly appeared. Jinrunayu lowered her eyes in surprise, and saw that the heart was beating thumping, and the light emitted from it was exactly the same as when she saw the ice crystal phoenix in the star forest. She didn't feel any discomfort. What discomfort? But this light made her feel very warm. What happened? Jinrunayu frowned slightly at this time. A child's voice suddenly came from behind her. Master, it's me. Who? Jinrunayu turned her head sharply, only to find that the only person behind her was Douluo standing on a branch in the distance, and the voice just now was definitely not from Douluo. Is it an illusion? Jinrunayu was a little confused. She clearly wore the gas mask provided by the system. How could she return it? Could it be that this log system is cheating her? With a dark face, Jinrunayu just wanted to peel off the skin of the system at this moment. Master, it's me. The child's voice sounded again. This time, it was still behind Jinrunayu. Jinrunayu turned around, and there was nothing in front of her except the looming Nether Flower Emperor. Where did this voice come from? Master, I am the Ice Crystal Phoenix. I am on your wings. You cannot see mine. Tong Sheng explained that. Only then did Jinrunayu realize that she hadn't been hit by an illusion. Nor had she seen a ghost. Sorry, misunderstood, system, but Ice Crystal Phoenix, isn't that the little guy who sacrificed himself in the cave back then? How could he still be able to speak at this time? Ice Crystal Phoenix explained, that's because Master, your bloodline is very suitable for me. After being warmed in your bloodline for a period of time, I have signs of awakening, but the real awakening is because of the blood that you absorbed just now, Master. 2 celestial grasses, you can read minds. Jinrenai frowned slightly. This is not a good thing. No, I just saw the Master was a little confused, so I explained. Jinrenai was a little speechless. What's wrong with this script? How could a soul beast that had been sacrificed on its own still be nourished and revived in her blood? Could it be that the identity of the original body is not that simple? Apart from this reason, Jinrenai couldn't think of anything else. Master, don't worry, I won't hurt you. Once our little phoenix recognizes the Master, we will swear allegiance to the Master and never betray. Seemingly afraid of Jinrenai's misunderstanding, Ice Crystal Phoenix was the first to explain himself existence. As Jinrenai's external spirit bone, it cannot appear and fly freely. What it can do is actually provide certain attribute bonuses to Jinrenai, because Jinrenai's blood is very important to it. It is a very good warming container, so it regains its self-awareness and exists in the Ice Phoenix wings behind Jinrenai. End of this chapter. Chapter 38. Although she thinks this matter is a bit outrageous, Jinrenai knows that now is not the time to care about this. The original life experience can be investigated later. The most important thing is to win down the Netherworld Flower King today. Little Phoenix, is there any way to deal with this big flower in front of me? As a 10,000-year soul beast, Jinrenai felt that the Ice Crystal Phoenix probably had an idea. The so-called resources should be used rationally, and she couldn't waste this. There is no Master Yi for the time being. This soul beast has been 5 years old. With your current strength, there is no way to take it down, unless it chooses to recognize its master and be killed voluntarily like Little Phoenix and me. It has no self-awareness, it only depends on whether it has a relationship with the soul master who came. Maybe, Master, you can test it with blood, Ice Crystal Phoenix suggested at that time. It chose to sacrifice because of Jinrenai's bloodline. Perhaps this method is also applicable to the Nether Flower Emperor. Although it doesn't know the identity of its master contains a lot of soul power, which can not only nourish it, but also nourish the 2 celestial grasses. Who doesn't love it? However, it is impossible for the Ice Crystal Phoenix to say these words to Jinrenai. It knows that it is not easy to be a warm and nourishing vessel. If it tells Jinrenai will always be entangled in this matter. It is better to choose to be silent than try trouble to the owner. Of course, Ice Crystal Phoenix also has selfish motives. Blood, Jinrenai, using blood will only irritate this guy even more. I remember that it was said in Soul Beast Encyclopedia that this soul beast is most afraid of seeing blood. Once it sees it, it will cause fury, but it is true. There is also a special kind of blood that can make it relax its vigilance. Jinrenai blinked slightly, but she is not a soul beast. A book said that only the blood of the soul beast could make this big flower relax its vigilance and open up its weaknesses. Seeing Jinrenai's hesitation, Ice Crystal Phoenix suggested, if the master thinks this method is inappropriate, we can actually try it out, but you have to remember one thing, Master, this time we are just trying it out. We don't have to fight it. It's a fight to the death. Even a soul master won't find this soul beast, so it won't be too late for us to come when we get stronger. I don't know why Jinrenai insisted on killing this soul beast. Ice Crystal Phoenix could only persuade her earnestly. Have a good life. How can you let your master run away so easily? To be the 205 who are overwhelmed? I know this. Don't worry, I'm not that stupid. Bingai. Jinrenai fused her soul skills and summoned an ice bow. Holding the ice bow in her hand, the wings of the phoenix fluttered behind her, and the sky suddenly fell with white snow, which made Douluo, who was far away on the branch, feel a bit of coolness. This little girl. Douluo stared at Jinrenai. He rubbed his chin, and felt that he had finally learned something. In the past 30 years white snow flew down, frost spots condensed in the air. Jinrenai drew the bowstring, and the frost spots turned into ice arrows. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ice arrows were placed on the ice bow. Jinrenai urged the flame in his hand, and the flame poured into the ice arrows. The arrow body was instantly covered with red and blue. They swayed with the wind and aimed at the sleeping Nether Flower Emperor. Jinrenai closed her left eye, and the pink pupil of her right eye reflected a dazzling light. At this glance, the Netherworld Flower Emperor seemed to be stimulated. It suddenly opened its petals, and inside was a red color full of eerie feeling. In the vast galaxy, the petals of the other shore flower are intertwined one after another, and small red round pearls are hung on the long block-shaped petals. When the snowflakes fall, the small pearls emit red light, and there is a sudden fire burning on them, and a flaming thread the slender flower strips stretch towards Jinryu. Master, be careful. Jinryu shot out the ice arrow fiercely, her eyes tightened, and she immediately flew in another direction with Bingai in her hand. The ice arrows in the air and the flower strips protruding from the nether flower emperor cancel each other out, and a powerful wave of soul power hit Jinryu. Her center of gravity was unstable and she was almost blown away. It was the ice phoenix wings behind her that stabilized her body. Only then did it hit the nearby tree trunk. With the protection of the ice phoenix wings behind her, this impact did not cause much damage to Jinryu. She flew up again, and after a while, the nether flower emperor fell into a state of rage after being hurt, and it let out 5 Jinryu dodged in the air, and those flower bars changed endlessly behind him, but in a moment, the small pearl on the head of each flower bar turned into a huge mouth, and the 5 mouths grew from 5 to 5. Attacking from all directions, swallowing Cayenne Renyu straight, base, the ice phoenix wings wrapped Jinryu's body, and those huge heads were biting a light blue ball of light. In the center of the light ball was Jinryu protected by the ice crystal phoenix. With some hesitation, its fringe did not directly swallow the ball of light, but retracted it slowly, with subtle movements, which made Douluo, who was watching from a distance, feel a little strange. Boom, the nether flower emperor roared, and cracks began to appear on the surface of the light sphere. Jinryu spread her wings and frowned slightly. The netherworld flower king must have been stimulated by the flame of evolution just now. If he continues to confront it head-on, he is afraid that he will have to walk away without food today. After thinking twice, Jinryu still retreated. No, go and provoke this 5-year-old soul beast that has gone crazy. A few minutes later, the light ball disappeared, Jinryu's external soul bone was retracted, Big Eye dissipated, and she landed safely, right under the branch where Douluo was standing. Hey, Douluo jumped down from the branch, seeing that Jinryu was fine. He was also relieved. Little girl, it seems that you are not that stupid. You still know how to advance and retreat. The depths of the setting sun forest are covered by towering trees. The whole environment is secluded and full of coolness. The breeze gently blows the branches, creaking, and the coldness hits her face. Jinryu suddenly feels that everything here is special to her, a very familiar feeling. Of course I know. As the saying goes, if you keep the green hills, you won't have to worry about running out of firewood. Jinryu casually dismissed Douluo. She turned around and looked deeper into the forest. The more you go in, the darker it gets. Inside, the leaves are dense and the grass roots are overgrown. As long as you don't pay attention, you will step on an unknown soul beast. Therefore, generally in the place inside, no soul master will approach easily. The Star Dou Forest was divided into the soul beast area, and the Sunset Forest was naturally divided as well. The place where the Netherworld Flower King is located is originally the area of the 10,000 years soul beast. Since it did not go inside, it means that there is a more powerful existence than it inside. But for some reason, when Jinryu looked deeper, she always felt like there was something inside that was recruiting her. She frowned slightly, but before she could ask a question, Douluo beside her spoke up. Little girl, there is a 5-year-old soul beast area inside. You keep staring there, don't you think you want to go in? Although Jinryu is very strong, she was unable to defeat the 5-year-old non-aggressive spirit beast. Now if she wants to go deeper, Douluo feels that she should take back what she just said. This girl doesn't know how to advance or retreat, but is just as smart as her master who issued this appalling mission. End of this chapter. Chapter 39. Jinryu, you are such a sixth child. Go in. Jinryu was slightly startled, to be honest. She had no idea, but there was indeed something attracting her. Senior, go further inside. What kind of soul beast is inside? Jinryu took off her gas mask and turned around to ask. It's not that she can't hear the meaning of Douluo's warning, but now she is more concerned about why her body yearns so much for the deeper part of the forest inside. What is there? Inside. Seeing that Jinryu took off the gas mask, Douluo also took off the gas mask. He was about to suffocate to death. He was sweating. If it wasn't for the girl's secretiveness, he wouldn't bother to wear this thing. Going further in, it is said that it is the residence of 10-year-old soul beasts, and ordinary soul masters will not easily break in. Although the old man has lived in the Sunset Forest for decades, He has never been inside. After all, the old man, it's not bad for a soul ring, and if someone breaks into the habitat of a 10-year-old soul beast for no reason, it's either a brain problem or neuropathy. After finishing speaking, Douluo took a special look at Jinryu, implying that if Jinryu wanted to go in, then the words after him were for Jinryu in response. Jinryu said, "Senior, I'm just asking, I didn't want to go in, don't worry, I'm at ease? Can I be at ease? Your eyeballs are going to go in, and you still let me be at ease. How can I be at ease?" Douluo didn't know Jinryu's temperament very well, but he knew that this little girl had a lot of tricks, and also not necessarily obedient. After all, her master is not a normal person. Can a master with a brain problem teach a student with a good brain? The answer is, no, at least that's what Douluo thinks now. Okay girl, if you really want to let the old man feel at ease, then hurry up and go with the old man. With your current strength, you can't kill the Nether Flower Emperor at all. Time is running out, so don't delay. It was obvious that Douluo really wanted to chase Jinryu away. Regarding this, Jinryu was a little speechless, but fortunately, she had already scooped up all the fairy grass just now. Even if she left immediately, it would not be a bad thing for her. It's just that she has to do what needs to be done. Her eyes stayed on Douluo. Jinryu looked him up and down. His eyes looked a little weird. Douluo noticed that he thought there was something on him. "Girl, what are you looking at me like this?" "There are caterpillars on me, that's not it," Jinryu replied. She folded her arms, tilted her head, looked at Douluo and thought, "I just saw that Senior hasn't changed clothes for many days, so I feel strange, but, the body for the title of Douluo, how could Senior be a pauper who can't even afford new clothes?" Therefore, this junior thinks that Senior has cultivated toxins too much, and then those toxins are accumulated in the body and cannot be discharged. Casting a sly gaze, Douluo was slightly stunned. Jinryu's inference was quite correct. Although he was a little surprised, he didn't show it clearly. "How do you know that there is a backlog of toxins in my body?" "Because," Jinryu smiled softly, "Senior is famous for poison, so he must have practiced poisoning skills, not to mention the jade phosphorus snake martial soul itself is highly poisonous. Seeing how green the Senior is, it is likely that he has been deeply poisoned. I have been with Sister Yanzi for a month, and I also learned some news from her, but if we put all the things together, wouldn't we get this result?" Although Jinryu's analysis was very reasonable, Douluo couldn't help but roll his eyes at her. What does green like this mean? How green is he? Remember, he was also a pretty boy back then. Who hasn't been handsome when they were young? Really? But being angry, Douluo didn't take Jinryu's words seriously, and he didn't know what he was thinking, and suddenly said jokingly, "Then, little girl, don't tell me that you are going to detoxify me. He is so poisonous that even he himself can't do anything about it, and others can't do it at all." Now that Jinryu suddenly mentioned it, it is inevitable that he will think of what the little girl's intention is. Maybe she is holding Jinryu. Thinking about his special status, maybe there are some rare treasures in the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School and the Heaven Dao Imperial family that can help him. Douluo asked with a smile. Otherwise, according to his past temper, if anyone said there was a way to detoxify, he would definitely poison that person to death, so that he would not be alive to talk nonsense. Jinryu was also honest. She shook her head and replied, "No, I am not a doctor and I don't know how to detoxify. However, I have a good idea. Maybe I can give it a try and maybe it can relieve my pain." "What?" Douluo raised his eyebrows, and he didn't know why. Even if he didn't trust Jinryu in his heart, he would always cooperate with her in actions, just like the antivirus that Jinryu threw to him just now. Masked Jinryu smiled slightly, put away her hands, stood with her hands on her back and said, "The root cause of the Senior's poisoning is due to practicing poison skills. The martial soul of the Senior is a beast martial soul, and the beast martial soul will be fused with the soul master himself, so when refining poison, the toxin will also be fused with the martial soul and the soul master, but the poison will originally harm the human body, so the Senior will be poisoned. I think Miss Yanzi will also be a little green, so this poison should be able to follow. It is passed from the mother to the offspring, but this is not the key point. If the Senior wants to refine the poison without being poisoned, the best way is to find a host for the poison to store the poison. However, this host, the junior, I think it could be a soul bone." Soul bone? Douluo was silent for a while after hearing this. This method sounds really feasible. It just so happens that he still has a head spirit bone on his body. But I don't recommend that Senior use the head soul bone as a storage body for toxins. Jinryu, who is familiar with the plot, knows too well where the soul bone on Douluo is. Although the head soul bone can also be used to store toxins, the volume of poison in Douluo's body is quite large. In addition, the head soul bone is quite special. What if it fails to contain it and explodes? It's not bad if it's blown up on the hands and feet, but if it's blown on the head, what's the difference between that and seeking death? When watching the anime, Jin Renai complained about how Tang San had dug up so much fairy grass, but he didn't even know how to give away a soul bone. He had to put it in the head soul bone, and he didn't think about what might happen if something happened. What's going on? Won't people die? However, the old monster died in battle in the end, so this situation could not happen, so Jin Renai's complaint was naturally invalid. Isn't it recommended to use head soul bones, Douluo? But the old man only has a Medusa skull. It doesn't matter, I'll figure out a way. Jin Renai blinked and said, the 5-year-old Nether Flower Emperor will definitely burst out a soul bone, and the junior will give that soul bone to the senior at that time. Gift a soul bone? Douluo opened his eyes, slightly surprised. Did I hear you right, little girl? You are planning to give the soul bones that you broke out of the 5-year-old soul beast that you fought so hard to give to me? What Jin Renai said made Douluo puzzled for a while. He always felt that the little girl was not so kind. Of course, Jin Renai nodded. She doesn't know favors casually. It's just a soul bone. She may have as many as she wants in the future, and that one is not bad with a soul bone as a bargaining chip. She has to talk about the ice and fire yin-yang. But senior, this soul bone is not given away for nothing. You have to promise me one thing. What's up? Douluo asked. He knew that this little girl was not so kind. That is. Jin Renai's smile was a little weird. She pursed her lips and showed a big smile on her face. Seeing this, Douluo couldn't help but subconsciously take 2 steps back. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Good guy, this is really nothing. Good thing Jin Renai, I saw a few flowers during the ice and fire eyes. Can senior give me all the flowers I saw? Flower? Just flowers? Douluo frowned slightly, a little doubtful. His intuition told him that what this little girl was talking about was definitely not as simple as flowers. What's the matter, senior? Don't you want to? Don't you want to? Jin Renai tilted her head, puffed her cheeks, she tightened her eyes, her pupils stared at Douluo. That appearance made Douluo more attractive than Medusa's snake pupils. But is creepy. His whole body couldn't help but shiver. Douluo felt that he had really seen a ghost. This little girl was a soul master, so why was her aura so strange? With a deep sigh, Douluo said, it's not that I can't bear to part with you, that's worth it. Jin Renai would not give Douluo a chance to go back on his word. She chuckled and said, since senior is willing, let's make an agreement. I will give you the soul bone, and you will give me the flower. No one is allowed to cheat. Douluo opened his lips and swallowed back the words that were originally stuck in his throat. No, I'm just curious. The flowers and plants in Binghuo Liangai's eyes are all highly poisonous. You, a yellow-haired girl, what do you need those things for? Douluo was a little confused about Jin Renai's actions. He had lived in Binghuo Liangai's eyes for decades, and he didn't even dare to touch the things inside. Why did this girl use her soul bones to exchange for those things? Could it be that those are all good things? Don't worry about it. Anyway, those things have already been reserved for me, so you must not let others steal them. Although, she has already been boiled, but there were still some that were not yet fully mature, so she didn't pick them. She didn't know if Tang San would take action on those fairy grasses. Anyway, let's make a decision for now. Even if the old poisoner found out that she had gathered the fairy grasses in advance, anyway, there is comfort in my heart. At least he himself is not a loser. After discussing the deal with Douluo about the fairy grass and soul bones, Jin Renai unfolded the attached soul bones and left for Xiandao City. Douluo originally wanted to send her off, but Jin Renai rejected the offer. She thought it would be better for Douluo to stay in the Eye of Binghuo, and her flying speed is not slow, except that the journey is a bit long, and she needs to fly halfway. Apart from stopping to rest, there is no other difference. There are still a few days before the start of the team battle, and she has enough time. In addition, the matter of the Ice Crystal Phoenix and the Sunset Forest makes her feel a little weird. If Douluo sends her away, she will not be able to use this resource reasonably. Tiandao City is also busy playing the game, so it is unlikely that she has the free time to ask the Ice Crystal Phoenix some matters. In order not to delay, she still chooses to fly back by herself. Little guy, after watching Jin Renai go, Douluo returned to the ice and fire eyes to meditate. Perhaps it was because of Jinrinayu's departure that the red light covering the herbs dissipated, but within a quarter of an hour, those herbs seemed a little impatient with the environment here, and they withered one after another, waiting for Douluo to open his eyes again. At that time, all around him was a piece of bare withered grass. This appearance was even more bald than a bald head. It was also at this moment that Douluo understood why Jinrinayu made such a deal with him. It turns out that this girl is going to kill her first and then tell her the story later. No wonder she looks so happy. There was a desolation in front of him, and Douluo's heart was full of mixed feelings. His face turned dark. Jinrinayu, you are really a sixth son. At this time, Jinrinayu had already flown a long way, and even though it was hundreds of miles away, she still couldn't help shivering. According to her calculations, the old poison must be greeting her family at this time. After all, the red light the cover is only so long. I can only say that I hope the old poison is in good health, and don't be overwhelmed. Hey, a beautiful arc was drawn in the sky, and the voice of the ice crystal phoenix suddenly sounded in Jinrinayu's ears. Master, we can fly higher. When I was there, he flew meters into the sky. If it hadn't been for the sun that day, I doubt he would have been able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Jinrinayu staggered. For some reason, the only thing that came to her mind was this sentence: a conspicuous bag can not only go up to the sky and stand side by side with the sun, but can also go into the water and talk to the bastard. Although it's impolite to say that, Xiao Fenghuang's words are indeed correct. That white-haired one is a conspicuous bag. Under the guidance of the ice crystal phoenix, Jinrinayu flew higher. She shuttled through the clouds, with a whistling wind in her ears. It was sunset, and the sunset filled the sky. Everything around her was orange. Red, like a beautiful picture. Jinrinayu slowed down her flight speed, just wanting to appreciate the beautiful scenery at this moment. If it wasn't for the fact that she didn't have a mobile phone, she would have designated this scene to be recorded. After flying for about an hour, the burning cloud in the sky slowly disappeared, replaced by a deep blue sky. The night is not like the night, and the day is not like the day. This is the beautiful scenery lying between the two. The sky, like a vast galaxy full of stars, is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Jinrinayu had never seen such a beautiful moment before. She stopped suddenly. The blue phoenix wings behind her looked particularly special in the sky. And at the moment she stopped, a cold wind came towards her. Not far away, another pair of snow-white ice wings was flying towards her. The owner of the ice wings, it's him. That conspicuous bag with white hair. End of this chapter. Chapter 40. Someone is going to be beaten. Grandpa Guangling, Little Moon. The two spoke almost simultaneously. Jinrinayu turned to look in the direction where Guangling came from. Guangling, who was flying at high speed, stopped immediately when he saw the red streak. They looked at each other face to face. Under the blue sky, a different kind of picture was formed. Double portrait. When Guangling confirmed that the person in front of him was Jinrinayu, he couldn't help but feel a flash of surprise in his eyes, as if he didn't expect to meet Jinrinayu in this place. The direction he came from was Sunset Forest. Could it be that this girl went there? Frowning slightly, Guangling looked a little unhappy. The Sunset Forest is much more dangerous than the Star Dou Forest. This little girl is desperate for her life. Where to go? Grandpa Guangling, why are you here? Jinrinayu was also aware of Guangling's displeasure. She spoke first, preparing to take the initiative in her own hands. After all, most of the reasons why Guangling seemed unhappy at the moment were probably due to misunderstandings and guessing that she was heading to Sunset Alone Forest. What's wrong with me here? But you girl? Why are you here? Guangling didn't fall for Jinrinayu's trap. He knew what his purpose was. However, the aura on this girl's body was indeed. There have been some changes compared to before. Is it because the test of kindness has been completed? With a slightly raised eyebrow, Guangling couldn't help being a little surprised seeing that she couldn't be fooled. Jinrinayu had no intention of hiding it from Guangling, who made him her reborn parent and savior. She had to be more polite to her savior. I went to Sunset Forest to take a look at the 5-year-old Netherworld Flower King. I originally wanted to capture it today, but I wasn't strong enough, so now I plan to go back to Xiandao City, join the team battle. Didn't take it. Guangling tilted his head. How could the aura on his body change? He looked at Jinrinayu and narrowed his eyes slightly. Little girl, has your external soul bone evolved? Jinrinayu blinked, and she looked back at her wings. No, After absorbing the two immortal grasses, Jin Renai felt that the only change that had occurred was the magic weapon in her hand. If there were changes in the attached soul bone, how could she not know about it? The old man remembers that when you showed the external spirit bone that day, it didn't look like this. Guangling is very familiar with the wings of the ice crystal phoenix. He can recognize the color at a glance. The external spirit bone has not changed much compared to before, but there is one obvious point. There is a phoenix mark on the wing of the external spirit bone, chasing the white lines that little phoenix has never seen before. Is it? Jin Renai had doubts in her heart. It was impossible to remove the external soul bone growing on her back at this time. So she could only use her mind to ask the little phoenix hidden in her body, and little phoenix was not polite in front of Jin Renai and Guangling. It said straight, "He's right." The milky childish voice came from Jin Renai's body. When Guangling heard the voice, the expression on his face was as if he had seen a ghost. He looked at Jin Renai and did not dare to relax for a moment. "Girl, it's you. Are you talking?" he asks. Jin Renai was a little surprised that Guangling could hear little phoenix talking. She frowned and looked at Guangling. "Can you hear me, and also?" "Guangling, doesn't that mean you're talking?" "No." Jin Renai pursed her lips and shook her head. She closed her eyes and looked a little strange. "Why can Guangling hear you, little guy?" she asked in her heart. "Introduce me." Little Phoenix's voice sounded a little guilty, but when it spoke again, Guangling became suspicious. The two were floating in the clouds. Considering the possibility of another level, Guangling looked at Jin Renai with suspicious eyes. He suddenly summoned the lightning divine bow and placed it on Jin Renai's body. On the neck, Jin Renai was slightly stunned, and looked at the person in front of her in disbelief. The two of them exuded a powerful icy aura, and Guangling's eyes narrowed slightly, obviously suspicious of the girl in front of her authenticity. It was originally abnormal for Jin Renai to appear here, but in more than a month, how could the aura and attached soul bone of the little girl change so quickly? Moreover, how could there be other voices in her body? Is all this an illusion? As a titled Douluo, Guangling could clearly sense that the source of the sound just now was the Jin Renai in front of him, and he had indeed encountered a spirit beast that could trap people in illusions on his way to the far north. If we encountered him on the way back, that would be fair enough, Grandpa Guangling. "What are you doing?" Jin Renai regained her senses from her astonishment. She looked at the Guangling divine bow on her neck, and really couldn't understand why Guangling would suddenly attack her. Could it be that he is not Guangling? Frost began to form on her neck, and Jin Renai frowned slightly. She felt a coldness pass into her bone marrow. For a moment, her bones felt as if they were frozen, and the waves of pain were endlessly stimulating her brain, and soon her right shoulder was covered by ice. Under the light blue ice crystals, bright red blood bloomed like poppy flowers. The pain hidden in the ice crystals made Jin Renai's body tremble. Trembling, she slowly opened her lips, her brows almost furrowed into Sichuan character. At this moment, even her breath was full of chill. Seeing Jin Renai in such pain, Guangling felt compassion in his heart, and he subconsciously withdrew the released soul power. He really didn't expect that the little girl in the illusion would not dodge his attack this time, and the aura emanating from the pink pupil of the right eye blocked Xuanx's further progress. At this moment, Guangling suddenly became uncertain again, and just at this moment, Ice Crystal Phoenix sensed that his master's life was inexplicably in danger, and it suddenly feeling bad, he quickly activated his soul power of 10,000 years in Jin Renai's body. Bang! A black soul ring appeared from Jin Renai's feet. Guangling was not aware of it for a moment and was blown away a few hundred meters. He stabilized his body and frowned slightly. When he looked at Jin Renai again, he found a silhouette of an ice crystal phoenix actually appeared behind him. The silhouette of the ice crystal phoenix was like a thick ink painting floating in the air. The entire cloud layer was frosted by the ice breath released by the two people. Clang, clang! The ice crystal phoenix looked up to the sky and howled. It stared hard at Guangling. Its blue pupils filled with anger. Guangling originally thought it was going to attack him, and even released the soul ring. Who knows, the next moment it suddenly opened its mouth and cursed. "What the hell are you doing? Your eyes are not good. Are you also blind? She is my master, Little Phoenix. You chased me for 3 days and 3 nights at the beginning, just to make Little Phoenix my soul ring for her. Little Phoenix, soul ring." Guangling was startled, her pupils trembled slightly. She immediately retracted Guangling's divine bow and flew towards Jin Renai. "You here, what a stupid conspicuous bag." Guangling hugged Jin Renai, and the ice crystal phoenix returned to Jin Renai's body. It healed its master's internal injuries in Jinrinyu's body, and said without sparing Guangling, "Don't you think you can hear me, little phoenix? So you suspect that my master is a bad person, right, Moon?" Being poked into his mind by the ice crystal phoenix, Guangling wanted to curse back, but the sound came from Jinrinyu's body, so even though he was impatient, he still endured it. Guangling looked at Jinrinyu, his eyes were full of distress. He didn't know why he doubted Jinrinyu. Was he too sensitive in the extreme north recently? Jinrinyu slowly closed her eyes. She lay quietly in Guangling's arms, her body shining with light blue light, which was the aura of the ice crystal phoenix. As a soul beast that has been sacrificed, how can it still have autonomous consciousness? Guangling was puzzled by this. Countless mixed emotions were rooted in his heart. He hugged Jinrinyu tightly and felt deeply guilty. It was obviously the doll that he held in his hand, but in the end he gave her a severe blow. Guangling didn't even dare to face Jinrinyu directly. He took off with Jinrinyu in his arms and hurried on as fast as possible. My mind was already organizing how to explain the situation just now, and during the period when Jinrinyu was sleeping, little Phoenix also talked to Guangling about why he could hear it talking. After understanding the reason, Guangling's face darkened. If it weren't for this dead now that the phoenix is in Jinrinyu's body, he will definitely turn it into an ice phoenix, or the kind of ice phoenix that never melts. Hey, it's your own problem. Why do I hate little phoenix so much? Guangling's resentment was so heavy that even the ice crystal phoenix could feel it in Jinrinyu's body. Then you have no mouth, didn't you know to say it earlier? Guangling gritted his teeth and cursed. A few months ago, when he was chasing the ice crystal phoenix, he accidentally came into close contact with a special soul beast, which left animal marks on his body. The reason why he could hear the little phoenix talking was because of the animal patterns. He didn't know that the little phoenix was a very special existence, and he didn't even know that the little phoenix was currently living in Jinrinyu's body in the form of a soul. He has lived for 90 years, and this is the first time he has encountered this kind of situation. In addition, when he went to the far north, he did encounter this kind of illusion on the way, so the temporary misunderstanding was justified. Is this little phoenix mute? Even though he knew he could hear it speak, it didn't even come out to explain. Do you really expect him to realize it on his own? Guangling couldn't help rolling his eyes. Even if he really realized it by himself, he wouldn't understand it. Then little phoenix, how do I know that you don't know about this? You are already a level 96 and 7th level title Douluo after all. Don't you have any knowledge at all? The little phoenix was not convinced either. It snorted softly. The milky sound in its breasts made it look particularly cute. However, Guangling was not in the mood to feel its cuteness. He just felt that this little phoenix really deserved a beating. However, there was nothing he could do about it. With a lot of anger in his stomach, Guangling also froze. I just haven't seen it before. What's wrong? There's nothing to be ashamed of. Even if it's the eldest brother, he doesn't necessarily know about such a special situation. Okay, you are ignorant, you are noble, you are great, little phoenix, I won't bullshit you anymore. When the master wakes up, you should think carefully about how to explain to her that you hurt her. I've seen one that's rotten, but I've never seen such a rotten one. Little phoenix rolled his eyes at Guangling and his Danshan, and miraculously, Jinrinyu, who was in Guangling's arms, also rolled his eyes. When Guangling saw this, he was shocked and angry. He thought his little Yue had woken up, but in the end, it turned out that the ice crystal phoenix in her body just rolled its eyes. You dead phoenix, don't touch Yue's body casually, okay? Believe it or not, I'll beat you into a spicy phoenix, Guangling warned seriously, but ice crystal phoenix knew that there was nothing he could do to him, so he replied nonchalantly, little phoenix, I can't use the master's body. If the master's body moves with me, little phoenix, it will prove that the master and the little phoenix. I just have an idea. You are a conspicuous bag, just wait to be angry with your master. Guangling's 5 fingers trembled slightly, and if his bony hands were not because he was holding Jinrinyu, they would definitely have clenched into fists at this moment. At this time, his face was already blacker than the night sky, but he was holding the ice crystal phoenix. There is no way to be honest, he really shouldn't care too much about a phoenix, especially the phoenix he only knew was hiding in Jinrinyu's body. After calming down the anger in his heart for a while, Guangling gritted his molars, and one day, he would get back all the anger he suffered today. Exactly. Seeing Guangling stop talking, Ice Crystal Phoenix didn't look for trouble in order to treat Jinrinyu's internal injuries. It spent too much soul power. If it wasn't because it was interesting to make this conspicuous bag angry, It would have fallen asleep a long time ago, but now that the conspicuous bag no longer chatted with it, it lost interest and fell into deep sleep in just 2 or 3 minutes. After traveling day and night for a day and a half, Guangling brought Jinrinai back to the Hall of Spirits. The sun was just right. Early in the morning, demon-conquering Douluo had just woken up and yawned in the yard. Suddenly, a white silhouette flew over his head. The white silhouette was mixed with frost. When the frost fell on his head, I couldn't help but shiver. Why is this fifth brother in such a hurry? After a while, a blue loon bird covering the sky flew over his head. Third brother, this is, looking at the sky. Before he finished speaking, his good brother Qianjin Douluo hurried to Guangling Hall. No, brother. Only then did demon-conquering Douluo realize something was wrong. He immediately followed his brother's footsteps, frowned and asked, "Brother, what's going on?" It is said that the fifth brother accidentally injured Yu. The eldest brother has already arrived at Guangling Hall. I am afraid that the fifth brother will be beaten, so I have to stop the eldest brother. What? Fifth brother actually dares to hurt Yu? Okay. I'm tired of living. The seventh, must have a good fight with him today. 15-ton Douluo. End of this chapter. Chapter 41. Fifth brother, eat me. Heaven Dao Palace. Prince's bedroom. In the elegant and luxurious palace, several pots of precious camellias are placed on the carved wooden table. The scent of sandalwood wafts from the incense burner in the temple, which makes people feel relaxed and happy. The breeze blew, and the palace windows creaked. After a while, an earth-colored figure flashed past, and in the cold palace, there was a man 2 meters tall, with a slender figure as straight and sharp as a javelin. Man. Directly in front of the man is a screen as white as gauze. In front of the screen, a young man wearing a platinum dress has his back to the man. In front of the young man is a mural of a beauty. In the mural, there is moonlight in the pond, and only the center a 2-color lotus flower is the most eye-catching. Young master, there is news about second missed life experience. Today, after the man sent back the news that he had already inquired about Jinrinai's life experience, Zhu King specially screened everyone away. He stared at the mural in front of him, and said in a neutral tone, "Thank you, Uncle Shi." That's right. This man wearing earth-colored clothes is one of the elders of Wuhan Palace, Snake Spear Douluo, Shilong. The young master speaks seriously. Shilong bowed slightly, with no expression on his face, and told Zhu King what he had inquired in detail. Returning to the young master, the second lady's original name is Tang Yue, and she is a holy soul. A blacksmith in the village picked up the abandoned baby in the village. After picking up the second lady, the blacksmith did not directly adopt it, but handed it over to the village head to raise him. Later, the village head gave the blacksmith a little bit of money every month. Subsidy. The blacksmith adopted the second lady, and the second lady had her own name. In addition, the subordinate Saint Soul village inquired inside and outside, and all the villagers said that the second lady was not doing well there. The famous blacksmith not only made the young second lady do hard work, but also got angry with her from time to time, and as time went on, the second lady became a little timid, and she wouldn't even say what wronged her. Speaking of this, Shilong felt a little strange. Last time, he watched the fight between Zhu King and Jinrinai from a distance. According to his years of experience in watching people, the second lady was definitely too of a coward and a coward. This word is irrelevant, but he also inquired in the Holy Soul village for several days, almost door to door, and everyone's statements were surprisingly consistent. They all said that Jinrinai was working as a coolie at a blacksmith's house, and the little girl was very thin. If it weren't for her brother, she would have starved to death in the Tang family long ago. Thinking of this, Shilong said, also, the second lady has a brother named Tang San. Tang San. After hearing this, Zhu King thought the name was a bit familiar. Is that Tang San who shot and killed civilians in Xiandao City? Yes, Shilong replied, and he explained. The second young lady and Tang San's companion had a conflict that day, and Tang San shot and killed a civilian for no reason in a fit of rage. The 5 priests saw it with their own eyes, and there was a lot of commotion. The young master also knows about the matter. The 7 Treasures glazed tile sect came forward to quell it, and the local officials are not easy to pursue. So the matter will be left alone, and there will be no follow-up. Yes, I know. Zhu King nodded, his tone still as inaudible as ever. Have you given the subsidy? He asks. Give it, Shilong Dao. When the homicide happened that day, Wu Gongfu went to the local Wuhan temple, and Wuhan Palace subsidized the commoner with a total of gold soul coins, and also promised to give the commoner's descendants in the Wuhan Academy. There is a place reserved, As long as you can awaken your martial spirit in practice, you can enroll unconditionally. 1,000 gold soul coins, unconditional admission to Wuhan Academy? Hearing this, a different color suddenly appeared on Zhu Qing's calm face. It's not like Grandpa Guangling can do this, he said. It's my second sister. Well, the young master is clear. Xilong also doesn't believe that the 5 offerings can be done. The Wuhan Hall originally awakens the Wuhan for the common people for free every year, and regularly distributes subsidies. Even if there is money loaded from the 2 empires, it is not from the wind. It's fine to subsidize so many gold soul coins if a commoner dies, and he can also enroll in the Wuhan Academy unconditionally. Isn't this a charity? Although he didn't understand Jin Renyu's actions in his heart, Xilong didn't express his true thoughts in front of Zhu Qing. He felt that his young master should think the same as him. The second young lady may not be a fuel-efficient person lights. Is there any other news? Zhu Qing asked. He actually had no idea about Jin Renyu. It was normal for a 10-year-old girl to be overflowing with sympathy. What's more, the main reason was that Guangling doted on her too much, otherwise there wouldn't be so much trouble. Yes, there is one more thing. After Zhu Qing's reminder, Xilong seemed to have remembered something very important. He frowned slightly and said with a serious face, "Young master, the blacksmith who adopted the second young lady is named Tang Hao. Tang Hao, Haoshan Douluo?" Zhu Qing's eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold air suddenly emanated from his body. He seemed to be smiling but not smiling, and he looked very frightened. Zhu Qing knew better than anyone that Haoshan Douluo and Wuhan Palace had a blood feud. He looked at the lotus in the mural on the wall, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Where are the others? Zhu Qing asked. His voice was already soft, even if it was mixed with coldness. It was hard to tell what was on his mind at this moment. Whereabouts unknown, Xilong answered truthfully. Tang San is his son, Wuhan Blue Silver Grass. He is 12 years old this year. Everything is correct. That guy should be the Clear Sky Douluo who disappeared back then. Tang Hao. Oh, I see. Zhu Qing responded without saying much. It's not his turn to intervene in the grievances of the previous generation, let alone with his current strength. He can't beat Tang Hao. Rather than increase troubles because of this matter, it's better to face each other calmly. At least it's not a waste of time. Zhu Qing's reaction was a bit too calm, and Xilong always felt panicked. He was silent for a while, and didn't know what to write in his heart. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and asked, "Young master, do you want someone to keep an eye on the second lady?" "Need not," Zhu Qing refused flatly, and said, "Grandpa will not misjudge the person. Let the second sister handle the matter of the second sister by herself. If there's anything she can't handle, I will handle it for her. Besides, I know that Uncle Shi. What are you worried about? But these things are nothing to be afraid of. It's up to the second sister whether she wants to be Tang Yue or Jin Renyu. She is Jin Renyu. That's the second sister I like. She is Tang Yue, that is my enemy. What will happen is all in her mind. You and I just need to watch her make a choice." Can. Xilong frowned, and wanted to say something, but Zhu Qing suddenly issued an order to evict the guest. "Okay, Uncle Shi, I have some other things to do later. This time it will be hard work for you to pass the news back to the Hall of Spirits." Yes, young master. Xilong's face was a little complicated. He really didn't understand why his young master was so tolerant of the second young lady. She is Tang Hao's adopted daughter. Although it is said that Tang Hao did not treat her well, maybe the two of them are more hostile than enemies. But even if this is the case, if you are not afraid of anything but 10,000, are you really not on guard at all? Xilong was a little depressed. A second young lady appeared out of nowhere, and the young master of his family didn't have any sense of crisis. It was really because the emperor was not worried and the eunuch was worried, so he was worried in vain. Xilong shook his head helplessly and followed Zhu Qing's instructions. The Zhuqing River stands in front of the mural. In the pond, next to the beautiful swaying lotus flowers, a fair-skinned and beautiful woman is sleeping on the lotus leaves. A bowl of flame flower is engraved between her eyebrows. It is small, exquisite and unique. This beautiful mural is worth admiring, but unfortunately, if you look closely, the lotus-like arms of the woman in the painting are wrapped by vines, and the color of the vines looks more beautiful than the lotus and the woman. It's so bright, it seems like the vines were painted on purpose by someone, which changes the flavor of the whole painting. After many days of study, Zhu Qing realized the mystery of this. Tang Yue, Jin Renyu, it does look a bit like her. Wuhantian Hall of Light. After hearing the news of Jin Renyu's injury, the 6 priests all rushed to Guangling Hall. Jin Douluo, who was the first to arrive, had a stinky face when he saw Guangling. He snatched Jin Rinai from Guangling's arms, and immediately carried Jin Rinai to Jin Rinai's own room. Ling was locked outside. Bump. It could be heard that the eldest brother was really angry. Guangling lowered his eyes and blamed himself. He also wanted to explain, but Jin Daoli wouldn't listen to a word he said. The way he looked at him was like a knife, which was very strange. Ugh. Sighing heavily, Guangling could only wait outside the room and worry. He wasn't afraid that Jin Rinai would blame him, but he was just afraid that Jin Rinai would leave some sequelae. After all, the relationship between him and Xiao Wu, there is a huge difference in strength. Although he only used a little bit of strength at that time, it was a skill that hurt his body. If he didn't recover well, he might suffer from a cold. The more he thought about it, the more depressed Guangling became. I don't know what he was thinking at that time. It was obviously just a dead bird. But he actually thought it was an illusion. I was really stunned. I guess my brain was frozen after staying in the far north for more than a month, Guangling complained. However, not long after he scolded himself, a big bird landed outside the Guangling hall. The big bird landed and went straight to the main hall. Old Wu, where's Yue, third brother? Guangling looked in the direction of the voice. It was Guangling Douluo. After receiving the letter from Guangling, Guangling Douluo immediately informed Jin Daoliu. This is why Jin Daoliu caught Guangling in Guangling Palace, snatched Jin Rinai away, and finally left Jin Daoliu behind. The reason that gave Guangling a bad face: you said you accidentally injured Yue. Is Yue in good condition? Seeing that Guangling hadn't been beaten yet, Guangling was also relieved. He looked at Guangling and asked about Jin Rinai's situation with a slight frown. If the situation is good, it will be scolded at best, but if the situation is not good, she will have to be beaten. According to Jin Rinai's temperament, she may not be happy for Jin Daoliu to beat Guangling. Based on the principle of chicken flying dog jumping, Guangling still decided to come to persuade the fight, although he also wanted to beat Guangling the first time he got the news. The old man doesn't know yet. The eldest brother brought the person in, and the old man got a bad nose. The old man has no choice but to stand outside. Or third brother, you go in and have a look. The old man is very worried about Xiao Wu. Guangling knew he was wrong, and he didn't dare to touch Jin Daoliu's bad luck lightly at this moment, otherwise it was very likely that he would not see Xiao Wu after another beating, and that would be too bad. Hearing Guangling's words, Guangling's soul tortured. Are you serious? Do not heavy. Guangling hesitated. Okay, I checked my eyes. This guy will most likely be beaten at this time. Inside the house, Jin Rinai lay calmly on the bed, while Jin Daoliu stood by and explored her body. When he found that Jin Rinai had no external or internal injuries, he couldn't help frowning. What's going on? When he took Jin Rinai from Guangling, Jin Daoliu could clearly feel the cold air in her body that had not been evacuated. If he hadn't been anxious to see Jin Rinai's condition, he would have definitely beaten Guangling first, but this time in just a few minutes, Jin Rinai's body suddenly became fine without any problems at all. How is this possible? Jin Daoliu had never seen such a situation. Did she absorb it herself? At this time, the little phoenix in Jin Rinai's body gradually woke up. It yawned lightly, and couldn't help complaining. Uninformed human beings, the master has absorbed the fairy grass, and she is of ice attribute, and I repaired the interior of the little phoenix, so of course it will be fine. It's a pity that Jin Daoliu couldn't hear Xiao Fenghuang's words. He pondered over and over again, and finally only came up with one sentence. Could it be related to the god of kindness? Little Phoenix. 6. Jin Rinai was still sleeping, and Little Phoenix didn't bother her. In the danshan, it was enjoying the nourishment of the soul power in Jin Rinai's body, and felt very happy. Its owner seemed to have released a lot of soul power after being injured a day ago, and the little phoenix took the opportunity to absorb a lot, so after squinting for a day and a half, it woke up again. Human beings, even the little phoenix, will doubt whether its master is a fierce beast that has practiced for tens of thousands of years. Such vast and gentle soul power should never appear in a soul master who is only level 35. There should be a mystery in this. Little phoenix knew that her master was not simple, but she never thought that she could be so extraordinary. A mortal body could actually contain such deep soul power, which was really scary. Speaking of it, even if it is compared to Tidal Douluo, I am afraid it is not an exaggeration, Little Phoenix thought, and was glad that his master's soul power was not overbearing. Otherwise, with his greedy temper, his body would have exploded after swallowing part of the soul power, and he would never be able to open his eyes again. It can be said that it is lucky to have chosen a satisfactory owner who can give it a new life. Beautiful. Hey, while Little Phoenix was enjoying the bath in his body, there were suddenly chaotic voices outside. Third child. Where is Yue? How is Yue? Third brother, how is Xiao Wu doing? Where's the big brother? Did the big brother take Yue away? Fifth brother. Give me a stick. End of this chapter. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 42. Subduing Demon Douluo came with a stick, and 15-ton Douluo followed behind him, wanting to stop him, but Guangzhi's younger brother was too high-handed, so he threw his stick at Guangling without saying a word. Boom. After all, he is a titled Douluo. With this blow, at least half of the Guangling Palace will be destroyed. Old 7. You are looking for a fight. Dust and mist filled the sky. Guangling, who was still full of guilt just now had his soul ring on her body, and flew straight to the direction where Jiangmo Douluo was. Guangling Palace was suddenly smashed into a big hole, and the momentum of the Golden Palace was completely gone. Guangling had spent many years of savings on this Golden Palace. Now with a stick from demon conquering Douluo, he not only hid his house, but also his family. A small pot of gold that he stored for many years. Can Guangling bear this anger? Of course not. If I don't beat you to the ground today and beg for mercy, I won't be called Guangling anymore. What is fifth brother going to call it? Bang Shu, demon conquering Douluo laughed, and with a red aura all over his body, he kept dodging the ice arrows fired by Guangling. He carried the black-coiled dragon stick on his shoulders, regardless of how angry Guangling was at this moment. S7, Guangling almost gritted his back molars and made a sound. He raised his bow and flew towards Jiangmo Douluo, so fast that the few people watching the theater below couldn't see his way clearly. It seems that Lao Qi will inevitably be beaten today. Guangling Douluo analyzed carefully. I think there's a high probability that the two of them were beaten. Qianjin Douluo added one injured Jinru, and the other smashed Guangling Palace. Although the plot of smashing the hall is not considered serious, Jinru is still in the Guangling Hall after all, and there is a big brother inside. It is strange that the people inside can easily let the smashing hall go. Shaking his head helplessly, Qianjin Douluo felt that if these two people were together, they would definitely create a storm. Lao Liu, why don't you stop him? The figure with blue aura and the figure with red aura were fighting in the air. It was obvious that the figure with red aura had the upper hand, and even had no power to fight back. Seeing this situation, Lion Douluo felt that it was not good, so he called out to Qianjin Douluo. Qianjin Douluo actually doesn't like people calling him Lao Liu, because he's really not the sixth. Moreover, the fight between these 2-year-olds is in full swing. Now except for the eldest brother and the second brother who can stop them, it is better not to think about the others. The third brother was cold and indifferent, and the fourth brother was watching a show again. If they didn't stop them, they actually asked him, the seventh brother, the sixth son, to go? Isn't this simply letting him be beaten by Guangling? He is not going. 15 Jun Douluo didn't care, Guangling Douluo and Xiongxi Douluo didn't care. The power to stop the fight naturally fell into the hands of Golden Crocodile Douluo, who hadn't spoken out for a long time. Golden Crocodile Douluo has always been strict with himself, but this time, he kept silent. Guangling Douluo subconsciously looked at him, and the two looked at each other, but they didn't see anything from each other's eyes. However, there was a roar outside. And inside Jinru was shaken open by a club that was deafening and made the ground tremble. Oh my god, what's going on? The sudden opening of Jinru's eyes surprised both Jin Daoliu and Xiao Fenghuang. Jin Daoliu originally planned to go out and scold people, but since Jinru woke up, he decided to go out later to deal with the two uneasy people. Guy, Yu, how are you? How do you feel? The familiar ceiling was replaced by Jin Daoliu's handsome face. Jinru's eyes widened. She looked directly at Jin Daoliu and noticed a man's beauty for the umpteenth time. Grandpa, was there an earthquake? She asked curtly. This, Jin Daoliu didn't expect that Jinru would ask this question when he woke up. His face was slightly complicated. The earthquake was not an earthquake, it's just, bump. Before he finished speaking, the chandelier far away in the living room suddenly fell to the ground, and glass shards on the ground slapped Jin Daoliu in the face. Jin Daoliu didn't say any more after that. His face darkened and he smelled bad. Jinru also woke up completely when the chandelier fell down. She sat up suddenly and was suddenly glad that she didn't choose to live in the house. Under the chandelier the battle outside was still going on, and Jin Daoliu inside didn't want to make a bad face in front of Jinru. But if the second five-boy outside was not disciplined, the entire Guangling Palace might have to be demolished. Xiao, you have a good rest first. Grandpa will come back as soon as he goes. Smiling and comforting Jinrinyu, Jin Daoliu's face darkened again the moment he turned around, and he left Jinrinyu's room full of resentment, and went straight to the outside of the hall. Big brother, Guangling Douluo was the first to perceive Jin Daoliu. He turned his head and bowed slightly towards Jin Daoliu. Afterward, Lion Douluo and Golden Crocodile Douluo also called out, "Brother, kindness." Jin Daoliu replied in a deep voice, "It is not difficult to know that those two conspicuous people are going to be beaten together today after fighting outside for more than 10 minutes. Guangling and Jiangmo's soul power has been consumed a lot. If Jin Daoliu uses a big move on them now, I'm afraid they will either be disabled or injured." 15-ton Douluo, Amitabha, I can only pray in my heart for his second and fifth younger brother. The angel domain was released, covering an area of thousands of square meters in the air, and Guangling and Jiangmo were trapped in it. After a while, they felt that their own strength had been reduced, and the angel domain was full of divine power, not to mention this is still unleashed by the demigod Jin Daoliu. The fourth soul skill, Angel Blade, the martial spirit avatar was activated and divine radiance descended at the same time. The angel avatar behind Cayenne Daoliu was a girl who closed her eyes. She held her hands on her chest and shed a drop of clear tears from the corner of her eyes. Several cone-like cones suddenly appeared behind her. Golden Blade, the sharp blade, gathered divine brilliance and struck towards Guangling and Jiangmo in the angel realm. Guangling and Jiangmo's movements were much slower than usual. The two of them did not care about their grudges at this time, but joined hands to resist the attacks from thousands of streams. A demigod angel Douluo can't resist with just light feathers and subduing demons. Not to mention that they are not on their heyday now. Jin Daoliu's big move, the shining golden angel holy sword, directly broke through the protection of the two of them. Guangling Douluo and Xiongxi Daoluo's eyes flickered slightly, and hurriedly stepped forward to catch the falling Guangling, while on the other side, 15 Jin Douluo and Golden Crocodile Douluo supported the falling Jiangmo. They worked together to welcome Sen Daoliu's angel holy sword. A strong white light flashed, and powerful fluctuations of soul power floated in the entire light feather hall. At this time, Jinrinyu opened the door under the instigation of the little phoenix. One person and one phoenix were swept by the strong light. Jinrinyu subconsciously she stretched out her hand to cover it, but found that the light was too dazzling. Her eyes couldn't bear it very well. Grandpa, end of this chapter. Chapter 43. He will be your neighbor. Little Moon, Golden Crocodile Douluo had quick eyesight and quick hands. He immediately let go of Jiangmo Douluo and dodged to look in front of Jinrinyu. Jinrinyu's sight was blocked by Golden Crocodile Douluo's body. He squatted down, half kneeled on the ground, took the little girl into his arms, and comforted him softly. It's okay, Xiao Wu. A golden-orange barrier appeared around Golden Crocodile Douluo. The barrier was shining with light, and the lines on it were the body of the golden crocodile. The soul power emitted by this barrier was stronger than what he and those few people had just done when they worked together to resist thousands of attacks. The power used by Liu Shi was almost the same. Not surprisingly, it was used by Golden Crocodile Douluo to resist the fluctuations in soul power that Jin Daoliu had produced when he fought with him just now. The white light covered the barrier, and Jinrinyu felt very at ease in the arms of Golden Crocodile Douluo. Without the stimulation of the bright light, the little phoenix also felt much more comfortable. It sighed inwardly at this level 99 angel Douluo, who also passed Jinrinyu by the way. Yu's eyes glanced at the conspicuous bag that had consumed most of its soul power. I have to say that this conspicuous bag really shows off. Even in a battle with a group of people, his gold and silver one just looks more showy than others. Jin Daoliu's blow, even though several other people worked together to neutralize it, Guangling Hall was affected after all. But after 10 minutes, there was only one good house left in a good hall. Perhaps Jin Daoliu did it deliberately. He tried his best to avoid the direction of Jinrinyu, so the impact Guangling and the others received was much stronger than that of Golden Crocodile Douluo, who was protecting Jinrinyu, and Jiangmo Douluo abandoned by Golden Crocodile Douluo. His sixth elder brother didn't care about him. In this battle, except for him who was injured the most of the others were slightly or uninjured. Under the protection of Luan and Xiongxi, nothing happened. In conclusion, only he and his brother were injured. The impact came to an end, and most of Guangling Palace was in ruins. Guangling was heartbroken. He looked at his once magnificent palace. He lost his balance and almost fell down. Guangling Douluo on the side reached out to support him. That's why I didn't embarrass myself in front of everyone. He built this Guangling Hall with real gold and silver, not to mention how many years the money has been saved, and now there's only one passable house left, which makes him so sad. If it weren't for the fact that the person who caused this situation was Jin Daoliu, he would have jumped by now. Brother, you have to accompany me for medical expenses. Before Guangling Douluo spoke out first, he looked at Jin Daoliu with a pitiful face. He was being supported by his sixth elder brother. His bloody head was in stark contrast to everyone present. You still want medical expenses? Jin Daoliu handed him over with a knife-like look. Demon-conquering Douluo instantly felt as if his throat was being strangled by something, making him unable to speak again. I have to say that the elder brother was really angry this time. 15 Jin Douluo supported his wronged brother, and immediately took him away from Jin Daoliu's sight. At this time, you still want to pay for medical expenses? The money you have saved for decades is not enough to pay for it. Yes, if you really can't afford it, I'll pay for it for you, and you can save a few beatings if you say a few words less. Facing his brother's reprimand in a low voice, Douluo looked innocent. He was the only one who was beaten and injured. Should he ask his elder brother for some medical expenses? The eldest brother has so much money, and he wants some medical expenses. Isn't he also consoling himself? Why do you even have to teach him this? Really pouted, subduing Demon Douluo turned his head away unhappily. Seeing this, 15 Jin Douluo shook his head. It's hopeless. This brother on the other side, Guangling, saw Jin Daoliu's eyes were a bit unfriendly, so he didn't look for a sense of existence like Jiang Mo did. Anyway, Guangling Temple was smashed by Jiang Mo, and then he asked the two brothers for some money, plus taking part from the third and fourth brothers can also reshape the palace. But it is really a pity that he spent many years finding the display objects. Guangling was a little depressed. He subconsciously looked at Jin Rinyu, who was being protected by Golden Crocodile Douluo. It happened that Jin Rinyu also happened to be looking at him at this time. The two looked at each other, and Jin Rinyu's eyes were full of excitement. Qin Chang made Guangling realize that there was probably no cold syndrome left on this girl. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, and he didn't know why he was happy. Your house has been smashed to pieces. Why are you so happy? Seeing this, the lion Douluo at the side was also blind. He spoke out what was in his heart, and the next moment, he received a bad face from Guangling for no reason. Lion Douluo consciously shut his mouth. Okay, he stopped talking. Isn't it okay if he stopped talking? Guangling Douluo shook his head slightly and felt that it was normal for Guangling Hall to be what it was today. Little Moon, just now, he gave Lion Douluo a bad face, and Guangling walked towards Jin Rinyu with a smile on his face in the next second. He wanted to further confirm whether there was really no cold symptoms left in Jin Rinyu's body. Hurry up, come on, come here and let Grandpa hug you. Opening his arms towards Jin Rinyu, Guangling didn't care about the sharp eyes thrown by Jin Daoliu at this time. He just wanted to confirm Jin Rinyu's physical condition. By the way, he also had to explain himself to Jin Rinyu. Why wasn't she recognized? Otherwise, if Jin Rinyu holds grudges, he will be finished. No, Jin Rinyu refused directly with a cold face. She stayed well in Golden Crocodile Douluo's arms, so she didn't want to go to Guangling's after all. Guangling shot at her at that time. Even with Xiao Fenghuang's explanation, she was still a little angry from the bottom of her heart, but it was a trivial matter, and she was not the kind of person who had to make Guangling care about her. The source of the atmosphere is actually the earthquake caused by the fight between Guangling and Jiang Mo. She was sleeping soundly and having a sweet dream, but with a bang, the little sister was gone, and the little brother was gone too. The sweet dream turned into a few crumbling walls on the ceiling. God knows what happened when she woke up. What did she think when she saw those things? If Jin Daoliu hadn't suddenly come out, she would have thought that she was wearing them again. Being rejected by Jin Rinyu, Guangling also froze on the spot with a smile. Although he had prepared the worst plan in his heart, he never thought that his Xiao Wu would be so cruel, that he would not have a chance at all. Give him, hello, he hasn't explained it yet, okay? His face became a little complicated, but more, he still blamed himself. Okay, Lao Wu, you'd better reflect on yourself. Jin Rinyu's refusal made Jin Daoliu very satisfied. Guangling's move on his granddaughter is absolutely impossible to forgive so easily. This kid, don't let him suffer, he is really getting more and more drifting up. Turning his head to look at Jin Rinyu, Jin Daoliu instantly changed his face and said kindly, "You hear, this Guangling Hall can no longer accommodate people, how about you go to the Angel Hall with Grandpa? Can no one live in Guangling Palace?" Jin Renau's first reaction was to look at Guangling. Guangling was a little embarrassed at this time. He subconsciously avoided Jin Renau's gaze and scolded himself again in his heart. Don't worry, he will be your neighbor. End of this chapter. Chapter 44. The Little Witch Eats the Big Melon. Neighbor, Jin Renau pouted. Why did she want Guangling to be her neighbor? When she comes back, her own palace will probably be repaired and she won't need to live in the Angel Palace. Although she was thinking so, Jin Renau couldn't say it so straightforwardly. She accepted Jin Daoliu's proposal as a punishment to Guangling in the Angel Hall. Guangling can't get any good results. He probably has to follow Qian Daoliu's meditating practice without leaving the door. Ugh, Guangling sighed softly. Although he was very reluctant on his face, he thought that if this could make Jin Renau calm down, he would think it would be nothing after all. His time was long enough, and it wasn't that he couldn't afford it. It was only a few months, and it wouldn't affect anything. He was just afraid that the pigs outside would steal his cabbage, so to be on the safe side, he went to ask his third brother and fourth brother. Brother, after all, these two brothers are both reliable and not so troublesome. With the two of them looking at Jin Renau, they think that Jin Renau will not be snatched away by other wolf cubs. After Jin Renau chose her favorite room in the Angel Palace, she asked Guangling Douluo to take her to Xiandao City. The team battle in the Xiandao Great Soul Fighting Arena will begin soon. If she can't make it back, I'm afraid that the Imperial Battle Team will lose again. Without any surprise, it was also because of her anxiety that she chose to ride a bird this time. Otherwise, she could actually take a carriage on the other side. There is the Xiandao Spirit Arena and the rest room. The Shrek 7 monsters all performed very well in the individual competitions. The person in charge of the Soul Fighting Arena specially upgraded their team badges to a higher level in order to match them with the Imperial Fighting Team. Uzia Gang and Franda had already met Qin Ming before he got the information about the Royal Dao team. Flanders and Qin Ming had a close master-disciple relationship and chatted a lot. Yu Shai and Hang saw Uzia Gang, but did not go up to him. After saying hello, his expression looked a little complicated, and in the end he avoided Uzia Gang, pretending he didn't see him. Uzia Gang handed out the information about the members of the Royal Dao team to Tang San and the others. He highlighted Jin Renau. During the explanation, Tang San didn't have the intention to listen. He looked at Jin Renau's smile on the information. The happy photos. Suddenly my heart ached a little, and I just felt as if I had really lost the sister I had taken care of since she was a child. Xiao-san, don't be distracted. Uzia Gang also noticed Tang San's trance at a glance. He scolded in a low voice, looking a little unhappy. To be honest, he didn't think Jin Renau was Tang Yue. Tang Yue was that the child's martial arts spirit was too ordinary, and her innate spirit power was only half a level. In just 3 months, Uzia Gang didn't believe that she had jumped to level 35. Rather than believing that Jin Renau is Tang Yue, it is better to say that this Jin Renau may just be similar to Tang Yue. After all, there is never a shortage of people who look similar in this world. Sorry, teacher. Being looked at by Uzia Gang like this, Tang San felt a little guilty in his heart. He frowned slightly and lowered his eyes, knowing that he couldn't go on like this. He apologized to Uzia Gang and stopped thinking about Jin Ren. It's about a month. Seeing this, Uzia Gang nodded with satisfaction. He continued to analyze Jin Renau's soul skill. In addition, Flanders also heard from Qin Ming that Jin Renau's third soul skill was very powerful. Although Qin Ming it was not stated clearly, but from his evaluation of Jin Renau, Flanders probably guessed that Jin Renau still had a lot of trump cards that she had not used. After all, so far, no one had seen her use the third card. Soul skills. Uzia Gang naturally knew that this was a difficult opponent, but it was undeniable that although she was difficult, she was also a good target to test Tang San and the others. Even if they lost in the end, they would not lose this time. Flender, who was in the eye of losing money, did not choose to suppress himself. He bet all his wealth on the Royal Fighting Team, just waiting to make a lot of money. Of course, it's not that he doesn't trust his own people, it's just that the factor of Jin Renau has changed too much. Even if Tang San has a lot of trump cards to use, but compared to the current Jin Renau, the level is still worse. So, Flender adhered to the principle of not losing money, and in order to earn some food expenses for the academy and improve the food, he bet all his wealth on the Royal Fighting Team. This is his explanation to Uzia Gang. Uzia Gang believed it. He shook his head helplessly and ignored Flender's decision. After all, even he himself was not completely sure that these 7 little monsters could win this time. Mistress, come out with me. Not sure what he was thinking of, Yu Zhigang suddenly frowned. He called Tang San to leave the lounge, and the two went to whisper alone. Seeing this, Zhu Zhiqing also found a chance to be alone with Xiao Wu. She was in Xiandao. When he was at the Royal Academy, he once asked why the grudge was between Jin Renai and Xiao Wu, and why Xiao Wu would be so excited every time he had a conflict with her. This was really different from the Xiao Wu that Zhu Zhiqing knew. However, Jin Renai herself doesn't know what grudges there are between the two. The memories she inherited have always been vague. Apart from knowing that Xiao Wu really couldn't get along with her, framed her on some things, and Tang San every time apart from hesitating between the two, she wasn't very clear about the rest. Maybe some memories are too profound and are engraved in the mind, and those so-called good things are actually not worth mentioning. The root cause is that a bowl of water is not leveled. Unable to get an accurate answer from Jin Renai, Zhu Zhiqing planned to ask Xiao Wu, but because Xiao Wu has been staying with Tang San recently, Zhu Zhiqing felt that it was not polite to interrupt at night, so she kept delaying the conversation. Ask the exit. This is alright. Tang San was called out by Yu Zhigang, and her chance came. Little dance. Zhu Zhiqing called softly. Xiao Wu withdrew her gaze from staring at Tang San and looked back at Zhu Zhiqing. What's wrong, Zhu Qing? She asked softly, with confusion on her heroic little face. Zhu Zhiqing was silent for a while, although he knew that it would be bad to mention Jin Renai in front of Xiao Wu. But there are still some things that should be resolved. What if there is a misunderstanding? Taking a deep breath, Zhu Zhiqing said with a complex expression, I really want to know why you hate Xiao Wu so much. The calm words sounded. And Ning Rongrong, who was at the side, also listened. She pricked up her ears, and thought to herself, how could these two whisper without taking her with them? After pouting, the little witch moved closer to Xiao Wu. In order to prevent them from noticing that she was eavesdropping, Ning Rongrong also used the information of the Royal Dao team to cover up, pretending that she was serious. Really analyzing the members of the Royal Tao Sente. As for Xiao Wu, when she heard the word Xiao, her complexion was obviously much uglier than before. Her brows were slightly frowned, and she subconsciously avoided Zhu Zhiqing's sight. It could be seen that she didn't really want to answer this question, but Zhu Zhiqing always felt that there was some misunderstanding in this. The Xiao Wu she knew was definitely not a girl who could easily want to kill someone. She didn't believe that Xiao Wu was targeting Jin Renai for no reason. Of course, she also believed in Jin Renai unconditionally, so she only then will it be considered that there is a misunderstanding. Xiao Wu, I know you are not that kind of person. Something must have happened between you and Xiao Wu, right? Zhu Zhiqing frowned and asked. Since she knew Jin Renai, it seemed that there had never been a real relationship between her and Jin Renai. She never cared about the relationship between the three of them, but it was because of Jin Renai's disappearance last time that she realized something was wrong. She felt that Xiao Wu seemed to be treating Jin Renai as a rival in love, especially Tang San called Xiao Wu. Her face was very strange, and even several times, it was because of her disturbance that Jin Renai and them fought. Could it be? Zhu Zhiqing's eyes flickered slightly, as if he had thought of something. She looked at Xiao Wu in disbelief. Xiao Wu, do you think Xiao Wu likes Tang San? Xiao Wu didn't deny Zhu Zhiqing's idea. She pursed her lips, her pink eyes turned left and right. It seemed that she acquiesced to Zhu Zhiqing's words. Xiao Wu likes third brother. Ning Rongrong seemed to have eaten some big melon at the side. The expression on her face was very exciting. She was just eating melon seeds while listening to Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhiqing telling stories. However, aren't Xiao Wu and third brother brothers and sisters? It's normal for them to like each other, right? Ning Rongrong thought this, and the next moment, Xiao Wu raised her complicated eyes and spoke. She likes brother, not limited to brother and sister. End of this chapter. Chapter 45. Little Red Riding Hood abducted by the green-clothed monster! Exclamation mark. Good guy, what a big melon. Ning Rongrong was shocked, and immediately put down the documents in her hand and went to Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhiqing. She expressed her opinion. No way, aren't Xiao Wu and third brother real brothers and sisters? And third brother usually seems to be with you. Get closer. Xiao Wu likes third brother? Why didn't I see it? Not only Ning Rongrong didn't see it, to be honest, Zhu Zhiqing didn't see it either. Seeing that Zhu Zhiqing and Ning Rongrong didn't believe what she said, Xiao Wu didn't even think about explaining. A lot of things happened during this period, and I can't tell you clearly for a while, but I definitely didn't deliberately target Xiao Wu. I just think that if you care about someone who is similar to Xiao Wu, you will ignore me. Xiao Wu lowered her head. To put it bluntly, she just didn't believe that Jin Renai was Tang Yue, and she killed Jin Rinyu only because Tang San cared about Jin Rinyu, the matter between her and Tang Yue. In fact, it's not a big deal. Tang Yue has cheated her before, and she has cheated Tang Yue too. The two of them tried their best to fight for Tang San's favor, but to be honest, she never thought of harming Tang Yue's life. The Xingdao Great Forest and his party were just an accident. When she saw Jin Rinyu, she was really shocked, but compared to this, she was more afraid that Tang San would make up for Tang Yue's guilt on Jin Rinyu. After all, the two of them are really alike. The last time Tang San had a heart-to-heart talk with Xiao Wu, Xiao Wu also knew that she had done something wrong. She explained her thoughts and worries to Tang San, and Tang San also explained his thoughts to her. The two of them opened their hearts. Xiao Wu, there is no such deep hostility towards Jin Rinyu. The reason why she was able to answer Zhu Zhuking's question today was probably because of this. Xiao Wu likes Tang San. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuking have already seen it, but they really didn't expect that Xiao Wu and Tang Yue couldn't get along because of this reason. The speaker was unintentional, but the listener was intentional. Zhu Zhuking just felt that this was a big mistake. She knew that there must be some misunderstanding between the two people. Otherwise, how could such a situation happen? However, the girls gossip and eat melons here, while the boys over there are also eager to move. Zhu Zhuking had been away for such a long time, and Daimyo also reflected on himself for several days, but he felt that he had done nothing wrong. Maybe Zhu Zhuking just didn't like him looking at Daimyo's gloomy face. Oscar was also a little depressed ever since Zhu Zhuking left with Jin Rinyu last time. Ning Rongrong has also been stunned. Not only does he not like to talk to him, but he always likes to do things mysteriously by himself, so that he doesn't know where to find him every day. She is so tired. If possible, he would also like to stand by Ning Rongrong's side, but it seems that Ning Rongrong cares more about Jin Rinyu. Oscar has been observing for a long time. Ning Rongrong has been staring at Jin Rinyu's introduction since the materials of the members of the royal fighting team were released. From Rinyu's information, the flowers look the same. To be honest, he was a little bit jealous, but they have to admit that Jin Rinyu is indeed strong. And what they should pay attention to most at the moment is this girl. Daimyo stared at Zhu Zhuking for a long while, and didn't know what he was thinking in his heart. The atmosphere on both sides seemed a little heavy. Zhu Zhuking was speechless for a while, and Ning Rongrong didn't know what to say. After all, she was I really don't know what happened to these three brothers and sisters before, but if you want her to say, Jin Rinyu may not like Tang San, and Xiao Wu likes Tang San is a sure thing. As for Tang San, maybe it's just a bowl of water, so ignored this and ignored that. Which caused the two people to be jealous of each other and misunderstand each other. The circle is so messy. Ning Rongrong couldn't eat this melon anymore, so she quickly moved away and went to do her own thing. At present, she is the only one in the entire team who has not broken through level. It is said that she is holding back, which makes her a little embarrassed. Zhu Zhuking broke through level in a short period of time. Ning Rongrong always felt that it was related to Jin Rinyu. If she had known, she should have gone to Jin Rinyu earlier, but remembering the matter of begging Chenzin and Gurong before, the corner of her mouth twitched, and she muttered, "Grandfathers must have forgotten, right? Hard to say. Maybe I really forgot after all. He is not idle." Next, Zhu Zhuking and Xiao Wu didn't know what they said. Ning Rongrong didn't bother to listen. She walked out by a ghost, and at the corner, she suddenly heard the conversation between Yu Zhigang and Tang San outside. "Little San, if possible, I suggest getting Jin Rinyu out first, even with the 8 spider lances." Faced with Yu Zhigang's serious plan, Tang San seemed a little hesitant. He was sure that Jin Rinyu is Tang Yue, so if he was asked to take action against Tang Yue, he might not be so cruel. This is a competition. There is no friendship on the field. Even if she looks like Xiao, you can't treat her as Xiao. The quality of her martial spirit is far from Xiao's. This is what you should pay special attention to. Tang San has been absent-minded lately, and Yu Zhigang has a headache just looking at it, but there are some things that he doesn't know what to say. After all, the person who can untie the bell must tie it. "I know, teacher," Tang San replied, also explaining his thoughts, "but no matter how much Xiao's martial spirit has changed, I can be sure that she is Xiao, but in the same way, I will also focus on the team, will not be merciful, and will not be distracted. Teacher, please rest assured." "Well, that's fine," Yu Zhigang nodded with satisfaction. "By the way, I recently analyzed the characteristics of that child's soul skills. Her first and second soul skills cannot be used simultaneously within 10 seconds. I hope you can catch it." This point prevents her from using the fused soul skills. Otherwise, her Silver Frost sword will be troublesome. A good auxiliary martial soul must have followed the path of a miscellaneous cultivator, and I don't know who taught it. While analyzing, Yu Xiaogang muttered to himself. He touched his chin and felt very strange. Who in the normal world would practice control with an extremely rare super auxiliary martial spirit like Nine-Petal Immortal Lotus? Isn't it okay to find something to do for yourself? What a surprise, but Tang San didn't care about Yu Xiaogang's muttering. He nodded, and returned to the lounge after answering just in time. He bumped into Ning Rongrong, who was overhearing. Rongrong, you. Tang San was a little surprised. He looked at Ning Rongrong, and the two looked at each other. Was Ning Rongrong eavesdropping on the conversation between him and the teacher just now? Third brother, I just ate a big melon. Ning Rongrong's face was filled with a smile. She didn't care what Yu Xiaogang and Tang San said. She cared more about what Xiao Wu said. Lord, she had to ask, to satisfy her curiosity. After all, what Xiao Wu said alone didn't have much credibility. She believed Tang San more than Rabbit. What? It was rare to see Ning Rongrong showing such a gossip expression. Tang San subconsciously took 2 steps back. He always felt that this eldest lady was a bit unkind. I heard that Xiao Wu is not your biological sister? Ning Rongrong asked as she approached Tang San. She stared into Tang San's eyes, as if she could be sure that he wouldn't lie, and Tang San didn't think it was something that should not be said. He thought what Ning Rongrong was going to ask. It turned out to be this matter. Xiao Wu is indeed not my biological sister, but apart from blood relationship, she and my sister is no different, Tang San answered truthfully. He also told Xiao Wu about these words. He just wants to find out what Xiao Wu went through and what happened again. If possible, he hopes that Xiao Wu can come back. In the future, he will never ignore her again. Of course, if she is unwilling, he will not force her. As long as Xiao Wu can live happily in another place, that's enough. Being a real sister? Ning Rongrong cast gossiping eyes. Third brother, do you feel that you are actually a little partial? She asked, although she didn't know what happened to these 3 people in the past. From the time she got to know them, she was sure that Tang San was partial to Xiao Wu. Civilization? Tang San frowned slightly. He didn't seem to have a preference for anyone. Both of them were her younger sisters, and one was brought up by him. Who could he be partiality to? It's just that in the past, Xiao Wu's character was indeed timid and unattractive, so most of what he could see in his eyes was Xiao Wu's beauty. Thinking of this, Tang San seemed to be sure of something. I just said it casually. Ning Rongrong didn't intend to ask further questions, so it was enough to stop. In response, Tang San frowned, and Ning Rongrong left the lounge, not knowing where she went. Here Shrek has obtained the information of the Huangdao team, and the Huangdao team has also obtained the information of Shrek, but the competition will start soon, and the whereabouts of Jin Rinai is still unknown. Yu Xianheng launched the Blue Lightning Overlord Dragon Sector. Disciples went out to search, and some enthusiastic citizens reported that Little Red Riding Hood had left with a monster in green clothes. It was at this time that Du Yuyan realized that her grandfather was trying to steal the child, right? However, since they left with Du Yubo, there should be nothing serious. Therefore, except for Qin Ming, a teacher who was anxious, the rest of the team went on as usual and did not show any other expressions. It made Qin Ming wonder if Jin Rinai didn't have such a good relationship with these children. However, at this moment, before anyone arrived, the voice came first. "Hey, Hu Hansen, I'm back." Jin Rinai's excited voice sounded, and Du Yuyan and the others immediately dropped the team members' information in their hands, and stared straight at the gatekeeper, who was pushed. Yu. According to the relationship between the two, Du Yuyan hugged Jin Rinai without any surprise. Jin Rinai's eyebrows were curved and she looked really happy. "Why are you so happy? Did you get something you like?" Yu Xianheng also walked to Jin Rinai's side for the first time. He looked at Du Yuyan hugging Jin Rinai, and felt a little sore in his heart. Back then, when he came back after going out for 3 or 5 days, Du Yuyan was not like this enthusiasm. Alice, it seems that there is still no love. Shaking his head lightly, Yu Xianheng sighed imperceptibly, with a smile still on his face, which didn't let Jin Rinai see what was good or bad. Of course Jin Rinai blinked. How could she be so happy if she didn't get something good? Oh? What good thing? Don't you want to share it? Yu Xianheng raised his eyebrows. He had to say that Jin Rinai was really cute. If this child was his biological sister, his old-fashioned grandfather would probably pamper people to heaven, right? Thinking about it, he really wanted a biological sister. I don't know if his parents can be born again. Yu Xianheng here was calculating the age of his parents, while Jin Renai shook her head and said mysteriously, "This is without sharing, you will know when the time comes." Haha. Yu Xianheng laughed out loud, but Du Yuan looked a little worried. She secretly whispered to Jin Renai and asked, "Yu, I heard that you left with my grandpa. How are you?" "It's all right." "Well, my grandfather didn't kidnap you, did he?" No. Jin Renai shook her head. She leaned into Du Yuan's ear and said, "But Senior Du should be in a state of panic now. If he comes to visit, Sister Yanzi, you have to help me, otherwise I'm afraid of him. It will poison me to death." Poisoning to death would not be a problem. Du Yuan was silent for a while, and responded, "Okay, don't worry, I will help you." Jin Renai blinked her eyelashes and nodded. After the children finished caring, it was Kinming's turn. The past few days of Jin Renai's disappearance, Kinming can be said to be worried. He can't eat well every day, and he can't sleep well. He is afraid that Jin Renai will be abducted by human traffickers. The identity of this child is not simple. If the supervisory committee pays so much attention to it, Kinming will naturally pay more attention. "Xiao Wu, it's good to come back. I just have something I want to talk to you alone, so let's go out for a while." "Alright, Teacher Kinming." Jin Renai nodded, separated from Du Yuan, and followed Kinming out. Du Yuan looked at the two people leaving and didn't understand why Kinming just told her not to use the third soul skill on the field of competition. "Do you still want to give up?" Outside the lounge in a quiet corridor, Jin Renai followed behind Kinming. The two found a bench and sat down before Kinming spoke. "Xiao Wu, you have to pay special attention to that Tang San. If possible, get him out of the stage first, otherwise I am afraid that he will affect your use of soul skills." Jin Renai's shortcoming is obvious. With her current strength, it is impossible to use her soul skills in a short period of time. Not to mention that the fusion of soul skills requires a lot of soul power. In 1v1, no one will sneak attack, which is really brilliant, but when it comes to team battles, once there are multiple parties interfering, there is no way to make a quick decision. What Kinming is worried about is that Jin Renai will run out of soul power. Tang San is Shrek's backbone. As long as he gets out, everything can be easily solved. Their team's average spirit power level is much higher than Shrek's, he believes, except Tang San is a factor of change. The rest of the people, there will not be too much fluctuation. Jin Renai agrees with Kinming's worry, but she doesn't need to worry now, because Guangling gave her a gift before leaving the Hall of Spirits, and she may, or does not necessarily need to use a fusion that consumes a lot of soul power. Soul skills. He also heard that Jin Renai was going to play a game, and King Lun gave her some small things, saying that they were some small weapons for self-defense, in case someone came close and she had no time to guard against it. It was a small dagger hairpin that could be pulled out at any time. According to King Lun, this hairpin was a soul guide that could be used by injecting soul power. It seemed to be an item he had treasured for many years. Jin Renai carefully touched the silver hairpin in her cuff, and also nodded towards Kinming. "I see, teacher, I will pay more attention to Tang San." "Yes." Kinming nodded slightly and didn't say much. He also told Jin Renai some things that needed attention, asking Jin Renai not to risk his life. He cared more about his students' lives than victory. Not to mention, Jin Renai's identity is a bit too unusual. End of this chapter. Chapter 46. Royal Fighter Team vs Shrek 7 Monsters. At night, Jin Renai went out the next day. The thrilling team competition in the Xiandao Great Soul Arena officially kicked off. The Shrek 7 monsters appear as dark horses, and the Royal Dao team is very strong. If these two teams face off, no one can predict who will win. After Ning Fengzi heard that Chen Xin had accepted a female apprentice, he also started to gossip. He knew that today was his precious daughter's team competition, and he also learned from Gurong that Chen Xin's apprentice was in Ning Rongrong's. The opposite, no, he came early in the morning, under the guise of watching Ning Rongrong in the dark. In fact, he wanted to see how special the child who could enter the world's eyes was. In the VIP area, Chen Xin rarely followed Ning Fengzi out. Today, Gurong was left to guard the house. Gurong was very reluctant at first, but he had no choice. That guy Lao Jian usually guarded the house many times. This time he wanted to see his apprentice out of selfish motives. Gurong didn't care too much. No big deal. Next time, he asked Chen Xin to take the blame a few more times. In the bustling spirit fighting arena, the audience shouted passionately. Some of them held signs of the Shrek 7 monsters, some of the royal fighting team, but more of them were small signs of Jin Ryu, and Tang San Liu Yan, who was defeated by Jin Ryu last time, also came here to cheer Jin Ryu up. Today I saw that he bribed 3 rows of the audience, making them shout Jin Ryu's name vigorously, and once surpassed the fan group formed by Yu Fang for Jin Ryu. Yu Fang's face was ashen. He was Yu's #1 fan. How could he let others get past him? Immediately, he beat the gongs and drums. Speak louder, others will overwhelm you. The fan group formed by Yu Fang felt even more pressure. Brother, there are 10 times more people than us. Even if we shout with a loudspeaker, we can't compare to them. Yu Fang took a look at his fan group. Good guy. In order to save money, he only found 10 people. Sailor, I've never been so speechless in my life. Liu Yan shouted with all his strength. He didn't care about that little bird Yu Fang. He only spoke with his actions. Waiting area. The Shrek 7 monsters and the Royal Fighter team met head-on. It's really ugly, this dress, Ning Rongrong complained in a low voice just now. Flanders suddenly gave them an extremely ugly green uniform with labels on it and asked them to put it on and play the game immediately. Originally, everyone was unwilling to agree, but Flanders insisted on changing them. If they didn't change, they would have to pay the sponsorship fee. But, under the leadership of Daimyo Bei, they had no choice but to wear these ugly clothes. The team uniform compared to the Shrek 7 monsters, the Royal Dou team has no uniforms to speak of. They each wore their own favorite clothes, each of them was handsome and beautiful, and they surpassed the Shrek 7 devils by a large margin in terms of clothing alone. However, after seeing Jin Ryu and the others wearing beautiful clothes, Ning Rongrong felt even more unbalanced. To be honest, she really disliked this team uniform. If she could, she wanted to find a crack in the ground to slip into. There is no harm without comparison. Today Jin Ryu is wearing clothes suitable for fighting. She is dressed in a black outfit, with her long hair pulled up and fixed with a silver sword hairpin. There are some broken hair under the temples, making her appear capable yet playful. Among the entire Imperial team, Jin Ryu's height is the most striking. When she is not wearing heels, she looks a lot shorter than Du Guyan. Although her age is also different from Du Guyan and the others. Big cut, but it still looks a bit strange when the two teams passed each other. Tang San and the others subconsciously looked at Jin Ryu. Originally, Tang San planned to stop to say hello, but Daimyo Bei always remembered the last time Yu Xianheng called him. As soon as the two leaders met, they punched each other without any surprise. The small wind blew Jin Ryu's broken hair. She was really good at tying her cue. When she followed Yu Xianheng, he raised his eyes and glanced at Daimyo Bei. Daimyo Bei only hated Yu Xianheng at this moment, so he didn't care about Jin Ryu's gaze. Yu Xianheng raised his mouth and smiled. He didn't care how this guy looked at him. He saw that the two captains looked extremely arrogant. As vice-captains, Du Guyan and Tang San looked at each other, the corners of Du Guyan's mouth slightly raised, although he didn't speak, but the contempt in his eyes made Tang San frown slightly. The atmosphere between the two teams was extremely tense, and Ma Hongjin couldn't take it anymore. He just raised his little finger towards Yu Xianheng with an extremely arrogant expression. What's the use of being capable here? What's the use of being capable here on the fighting spirit stage? You beat me so badly that I can't find my teeth all over the place. Oscar and Ning Rongrong looked at Ma Hongjin as if they were a fool, and Zhu Ziuking cast a sympathetic look. It would be strange if this fat man didn't get beaten all over the floor today. Okay, that's what you said. We won't show mercy when the time comes. Before Yu Xianheng could speak, Jin Ryu spoke first. She looked at Ma Hongjin with a half-smile. According to the counterpoint, this guy was originally left to her to deal with. In terms of her strength, she could not fight. Being a little fat guy is no problem at all. Sister Yue, Ma Hongjin said, Master, I have wanted to compete with you for a long time. Just let me come here. Did you call me Sister Yue? Yu Xianheng, who was protecting the calf, almost punched Ma Hongjin in the face, but Du Guyan stopped him, thus avoiding a dispute. Private fighting is never allowed in the Great Spirit fighting arena. If they start first, they may be disqualified before the competition starts. It's useless to be lip service here. Tianheng, don't be impulsive. Du Guyan intercepted and advised. She frowned slightly and signaled Yu Xianheng not to be irritable. Maybe they did it on purpose. Yu Xianheng understood, but he still felt uncomfortable. With Du Guyan's comfort, he unclenched his fists and finally chose to take a step back. Jin Ryu didn't care much about it. The little fat man was talking loudly now. He would have to be beaten later. Maybe when the spirit fight was over, he would have to be beaten a few more times. Little Moon, Tang San looked at Jin Ryu and spoke. His expression was a little complicated, and the way he hesitated to speak made Yu Xianheng a little impatient. He was so angry at the moment that he didn't want to chat with them peacefully. He immediately knocked Tang San away. Daimyo Bei's eyes narrowed and he supported Tang San. When he looked at Yu Xianheng again, the look in their eyes, the smell of gunpowder is particularly strong. Jinrinai grabbed Yu Xianheng and said softly, "Brother Xianheng, there is no need to waste time with him here. If you delay, Teacher Qin will have to find him. Now is the waiting time. If the two teams stay here all the time, they will only attract the attention of others. If they wait for the teachers of the two teams to come, all of them will inevitably scold them." Thinking of this, Yu Xianheng didn't care anymore. He and Daimyo Bei looked at each other. Neither would let the other go. The anger in those eyes was comparable to that of a fire-breathing dragon. Ma Hongjin made faces at the other members of the Imperial fighting team, looking like he wanted to be beaten. Xiao Wu glanced at Jin Rinyu, rarely showing any hostility. She followed Tang San, deliberately avoiding Jin Rinyu and Zhu Zhu. Qing and Ning Rongrong greeted Jin Rinyu enthusiastically. The two of them nodded to Jin Rinyu, and Jin Rinyu responded politely. In this way, a group of people headed to their waiting area district. "Welcome to the Great Soul Arena. I am your host." Tao Tao. The spotlight was turned on, and a man in a tuxedo rose up from the soul fighting stage. The man wore black-rimmed glasses, held a microphone in his hand, and had a head shaped like a sewing machine. He looked particularly funny. He solemnly introduced the achievements of the Imperial fighter team, and lamented the dark horses that came out. The Shrek 7 Devils, a team with an average soul power level of 35 and a team with a soul power review level of 35. Most people would think that the level team would win without any suspense. However, this time is different. The Shrek 7 Devils don't care. Whoever is picked out alone can be called a genius, especially there is a soul master from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda. Although the level is not high, the growth rate of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda is recognized as the first in the auxiliary system. This battle, no one can make a percent judgment on who will be better. It is for this reason that today's Great Soul Arena is extremely lively. Auditorium VIP area. Guangling Douluo and Xiongxi Douluo each wore a gray robe. They sat in an inconspicuous position where they could clearly see the situation on the fighting spirit stage, and they restrained their aura a little, so as not to let other spirits. The teacher noticed it similarly. Chen Xin and Ning Fengzi also kept a low profile. They found a position opposite Guangling and the others. They were in the corner, so they could clearly see the situation on the soul fighting stage. Not surprisingly, Chen Xin also restrained his aura, so these people did not notice each other's existence. The ordinary auditorium was filled with excitement. Under the spotlight, the two teams appeared one after another. As soon as they took their positions, Daimyo Bei shouted, "Brothers, activate the martial arts." The spirits of 7 people possessed them, and the spirit rings were displayed. The entire spirit fighting stage was filled with powerful fluctuations of spirit power. The host was blown away, and his glasses almost fell off. He quickly flew to another direction, making sure that he would not be affected in the corner, continuing to explain the team match. "Next, it's a royal fighting team." As soon as the host finished speaking, the Imperial fighting team headed by Yu Xianheng all released their soul power and displayed their martial souls and soul rings. Among them, the most prominent one was none other than Jin Rinyu. A 10,000-year soul ring was enough to make everyone present. The people are excited. This child, Ning Fengzi, made a surprised sound. The third ring is 10,000 years, which is unheard of and unseen. It seems that this little apprentice, Uncle Jian, really has 2 brushes. He looked away and glanced at Chen Xin with a smile. Chen Xin nodded gently. There was always an unbearable smile on Wan Yimbingxin's face. Ning Fengzi understood, and didn't say much. He continued to watch the match on the stage with a smile on his face. Spirit fighting, start. As soon as the host finished speaking, the opponents from both sides rushed toward each other. Yu Xianheng and Daimyo Bei already had personal grievances. When the two of them were fighting each other, it could be said that they exhausted all their energy. There was a strong wind force around them, and neither of them would give way. The friction between the two captains was also expected by the team members, and the strategic plan of the Royal Dao team was written by Jin Rinyu. As expected, Du Guyan used his tricks as soon as he came up, preparing to use the green scale snake venom to control the entire arena. Goose. At the auditorium, Qin Ming's eyes widened suddenly. He had clearly warned Du Guyan not to use the green scale snake venom. Why is this child so disobedient? The green poisonous mist began to spread, and within a short while, The entire soul fighting stage was surrounded by jade scale snake venom. At the same time, the protective barrier of the Great Soul Fighting Arena opened, and Jin Renai used her second soul skill to fly towards Ningrongrong. In her plan, Tang San and the others must have some backup moves, like Du Guyan's green scale snake venom, which can only control the field for a short while, and they want to take advantage of this moment to get rid of the auxiliary system as soon as possible. Ningrongrong and Oscar Tang San didn't expect that Du Guyan would release the jade scale snake venom from the beginning. He frowned slightly and looked at Oscar. Xiao, the third soul skill, extremely fast flying mushroom sausage. Oscar understood, and quickly produced 6 sausages and threw them to the other 5 after Tang San and the others ate the sausages. They immediately flew up. Originally, he wanted to deal with the jade scale snake venom released by Du Guyan as soon as possible, but as soon as they flew into the sky, he saw Jin Renai flying towards the person who had no ability to protect herself. Ningrongrong, Rongrong. Be careful. Tang San used blue silver grass to wrap around Ningrongrong's waist, pulling the person towards him. At the same time, Xiao Wu cooperated with Tang San to attack Jin Renai. The third soul skill, teleportation. A pink light appeared in front of Jin Renai. Xiao Wu's eyes narrowed, and her slender legs kicked towards Jin Renai's face without any surprise. Little Moon, Yushai and Hang spoke anxiously, and Oslo immediately dodged forward. He pushed Jin Renai aside, and kicked Xiao Wu at him. The powerful fluctuations of soul power blew Jin Renai's broken hair, and Xiao Wu, and after Oslo passed several moves, no one was hurt. Finally, the two of them turned over and retreated, returning to their original positions, and it was at this moment that Tang San smashed the realgar wine he had prepared on the ground, and shouted towards Ma Hongjin and Daimyo Bei, "Fat man, boss Dai." As soon as the 3 people made eye contact, Daimyo Bei and Ma Hongjin understood and were about to act according to the plan. However, Jin Renai appeared behind Ma Hongjin without knowing when. "Little fat man, you are going to be beaten." "What?" Before Ma Hongjin could react, Jin Renai kicked him in the back. "Hey!" Ma Hongjin was almost kicked into the poisonous mist of the green-scaled snake venom. He stabilized his body that had lost its center of gravity and flew in the air again. "Xiao, you are conducting a sneak attack." He frowned accusingly. "There is no such thing as a sneak attack on the soul fighting stage." Jin Renai picked off a petal from the 9-petal fairy lotus and said, "The first soul skill, 1000 Ju Ice Edge." Suddenly, 3 ice blue prisms appeared in her hand. The first soul skill, blue silver coil. At present, only Jin Renai and Huangdao team can fight in the air. If she insists on interfering with them to remove the poisonous mist, then it is undoubtedly the best for them to deal with Jin Renai. At this time several strands of blue-silver grass broke out of the ground, growing crazily and winding towards Cayenne Renai. End of this chapter. Chapter 47 Emperor Fighter Team vs Shrek 7 Monsters, Yu. Du Guyan and the others could only act anxiously on the table. The flying time of Oscar's extremely fast flying intestines is actually not long. As long as Jin Renai can persist until their time runs out, then this battle is destined to be without any suspense. But can a level 35 Soul Master really last until the end of time under the attack of 6 Soul Masters? Obviously, no. 7 treasures are turned out of glass, and the 7 treasures are famous. One is called Strength, and the other is called Speed. 2 rays of light attached to Tang San and the others. Daimyo Bei took the opportunity to hit Jin Renai unceremoniously. Jin Renai used flight to avoid Tang San's blue-silver grass, but then Daimyo Bei's fist hit Jin Renai again. She frowned slightly, and used her butterfly wings to block Daimyo Bei's attack. The impact hit, and Daimyo Bei stepped back. He didn't expect Jin Renai, as a control soul master, to have such a strong defensive ability. Xiao Wu suffered from butterfly wings. She knew very well that Jin Renai was not just a control system soul master. Boss Dai, attack her wing holes. These days, Xiao Wu has done a lot of homework about Jin Renai. She consulted various books, and finally found a soul beast with exactly the same wings behind Jin Renai. Bright Butterfly is a representative of light attribute soul beasts. Its wings are very hard, but its weaknesses are also obvious. As long as it attacks its wing holes, its wings will naturally lose the ability to fly. It is good. Daimyo Bei received the message, and attacked Jin Renai again. At the same time, Tang San also gave Ma Hongjin a look in order to get rid of the poisonous fog below as soon as possible. Ma Hongjin nodded, and immediately set the fire on the corner where Tang San had sprinkled realgar wine just now. Seeing this, Jin Renai threw an ice edge to stop it, but was dodged by Ma Hongjin. At the same time, Daimyubei's attack was within reach. She immediately pulled off the tailstocks of her wings, and a pair of ice blue phoenixes suddenly appeared behind her wing. Those phoenix wings exuded a very heavy chill. The temperature on the entire soul fighting stage dropped quite a bit. Tang San's pupils trembled slightly. That's it, external spirit bone. In the audience, Yu Xiaogang's eyes suddenly widened. He hurriedly touched the railing in front of him, never expecting that Jinryu actually had an external soul bone, and this external soul bone is a rare ice crystal phoenix. Yuyu. 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 Seeing this, Liu Tian with a group of fans was overwhelmed with excitement. He frantically called Jinryu, making Yu Fang beside him seem a bit of a clown. Yu Fang was speechless, but this did not stop him from shouting, Xiaowu is the best. Xiaowu is the strongest. Xiaowu is fierce. Immediately afterwards, the sailor he found repeated his words, Xiaowu is the best. Xiaowu is the strongest. Xiaowu is fierce. After hearing this, the girl with short yellow hair in the audience felt that these people were really crazy. Next to the girl with short yellow hair, a handsome boy with short gray silver hair and a touch of red at the end of his hair suddenly said in surprise, her soul ring is just a 10,000-year soul ring, but she still has it with her. Soul bone. The external spirit bone is even rarer than ordinary spirit bones. This girl really deserves such a high evaluation from his sister. That's right. This pair of boys and girls are Ziyu and Hulina from the golden generation of Wuhandians. Since the last time she fought Jinryu, Hulina had kept that in her heart. This time, she learned from the ghost that Jinryu would play in the Shinedao Great Soul Arena, so she specially brought her brother Ziyu to watch. If her guess is correct, their Wuhan Academy team will definitely meet Jinryu in the All-Continent Soul Master Elite competition in the near future. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. Woke up during the battle at Wuhan Palace, Jinryu had hidden too much strength. It was only then that Hulina officially understood what it meant to be a genius favored by heaven. Brother, she is a very strong opponent, Hulina said. Ziyu nodded in agreement. Although Jinryu is currently just a soul master, her strength has far exceeded the scope of a soul master. This girl is really not simple. Ziyu's eyes showed admiration, and he understood why Hulina kept talking about this girl, my role model. Simply. On the soul fighting stage, the air battle was fierce. Daimyubei was originally attacking the wing hole behind Jinryu, but now, her wings had changed. The place where the wing hole originally showed was covered with ice crystals. He activated his soul skill, with no intention of backing down. The second soul skill, White Tiger Fierce Light Wave, a milky white ball of light emitted, and then, Xiao Wu teleported in front of Jinryu again. Under attack from both sides, Jinryu could not escape. The chill emanating from the phoenix wings had just prevented Ma Hongjin from vomiting the flames, but now faced with a flanking attack from two sides, she had no time to care about anything else. Taking advantage of this moment, Ma Hongjin once again spit out flames to burn the realgar wine. A burst of flames boiled, and extremely powerful soul power fluctuations erupted in the air. Bang! Xiao Wu and Daimyubei landed safely in the mist in the air. The realgar wine was burning, and the jade scale snake venom was detoxified. Du Yuan and the others also took the opportunity to rush towards Tang San and his party. With Jinryu's consumption, they had the upper hand when they made a move. Xiao Wu had a clear purpose and flashed behind Yi Lingling. The two brothers Shimo Momo stepped forward to block it. The armor of Xuan Wu Turtle was extraordinarily hard. Xiao Wu suffered a lot and retreated back. Zhu's Huking and Oslo fought. Tang San controlled the field, asked Xiao Wu to protect Ning Rongrong and Oscar, and he fought with Du Yuan. Both of them were control systems, and both used poison. Although Du Yuan was very surprised by Tang San, Jinryu was able to get rid of her green scale snake venom, but all of this was within Jinryu's expectation, so now Du Yuan didn't seem so surprised. Sister Yuyu, we can finally have a good fight. There was a clear division of labor on stage. And Ma Hongjin in the air also ushered in the battle he had been waiting for a long time. Just now, although Daimyubei and Xiao Wu attacked Jinryu together, they did not attack Jinryu with any heavy blows. They just knocked Jinryu away so that she could not stop Ma Hongjin from burning the realgar wine. From the moment Du Yuan released the poisonous mist at the beginning, Tang San had expected that Jinryu's intention was to consume them. So when he came up with a plan, he also told Daimyubei and Xiao Wu not to be reluctant to fight, and not to use it extensively. Soul power, after all, their purpose is only to dispel the poisonous mist. Rather than really spending a lot of effort to deal with Jinrinyu, the instruction given to Ma Hongjin was to hold Jinrinyu back and prevent her from participating in the following battle. So now Ma Hongjin and Jinrinyu also had a so-called one vote. One Jinrinyu didn't want to talk to Ma Hongjin. She took out the small dagger from the silver hairpin, injected soul power into the dagger, and after a while, the little dagger turned into a slender soft sword, and the silver light suddenly. Now, Ma Hongjin is very interested. He didn't expect that Jinrinyu would have so many interesting trump cards. Master, I will not show mercy. The fiery red flames shot straight at Jinrinyu. Jinrinyu dodged sideways. She swung the soft sword, and directly cut Ma Hongjin's sleeve. Ma Hongjin was startled, and hurriedly flew to another direction. Jinrinyu had a cold weapon in his hand, and he was not easy to fight with bare hands, so he pursed his lips. Ma Hongjin decided to use long-range soul skills to attack, so as not to kill himself while playing. The first soul skill, Phoenix Firewire. Ma Hongjin gathered a lot of soul power and sprayed out powerful phoenix flames from his mouth. Jinrinyu raised the corners of her mouth slightly and waved her wings to resist in front of her. Fire can overcome ice, not to mention that Ma Hongjin's flames are not ordinary flames. If this move continues, Ma Hongjin was full of confidence. He originally thought Jinrinyu would dodge, but he didn't expect that she was going to fight hard. Did you give up the struggle? Boom! When the phoenix flame met the ice phoenix wings, a sense of heat and cold swept over everyone present. Yu Xianheng and Dai Mubei were fighting together. This cover made their movement suddenly slow down. The red star dots and the blue star dots fell. Ma Hongjin was proud of himself. It seemed that he was still better. Base, in the white mist, a breeze blew towards his face. Before Ma Hongjin had time to react, a short sword as thin as a piece of paper suddenly appeared on his neck. End of this chapter. Chapter 48 Royal Fighter Team vs Shrek 7 Monsters, Jinrinyu? The cold feeling spread all over his body. Ma Hongjin felt that as long as he moved, his throat might be cut by the girl in front of him. He trembled all over, never thought that his flames would not be able to break through Jinrinyu's ice. How could this be? Fat, on the stage, Tang San and Dai Mubei also noticed Ma Hongjin's situation. The two of them were surprised, but at this moment they were inseparable from their opponents. They couldn't get away at all, so did Yu Xianheng and Du Guyan. Taking the opportunity to pursue these two men, they were distracted. Du Guyan and Yu Xianheng looked at each other, remembering Jinrinyu's words firmly in their hearts. The two of them only need to hold Tang San and Dai Mubei. As for the others, just wait for Jinrinyu to solve them. Little dance, Ma Hongjin couldn't be eliminated. Tang San knew that now only Xiao Wu had the ability to stop Jinrinyu. He gave a low drink with a hint of supplication in his eyes. Xiao Wu nodded, and hurriedly went up to attack Jinrinyu. At this time, Shimo jumped up from the ground and blocked Jinrinyu's back. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Wu was forced to retreat. She rolled over and fell to the ground, slightly frowning. This turtle the shell is so hard, step aside. Zhu's Huking kicked Oslo away, and she ran towards Jinrinyu at an extremely fast speed. The first soul skill, Ghost Stab. Jinrinyu looked back, and a firm face emerged. She narrowed her eyes slightly, retracted her dagger, and suddenly grabbed Ma Hongjin and threw it in front of Zhu's Huking. Yin Shuang, Jinrinyu had just taken off her wing butts and was waiting for this opportunity. A silver frost sword covered in frost appeared in her hand. Zhu's Huking immediately avoided Ma Hongjin. She kicked Ma Hongjin in the other direction, while she and Jinrinyu passed a few tricks. The cat's paw and the silver frost sword ping-pong sounded, and Ma Hongjin, who was kicked by Zhu's Huking, always felt that Zhu's Huking's action had some personal grievances in it landing safely. Ma Hongjin's soul power was consumed a lot. Jinrinyu used the silver frost sword at this time. Their plan came to nothing. Tang San also didn't expect that Ma Hongjin's flame would not be effective against Jinrinyu's ice. He gave Xiao Wu a look. Xiao Wu understood, and quickly took over the battle between him and Du Guyan. Your opponent is I. Xiao Wu intercepted Du Guyan. She was so heroic that with just one lunge, she and Du Guyan started fighting each other. After defeating Du Guyan, Xiao Wu seemed very relaxed. If it weren't for the fact that her current soul power level was not as high as that of Du Guyan, she would have been locked up and thrown out of the field. Tang San took action, and he observed the situation on the field. Now, they were at a disadvantage. If Jinrinyu was not thrown out of the field, it would be difficult to fight. Little Ao, after fighting for a long time, everyone's soul power was also consumed a lot. Fortunately, Oscar is a food-type martial soul, and his soul skills can be used to restore soul power. Under Tang San's call, Oscar nodded. First soul skill, restore the big sausage, produced 6 sausages and threw them to the 6 companions present. Ning Rongrong continued to grant buffs. The brilliance of the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda illuminated the entire soul fighting arena. Dai Mubei also punched back with some recovered soul power and buffs Yu Xianheng, Dugu. Yan was distracted. Xiao Wu flashed behind her. You are courting death. The soft skill was activated, and Dugu Yan was locked by the neck without any surprise. Xiao Wu controlled her whole body and threw her directly towards the outside of the field. Yi Lingling opened her eyes and looked at Jin Renai in the air. Jin Renai swung a sword with frost towards Zhu Xiuqing. Zhu Xiuqing avoided it and fell to the table at the same time. Jin Renai flew to Dugu Yan, caught him, and sent him to Yu Xianheng's side. The 9-hearted begonia martial soul appeared. Jin Renai didn't care too much. She swung the silver frost sword and pointed it at the Shrek 7 monsters. Yi Lingling's treatment takes time. Although her fusion soul skill can only last for 3 minutes, it is enough. The Shrek 7 monsters stood up again. Tang San urged the blue-silver grass. Suddenly many poisonous blue-silver grass grew on the ground. The blue-silver grass wrapped around Jin Renai's heels. Jin Renai's eyes froze, and quickly threw the silver frost sword in front of Yi Lingling. The silver frost sword pierced the ground, covered with ice, preventing the blue-silver grass from spreading and growing. Just now, Tang San planted many blue-silver grass seeds on the field. As long as he activated it, it would be enough to control the entire field. It's my turn, Dai Mubei snorted coldly, but he planned to teach Jin Renai a lesson. He clenched his fist, took a lunge, and attacked Jin Renai's abdomen. Yuau. Jin Renai's heels were entangled by the blue-silver grass, and the blue-silver grass had spikes, and the spikes were injected with toxin, which immediately paralyzed Jin Renai's body, making it impossible for her to avoid it. State. With a loud sound, Dai Mubei hit Jin Renai's abdomen without hesitation, and then he swung his fist countless times, beating Jin Renai's body all the time. Jin Renai's body was paralyzed. Although she couldn't move, she felt pain, but it was true. She gritted her teeth, and stretched out her hand to resist Dai Mubei's fist, but the paralysis made her move too slowly, some attacks that were too fast. She really couldn't avoid them. The whole person was beaten back steadily, but Dai Mubei there is no intention of stopping. The real and hateful guy dares to bully the owner of this phoenix. You want to die? Seeing that Jin Renai was about to be kicked out, Little Phoenix suddenly activated his soul power, and the external soul bone behind Jin Renai suddenly appeared. What happened? Dai Mubei was slightly shocked. Tang San secretly thought it was not good. Could it be that the time of paralysis he guessed was wrong? Boss Dai, come back. Tang San immediately activated the blue-silver grass, trying to pull Dai Mubei back, but the next second, the silver frost sword returned to Jin Renai's hand, and she cut off Tang San's blue-silver grass with one sword, leaving her with cold air. Floating in the air, he quickly put away his fusion soul skill. Snow fell on the entire soul fighting stage. Yu Xianheng and Dugu Yan recovered from their injuries under Yi Lingling's treatment. The two of them got up, but they had no intention of letting Dai Mubei go so easily. The first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. Yu Xianheng soared into the sky. The first soul ring on his body flashed violently, and the Thunder Dragon Claw issued thunder and lightning. Wherever he passed, the air twisted violently, and there was a palpitating crackling sound. Second soul skill, White Tiger Lie Wave. Dai Mubei spat out a milky white light ball to fight it. He quickly dodged Yu Xianheng's attacks one after another, but still couldn't avoid getting hurt. Seeing this, Tang San was also anxious, but now his opponent was Jin Renai. Facing Jin Renai's obstruction, he couldn't break the situation in an instant, and the others all faced off against each other again. The Huangdao team was seriously injured. This situation was very difficult for them. Tang San frowned slightly. The third spirit ability, Cobweb Restrained. The most important thing now is to control Jin Renai. Mo Hongjin also rushed towards Jin Renai, but this time, Jin Renai was no longer alone. Shimo launched a soul skill defense, directly resisting Mo Hongjin's attack. Hiss, it's so hard. Mo Hongjin retreated, and after recovering from his injuries, the Imperial fighting team seemed to be the same as when they first started fighting. This was extremely disadvantageous for the Shrek 7 devils. The huge spider web came down, and Jin Renai pulled out the small dagger and the silver hairpin. She poured her soul power into the dagger, cut her palm open, and the blood flowed out, dripping on the body of the dagger, and the dagger suddenly became attached. A light pink light. That light is alluring and shocking. What is that? In the auditorium, Flender was surprised. He looked at Yu Xiaogang at the side and asked, only to see Yu Xiaogang's face was serious, and his pupils were slightly shocked. The things in her hand should be stored in the early years. The same special soul tool as in the Wuhan Temple, Soul Guide. Flanders frowned slightly. As a soul master, he used soul guides to win without using soul skills. Seriously, Yu Xiaogang nodded and recalled, I have seen this soul guide before, but at that time, I clearly remembered that this soul guide was stored in the hall of worship. How could it appear in her hand today? The latter words were Yu Xiaogang's muttering. Flender and him had some distance, so naturally he couldn't hear what he was saying clearly. Moreover, now is not the time to care about what Yu Xiaogang said. He frowned slightly, always feeling that the current situation is a bit too bad on the soul fighting stage. Tang San's cobweb restraints were cut open by Jinri Niu's sword. The red and blue flames suddenly burned up. It was not difficult to see that Jinri Niu had used the magic weapon in his hand. Master, destroy them. How dare you bully the owner of my little phoenix and seek death? The ice crystal phoenix was resentful in Jinri Niu's body. It managed to get a good night's sleep, but it was awakened by the poison of this kid named Tang San. It's really abominable. Kill, must be killed. This scourge must not be allowed to remain. I don't know why little phoenix is so angry. Jinri Niu raised her lips slightly, not to mention killing him. He must be seriously injured. The team battle on the fighting spirit stage is not about life and death. Even if she really wants to kill Tang San, the person in charge of the fighting spirit field will not let her go. What's more, Tang Hammer is most likely watching in the dark, so instead of moving killing the heart, it would be better to beat him seriously, so that Tang Hammer would not show up at this time, so he could only watch his son get beaten. Humph! With a slight snort, Jinri Niu rushed towards Tang San with a dagger in hand. Tang San's pupils were slightly dilated. He used Ghost Shadow to avoid Jinri Niu's attack, and then used his black jade hand to grab Jinri Niu's ankle, and at the moment when he grabbed her ankle, Tang San seemed to notice something. He opened his eyes wide in disbelief. What are you doing looking at me like this? If you have time to look at me, you might as well think about what you should do next. Jinri Niu smiled lightly. Flames appeared in his hand. Tang San immediately let go. He retreated to the ground. He really did not expect that Jinri Niu actually had two powers of ice and fire in his body. Could this be the reason why the fat man's attack just now was ineffective against her? Did you enjoy beating Xiao just now? At the same time, Yuxian Hang Bang Bang gave Dime Yue a fist. He punched to the flesh, accompanied by lightning. He showed no mercy. If you dare to hit his sister, you are just looking for a slap. Dime Yue had been injured in the previous battle, and he was undoubtedly at a disadvantage when fighting Yuxian Hang, who had already healed. He could only defend and occasionally attack. But the duel between the two soul skills was very difficult. It was obvious that Yuxian Hang still had the upper hand. He was suddenly pushed back to a distance, with one hand on the ground. His fighting power was no longer as good as at the beginning. The third soul skill, Thunder Fury, second soul skill, Thunder. End of this chapter. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 49 Emperor Fighter Team vs Shrek 7 Monsters. Raging thunder appeared in the sky. Yuxian Hang roared fiercely, his body twisted in the air, and the lightning coiled around him amplified at the same time, and in the next moment, countless electric dragons appeared around him, and those electric dragons slashed in all directions. Flashing out, the scope is so wide that no one can avoid it. Yuxian Hang's third soul ability can temporarily put him in a runaway state. It is extremely powerful, increasing his attack power by 50.00%, and his soul power by %. Using the second soul ability in this state is undoubtedly to end the battle quickly. Electric Dragon Strike next. Du Yuan and the others retreated in an instant. Xiao Wu and Dime Yue had no way to dodge. They were directly hit by the electric dragon, and let out a tragic cry. No. Xiao Wu, Tang San originally wanted to use blue silver grass to block the electric dragon for Xiao Wu, but Jinri Niu kept pestering him and burned his blue silver grass endlessly, leaving him with no way to save Xiao Wu. Don't worry about others, first mind your own business. Jinri Niu gathered her soul power on her feet, and kicked Tang San's abdomen. Tang San didn't notice for a while, and was kicked for a long distance. He stabilized his center of gravity, and the 8 spider lance spirit bones appeared behind him. Base, the loud sound of the 8 spider spears rubbing against the ground suddenly appeared. Jinran curled her lips slightly, put away the dagger in her hand and inserted it back into the silver hairpin. After a while, she flew towards Tang San with a very clear purpose. Third brother, Ningrongrong continued to use soul skills to boost Tang San. Oscar produced sausages and threw them to Tang San. The two of them escaped catastrophe because of the protection of Ma Hongjin and Zhu Zhuking. Zhu Zhuking blocked an electric dragon for Ningrongrong. Although he did not lose his ability to fight, he was already extremely weak. Leave it to me, third brother, you go and deal with those. Ma Hongjin stopped Jinran. He turned back and told Tang San, Du Yan and the others couldn't solve it on his own. If Tang San went instead, there must be a way. For the current plan, he can only drag Jinran. He still believe it or not. He can't hold back even an ice attribute soul master. Please, Fatty. At this point, Tang San's last resort was used. In order to prevent Ningrongrong and the others from being harmed again, he could only deal with Yu Xianheng and the others first. Yu Xianheng used his big move, and his soul power was almost exhausted at this time. As long as they lose their fighting ability, they still have the possibility of turning the tables. Tang San's eyes were scarlet red and he rushed towards Yu Xianheng at extremely fast speed. Boom! Yu Xianheng was defeated, he was controlled by Tang San, and he was thrown to the other side in one fell swoop. Xianheng, seeing this, Du Yan stepped forward, dodging Tang San's attack with her snake-like figure. Unfortunately, she still underestimated the special characteristics of the 8 spider spears with attached soul bones. Tang San didn't want to get entangled with her. The punch hit Du Yan around the shoulder, knocking him back several meters. Oslo felt bad. Jinran-Yu's analysis was good at the beginning. This Tang San is indeed a lunatic. He went up with the two brothers Shimo and Shimo, and the 4 of them fought together. Yi Lingling wanted to treat Yu Xianheng and Du Yan, but Tang San's blue-silver grass appeared from the audience at some unknown time, and the dark blue the vines suddenly wrapped around Yi Lingling's body. Yi Lingling was shocked, but she couldn't break free. She frowned. After a while, the thorns on the vines released toxins. Yi Lingling felt her body soften and fell to the ground. Even facing the siege of 3 people, Tang San is still not inferior. Oslo and the others have already consumed a lot of soul power in the battle just now, and there is no soul master of the long-distance attack system among the 3. Tang San has the 8 spider lances. Oslo couldn't get close to him at all. The 2 Shimoshi brothers were naturally the same. The 2 of them could only cover Oslo to attack. The 2 sides fought fiercely. Jinran and Ma Hongjin faced each other. The sudden wind blew up the broken hair on Jinran-Yu's temples, and her and Ma Hongjin's spirit powers were almost exhausted. Now on the court, the only variable was Tang San. He kicked Ma Hongjin in the face. Ma Hongjin screamed in pain and fell to the ground. Not good. Oscar felt bad. Without Ma Hongjin's delay, Jinran-Yu's goal must be him and Ningrongrong. The third soul skill, Nether Slash, the weak Zhu Zhuking made the final blow, and he fell to the ground exhausted. The black-purple light blade flew towards Jinran-Yu. Jinran-Yu's eyes were slightly touched. She turned sideways to avoid Zhu Zhuking's attack. The first soul skill, Thousand Ju Ice Edge. Jinran-Yu sent 3 ice prisms towards Ningrongrong and Oscar, and threw the remaining one towards Ma Hongjin, who was still struggling on the ground to get up. Oscar and Ningrongrong were hit without accident. Their bodies and nerves were paralyzed, and they fell straight to the ground. Fortunately, with Oscar's protection, Ningrongrong fell on top of him, so naturally she didn't suffer any skin trauma. Give him to me. Jinran-Yu merged with his silver frost sword again, and she slashed at Tang San. The 2 brothers Oslo and Graphite Stone Mill immediately avoided. The sound of the collision of the silver frost sword and the 8 spider lances was deafening at this time. Auditorium, VIP area. Compared with the ordinary auditorium, the nobles seemed much quieter here, but when Tang San's attached soul bone appeared, they couldn't help but whisper a few words. Now there were only 1,000 capable people on the field. Ren Yu and Tang San are both big dark horses in this one-vote one. It's really hard to judge who wins and who loses. However, even if they lose this bet, it doesn't matter to them. But the big problem is, after all, such a wonderful game may not happen even once a year. Third brother, in this situation, Yu's soul power consumption is higher than that of the 1000 Hembadajura. Will it be, as a title Douluo? Xiangxi could see the real situation on the field at a glance. Jinren Niu's spirit power level was not higher than Tang San's, and she used the fusion spirit ability when dealing with Ma Huangjun. No matter from which aspect, her spirit power consumption must be greater than Tang San's. She won't lose. Qinglun made a faint sound. Maybe others don't know, but he knows in his heart what Guangling gave Jinren Niu. Jinren Niu's third soul skill hasn't been released yet, so the hidden trump card is useless. Even if it consumes more soul power than Tang San, it doesn't matter. Tang San may not be able to take the blow from Jinren Niu's ultimate move. Seeing that there was no worry at all on Qinglun's face, Xiangxi didn't say anything, and continued to watch the situation on the stage at the same time. On the other side, Ning Fengzi stood up, walked to the guardrail, and couldn't help but sigh. Uncle Jian, this apprentice of yours is really surprising. Yeah, Chen Xin responded with still expressionless face. In fact, she was already happy in her heart. Who wouldn't like having such a powerful apprentice? End of this chapter. Chapter 50 Emperor Fighter Team vs Shrek 7 Monsters. On the Soul Stage, Tang San and Jinren Niu fought. Their eyes met. The 8 spider lances behind Tang San collided with a silver frost sword in Jinren Niu's hand. In the silver light of, Tang San planted several for the blue-silver grass seed. He didn't want to fight Jinren Niu with all his strength at this time, but Jinren Niu didn't show any mercy when he attacked. Jinren Niu's fusion soul ability can only last for 3 minutes. With Jinren Niu's current soul power, it is impossible for her to use Frost Sword again, unless she really wants to go all out in the auditorium. Qinming was extremely anxious. He frowned. He was really afraid that Jinren Niu would not listen to him. This kid hasn't used his third soul skill yet. Yu Xiaogang didn't realize this serious problem until now. Jinren Niu's third soul ability has never been shown in front of anyone, even in team battles. She has never used it. Could it be not good? Yu Xiaogang seemed to have thought of something. His pupils trembled slightly. Mistress, as expected, Jinren Niu's third ring began to bloom, and her martial spirit Nine-Petal Fairy Lotus floated into the air, emitting a strong red light. Seeing this, Tang San was also shocked. The huge lotus bloomed, and Jinren Niu picked off a petal. The ice phoenix wings behind her exuded a sudden cold breath, and a few light blue stars fell. Within a moment, behind Jinren Niu, a giant blue holy sword appeared. Glimpse appeared and shocked the whole audience. Xiner, when the Nine-Petal Fairy Lotus spirit fully bloomed, everyone in the auditorium was shocked by the scene in front of them. Among them, a man in a black robe showed a gleam in his eyes, and he murmured in a low voice. He seemed to be thinking of something, and suddenly many complex colors appeared in those swaying eyes. His fists were clenched slightly, and he bit his back molars. Finally, that complex color turned into hate, meaning, Flanders' pupils suddenly shrank. How could a soul master with a plant-based martial soul have such a soul skill? The frost spread, and hurricanes swept through Jinren Niu's body one after another. The ice phoenix wings behind her fluttered and flapped the air. The entire soul fighting stage was covered by ice, and the sky was filled with snow. Tang San's cheeks were covered with ice. The wind hurt, and snow fell on his eyelashes. His eyes moved slightly, and he stared at Jinren Niu in the air, who was using his soul skill. Xiao Wu, what exactly have you experienced? A 10th level auxiliary soul master, but in a few months, has become a 35th level soul master, and even the martial soul has undergone some changes. What is going on here? The third soul skill, the ice blue holy sword, a huge sword slashed down, and Tang San's eyes flashed with light. He subconsciously used the 8 spider spear to block it. The extremely powerful breath of ice entered Tang San's body. Tang San was slightly shocked. Even with the protection of the soul bones attached to the 8 spider spears, his internal organs were still invaded by the cold air. The fall of the ice blue holy sword made the entire soul fighting stage was covered with frost. Tang San took the move forcefully, feeling a tightness in his chest, blood overflowing from the corner of his mouth, and he retreated several meters back. The next moment, he felt that the skin all over his body was almost stiff, and he could not move at all. Meanwhile, the auditorium, Yu Xiaogang touched the railing excitedly. His eyes twitched slightly. This is the ultimate ice. How could she have the ultimate ice? How could a super assistant soul master have the ultimate ice? After repeating ultimate ice 3 times, he became confused after being excited. After hearing this, Flanders frowned and asked, ultimate ice? Xiaogang, do you mean that this girl's ice attribute is not an ordinary ice attribute? Ultimate ice is not afraid of any fire-type attacks. which is why Ma Hongjin has been unable to use his phoenix flame to melt the frost emitted by Jinrinayu's Iagang. Never thought that Jinrinayu's ice attribute would be the ultimate ice. He looked at Jinrinayu with very warm eyes. At this moment, he hoped that Jinrinayu is Tangayu back then, Tangayu, but they are from Shrek Academy. From Yu's Iagang's excited look, Flanders also found the answer. However, at first they thought Tang Yue was not talented enough and did not let her enter Shrek. Now that Tang Yue has become stronger, thinking about these things again, isn't it a bit shameless? Although he was thinking this way, Flender did not say it out loud. He also hoped that Jinrinayu is Tangayu, a student of their academy, but after all, hope was hope, just an idea. The girl is not the Tangayu she was back then, so why mix it up? VIP area. This kid is really eye-opening, Ning Fengzi said with a smile. He subconsciously glanced at Chen Xin behind him. This time, Chen Xin rarely showed a joyful smile outside. It seemed that his little apprentice was not mistaken. Jinrinayu's strength amazed everyone, and Ning Fengzi also wanted to win him over. Uncle Jian, do you know the identity of this child? He asked aloud. Yes, Chen Xin nodded and replied, she is from Wuhan Palace, Spirit Hall? Ning Fengzi opened her lips slightly and looked at Jinrinayu again. This child is actually from Wuhan Palace. No chance, no chance. Ning Fengzi shook his head regretfully. Then, his mind suddenly started, and he suddenly seemed to remember something. He turned to look at Chen Xin again. Uncle Jian, did you secretly come to the Xiandao Soul Arena with Uncle Gu? Alright, what are you doing with this pot? Chen Xin was silent, his eyes were a little erratic, and he could tell at a glance that he was looking for excuses. I'm not a fool, Uncle Jian. After spending so many years with Chen Xin, Ning Fengzi still doesn't know what kind of temper he is. Even with a look, he knows what Chen Xin is thinking. Seeing that she couldn't hide it, Chen Xin sighed slightly, so she had to tell the truth. After hearing this, Ning Fengzi seemed a little angry, but he didn't say anything in the end. He shook his head, knowing that it was nothing good for the two of them to go out together on the fighting spirit stage. Tang San was already unable to move. After the host Teo confirmed that Tang San had no fighting ability, he immediately announced the victory of the Huangdao team. Wow, the Royal Fighting Team. The Royal Fighting Team. The auditorium was full of enthusiasm, and the lights were held high. Whether they lost the bet or won the bet, they all had smiles on their faces to watch such a game. Even if you lose money, it's worth it. At the end of the game, most of the spectators went to the betting area to collect gold soul coins. Only a small number of people were still waiting for the next game. The protective barrier on the stage was removed, and Jinrinayu used the magic weapon in her hand to melt the frost on the ground. After landing, Qin immediately asked the prepared healing soul masters to treat Du Yan and the others. By the way, he also checked Jinrinayu for any injuries. After Qin looked left, right, up, and down, Jinrinayu actually wanted to say that she was fine. The one who really had something to do should be Tang San, who was still frozen in place and had not recovered. Glancing at Tang San from the corner of the eye, Jinrinayu didn't say anything. She pursed her lips, and suddenly there was a burst of clapping and a gentle voice in her ears. He is truly a talented person, which makes people admire him with admiration. End of this chapter. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.